One day, the destitute Gu Yun suddenly awakened his past memories and discovered that he was indeed immortal. The notion of being a second-generation rich kid seemed utterly trivial if he were to achieve greatness. He would aspire to be a first-generation magnate. This is a tale of an academic prodigy whose prowess allows him to rival an entire nation. "Hey, that person looks like a dog," one remarked. "Indeed, the resemblance is uncanny," another replied. "Hush, what are you two babbling about? That is Gu Yun, our school's entrepreneurial genius who aspired to be a big shot. He was recently featured in the news, the one basking in glory." "Oh, it's him. How has he fallen to this state? Isn't it obvious? He lacks common sense. I heard his father is still lying in the hospital. He can't even afford the surgery." The subject of their gossip was none other than Gu Yun, a once celebrated figure at Jiangbei Business College, now reduced to a laughingstock among his peers. He had once been an object of admiration, but unexpectedly, as his company was just gaining traction, he was usurped by the woman he adored, Zhang Lan, and his most trusted friend. Now, he found himself utterly broke, devoid of any financial resources. Gu Yun was a man who valued his reputation above all. In a desperate attempt to support his ailing father, he had pleaded with relatives and friends, yet he could not secure a single penny. Those who once regarded him with respect now shunned him as if he were a plague, a stark contrast to their previous demeanor. In the depths of poverty, one realizes the fickleness of human affection. Wealth attracts distant relatives, yet destitution invites solitude. Gu Yun experienced this harsh reality in its entirety. However, all of this seemed inconsequential as he gazed at his solid hands and felt the vigorous beat of his heart. The memories that had been dormant for millennia, as he drifted as a wandering soul, had returned, granting him a corporeal form once more. This revelation filled Gu Yun with uncontainable joy. Fortune often conceals misfortune, and misfortune can cradle fortune. If there was anything Gu Yun lamented, it was that all his former cultivation had vanished, leaving his current physical state only marginally superior to that of an ordinary person. The verdant campus was adorned with banners proclaiming, "Welcome to President Su of the Su Group for a lecture at our school." Amidst the scornful gazes of the crowd, Gu Yun walked with poise. Eager to find a place to celebrate his newfound vitality, he felt as though he could devour an entire beast. Suddenly, a gust of wind flared up, tugging at his clothing, accompanied by a deafening roar. A sleek black silhouette sped towards him, seemingly intent on collision, yet showed no sign of slowing down. Gu Yun furrowed his brow and, in a moment of instinct, took a swift step to the left, narrowly escaping as the car brushed past his arm. "My heavens, isn't that a Mercedes-Benz? It's brand new. Look, the wheels still have red ribbons tied on them." Amid the murmurs, a man with a triangular gaze emerged arrogantly from the driver's seat. "Oh, isn't this Gu Yun? My mistake, he should be called the former president now, as Fenghua Financial is mined out of Kai. Why waste your breath on such a wretched person? You have already shown him more than enough mercy. It is Gu Yun's own obstinacy that has led him to this pitiful state. This is what one calls the fruit of their own misdeeds," Zhang Lan declared, her heavily made-up face accentuated by a revealing tank top and a minuscule skirt that laid bare her assets. She clung tightly to Zhou Kai's arm, revealing glimpses of her allure. In an instant, Gu Yun's memories intertwined with the present, his emotions becoming an intrinsic part of him. He understood perfectly well the nature of this shameless couple. It was not just women who were blinded by love, men, too, were not immune. Zhang Lan and Zhou Kai had become entangled during their freshman year, but as Gu Yun embarked on his entrepreneurial journey, Zhou Kai, seeing potential profit, introduced Zhang Lan to him. Gu Yun, naive and inexperienced, was no match for the seasoned seductress. Ensnared by their manipulations, he lost both his company and clients. Now burdened with millions in bank loans and usury, reduced to a state where he could scarcely afford a meal. One cannot satiate their hunger with mere leftovers. "You both know exactly where this money comes from, mark my words. One day I will make you repay every last cent with interest," Gu Yun stated, casting a condescending glance at Zhou Kai, who was a full head shorter than him. It was merely a company worth millions. Gu Yun hardly regarded it as a significant concern. "Ha, Lan Lan, did you hear what Gu Yun just said? He thinks he can make us pay him back with interest. He must be joking," Zhou Kai guffawed, as the crowd around them grew, eager to witness Gu Yun's humiliation. "Don't say we lack consideration. This money should cover your bank interest for the month," Zhang Lan sneered, pulling out a $1,000 bill from her wallet and tossing it in Gu Yun's face, allowing the vibrant notes to scatter around. "Lan Lan, don't stoop to the level of this fool. We have a lecture to attend today. Director Su has made a special trip to our college, and we must leave her with a good impression," Zhou Kai said, wrapping his arm around Zhang Lan as they sauntered away. Indeed, Director Su is the newly minted richest person in Jiangbei. If we can forge a connection with her, our group will surely ascend to new heights, Zhang Lan cooed, swaying her hips provocatively as she nestled against Zhou Kai, casting not even a glance at Guyan. Guyan crouched on the ground, picking up the scattered bills under the mocking gazes of onlookers. This truly was a society driven by wealth after 30 years of slumber. He feared that everything had changed beyond recognition. Yet, the savings Guyan had accumulated during his years as a wandering soul constituted his current livelihood. Not to mention, the land in Jiangbei, 80% of which belonged to him, was a testament to his hidden wealth. Stop picking that up, don't you feel embarrassed? A clear, anger-laden voice interrupted, belonging to a woman in professional attire. From where Guyan knelt, he could see beneath her skirt, where a slender strap barely concealed her modesty, leaving everything else fully exposed. I haven't eaten in 3 days, Guyan replied. For him, the greatest concern was sustenance. Without energy replenishment, he feared losing the body he had fought so hard to reclaim. Do not bother picking it up, I shall treat you to a meal. Guyan mused for a moment before recalling that the woman before him was by Han, their finance department mentor, a figure of admiration for many male students. Because of her, countless children, who had yet to be born, had already met with untimely ends. In Guyan's memory, this woman had always maintained an icy demeanor, never extending warmth or pleasantries to anyone. Was today truly an anomaly with the sun rising in the west? The school cafeteria was divided into 2 levels, the upper floor reserved for faculty dining, while the lower floor bustled with activity, so much so that not a single vacant table could be found. However, as Bai Han entered alongside Guyan, all eyes turned towards them, and even a nearby, plump gentleman hastily cleared his table, exclaiming, "Teacher, please, after you. Select whatever you desire, today's fare is on my tab." A single failure is not daunting. What is truly fearsome is the inability to rise again after faltering, Bai Han remarked, her admiration for Guyan evident. Despite his entrepreneurial setbacks, she respected his audacity and tenacity rather than merely coasting through life post-graduation. He had lived passionately. At that moment, Guyan was too preoccupied with the meal to ponder Bai Han's thoughts. He grabbed his meal card and approached the food counter, eyeing the towering stacks of dishes. Bai Han winced at the sight, fearing that her half-month's salary might soon vanish. "You need not fetch me a portion. I am currently on a diet and shall forego lunch," Bai Han remarked, her gaze lingering on the high-calorie offerings, and she discreetly swallowed hard. Guyan smacked his forehead. "Oh dear, how could I forget to get you a generous serving?" Bai Han felt an acute sense of embarrassment. What on earth? Is Guyan a glutton? Does he not fear overindulgence? Wait, isn't he just a penniless fool? How did he end up in the company of the alluring mentor? I suspect Bai Han pities this big oaf. Unfazed by the gossip swirling around him, Guyan focused solely on his meal, devouring the spread before him with the fervor of a tempest. Everything, save for the rather unappetizing tomato and mooncake dish, vanished into his stomach. As the crowd around him grew, Guyan caught sight of Bai Han frowning slightly. Curious, he turned his gaze to where she was looking and was appalled to see a lecherous hand groping her rear. Looking up, he discovered it belonged to a Mediterranean man, barely 5 feet tall, who had somehow squeezed to the front of the throng. Bai Han bit her lip, casting a glance back at the Mediterranean man, then scanning her fellow students, all of whom seemed indifferent to her plight. Only a few compassionate souls regarded her with sympathetic eyes. This Mediterranean man was not only the school's academic director, but also the brother-in-law of the principal, having exploited numerous female teachers and students without fear of reprisal. The atmosphere was thick with suppressed outrage. Guyan rose, towering over Bai Han, and stated, "You have treated me to a meal today. Allow me to assist you in return." Under Bai Han's astonished gaze, Guyan seized the remaining dish on the table and, without a word, brought it crashing down upon Wu Liang's bald head, the greasy broth cascading down onto his limited edition suit. What the hell? Has Guyan gone mad? Does he even care about his graduation certificate anymore? When did Guyan have an affair with Menerbai? I thought he was a paragon of virtue, but it seems he is just like the rest. Bai Han's face flushed crimson with rage at the malicious gossip. You shameless people. Guyan tugged at Bai Han, saying, "Forget them, let's consider their words mere nonsense. Why stoop to their level? And if that Mediterranean fool dares to bully you again, I shall sever his hands." Bai Han let out a chuckle, the discontent in his heart dissipating entirely. "You insolent brat, do you think this is over? Wu Yang took the damp tissue handed to him by a lackey, but the more he wiped, the dirtier it became as a throng of people encircled Gu Yun and Bai Yihan. Gu Yun stood tall as he approached Wu Yang, halting just half a foot away, enunciating clearly, "Even if I choose to stay, what can you possibly do to me?" "Fine, fine," Wu Yang gritted his teeth, then waved his hand, prompting his son Wu to confront Gu Yun. Gu Yun effortlessly dodged Wu De's swinging fist, seizing his wrist and applying just enough pressure to elicit a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Seizing a glass bottle he had just emptied, he smashed it onto the table, shards scattering everywhere, and casually tossed one piece into the wall. Wu Yang felt a chill at his groin and, upon looking down, realized the glass bottle was perilously close to a sensitive area, eliciting a shriek as he, in front of everyone, disgracefully lost control. With merely these two moves, Gu Yun had instilled fear in the crowd despite their makeshift weapon shares, tables, and even a kitchen knife not a single person dared strike. "Gu Yun, you little bastard, treating me this way will lead to your regret," Wu Liang bellowed hoarsely, attempting to salvage his dignity. "By your standards, you are unworthy of my regret." Gu Yun contemptuously regarded the blustering Wu Liang, coldly pushing aside the arm that obstructed his path, and, hand in hand with Bai Yihan, strode out with undeniable confidence.
Chapter 2. Nothing but money today was truly exhilarating. I never anticipated that the arrogant Wu Yang would be so terrified. Ha ha ha, it was utterly satisfying. Upon exiting the cafeteria, Bai Yihan transformed completely, laughing freely. At 20, a woman is at the pinnacle of her unique charm, and Bai Yihan embodied it splendidly. She possessed a maturity that surpassed that of her peers, reminiscent of a vintage wine, subtle, luxurious, rich, and fragrant, effortlessly revealing her allure, captivating hearts and minds. With such oppression, "Are you perhaps a masochist for remaining here?" Gu Yun inquired innocently. "Isn't it obvious? It's all for the money. The base salary at this private school is twice that of other places, and with bonuses, one can easily earn 100,000. Bai Yihan shot Gu Yun a dismissive glance and continued, "You haven't entered society yet. You don't understand the significance of money." Gu Yun pondered for a moment and replied, "You might not believe it, but I am left with nothing but money. Enough of this. Instead of boasting here, you should focus on repaying your bank loans and high-interest debts." Bai Yihan gently patted Gu Yun's shoulder, her expression non-committal. Gu Yun took Bai Yihan's hand and led her to the most opulent bank near the school. A line of luxury vehicles was parked outside, and the entrance was frequented by the elite of Jiangbei's business community. Upon seeing Gu Yun in his tattered school uniform, the bank staff could not conceal their disdain. Gu Yun approached the counter with an air of composure. "I would like to withdraw some money." "Sir, do you possess a bank card from our institution?" A young woman seated at the desk, sporting a formulaic smile, could not hide her contempt in her eyes. Gu Yun frowned. "How could I have a card for money I deposited 30 years ago at Citibank? I don't have one, but I do have funds stored in your bank's safe. If necessary, summon your manager." Upon hearing Gu Yun, Wang Yifei was even more convinced that this impoverished individual was merely boasting. Without lifting her eyelids, she said, "Sir, our bank requires a card for withdrawals, and only clients withdrawing over 10 million can be personally attended to by our manager. If you have no other inquiries, please leave." Wang Yifei's words were a clear eviction notice, and the bank's security began to approach Gu Yun incrementally. At that moment, an elderly couple in their 60s entered the bank. Flanked by bodyguards, Wang Yifei sprang from her chair, hastening to their side with a sycophantic smile. "Mr. Zhao, Mrs. Zhao, your presence truly enhances the prestige of Citibank." Wang Yifei, extend my sincerest respects. "Grandpa, this bank seems unimpressive. It allows all sorts of riffraff inside. Does someone like that even have the right to be here?" Zhao Qianken stopped, his expression dripping with disdain, yet his gaze lingered on Bai Yihan, almost hungrily, as if he wished to undress her with his eyes. The collective gaze of the crowd was fixed upon Gu Yun. At the moment Zhou Lei and Zhou Furen laid eyes on him, their legs trembled. Disbelief etched upon their faces, their lips quivering as they struggled to articulate a fragmented sentence. "You resemble him so much. May I ask, are you Mr. Chongping?" Gu Yun pondered for a considerable time before retrieving a memory from the recesses of his mind, aligning it with the visage of the elder. "Zhao Shen. No mistake. I am Zhao Shen." The elderly man, his hair and beard entirely white, was overwhelmed with emotion, yet astonishment prevailed. How could this person appear to grow younger with time? When they first met, both were in their 30s, yet now, While he had aged, the other seemed perpetually youthful. Had it not been for the unchanging features, Zhao Sheng would have found this startling truth difficult to believe. You may now call me Gu Yun. Pei Chongping is my maternal grandfather. The phrase "the tall tree attracts the wind" echoed in his mind. Immortality would inevitably render him a target of envy. In that fleeting moment, Gu Yun resolved to amass wealth discreetly. Mr. Gu, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Is Mr. Chongping still alive? If possible, I would like to personally pay my respects to express my gratitude. Without him, I would not be who I am today. Mr. Chongping is akin to my rebirth parents. Zhao Sheng's words struck like cannon fire, the gratitude in his eyes utterly genuine. The bank hall fell into a profound silence. Surely, they had not misheard. The head of the Zhao family, the foremost among the age-great families of Jiangbei, humbly addressed a younger generation member as you. Grandfather, what are you discussing with this pauper? Let us conclude our business swiftly to avoid his misfortune. Zhao Qiankun's face was one of disdain. Zhao Sheng raised his dragon-headed king and struck it forcefully upon Zhao Qiankun's head. In an instant, blood stained the latter's once handsome face. Zhao Qiankun stared in disbelief, unable to fathom that his grandfather, who had always indulged him, would strike him so harshly in public. Mr. Gu, you possess a magnanimous heart. I beseech you, spare my wayward grandson. I express my gratitude on his behalf. Zhao Sheng constrained Zhao Qiankun's neck, and the pair bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. If the previous events had been astonishing enough, the crowd was now struck by a thunderbolt, unable to anticipate such a turn of events. With disparaging terms like pauper and loser thrown around, Gu Yun was no passive observer. However, having observed Zhao Sheng's earnest apology, he felt it only right to extend a gesture of mercy. Very well, considering this is his first offense, let us turn the page on this matter. He waved his hand dismissively. However, you may never again see my grandfather. I have come to Huachi Bank to inherit his estate. Gu Yun approached the trembling Wang Yifei, revealing a predatory smile. His voice was low yet laden with an inescapable implication. Let me impart a lesson. Do not underestimate the young. A gentle push sent Wang Yifei tumbling to the ground, her black stockings torn, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. Gu Yun strode confidently into the VIP room, leading the bewildered Bai Yiheng, while Zhao Sheng, accompanied by his grandson Zhao Qiankun, slinked out of the bank, sitting in the opulent back seat of their luxury car. His brow furrowed in deep contemplation. As the head of Citibank's Jiangbei branch, Duan Tianyao encountered no fewer than 800 individuals daily. Yet he had never before encountered someone like this. Despite donning the most ordinary school uniform, the youth exuded an aura of unspoken authority that commanded respect, rendering others hesitant to underestimate him. A mere glance from him sent shivers down Duan Tianyao spine. Such an overwhelming presence was typically reserved for meetings with business magnates. Duan Tianyao could scarcely fathom how this student from a lesser-known university could be compared to those titans. Sir, may I inquire what brings you here? Duan Tianyao, considering himself a member of the social elite, forced a perfunctory smile. I have come to withdraw money. The succinct phrase carried an air of undeniable authority. Do you possess a bank card from our institution? Duan Tianyao paused before continuing. Moreover, only withdrawals exceeding 1 million require a visit here. Smaller amounts can be processed at the counter. I do not have a bank card, Gu Yun replied, raising an eyebrow. Furthermore, I have never needed a card to withdraw funds. Sir, are you jesting? Duan Tianyao exclaimed. Without a bank card, one cannot withdraw cash from any bank. He had now concluded that his initial impression had been misguided. This was merely an unmedicated lunatic, as evidenced by the attractive woman he was guiding, who had been standing there in a daze for quite some time. Gu Yun smiled, a look of pity gracing his features as he regarded Duan Tianyao. Your concern should not be whether I can withdraw cash, but rather if your bank has sufficient reserves. Where is the fingerprint verification terminal? Gu Yun inquired, scanning the surroundings. Duan Tianyao had intended to say more, yet upon hearing the mention of fingerprints, his heart skipped a beat. As an international banking giant, Citibank had pioneered a dual voiceprint and fingerprint unlocking system, but this service was exclusively tailored for commercial titans. The average person was entirely unaware of such a feature. In his 26 years in Jiangbei, it was the first time someone had requested a withdrawal using a fingerprint. Chapter 3. The man whose wealth can rival nations. Please wait a moment. Duan Tianyao gazed at Gu Yun in astonishment, his heart overwhelmed with disbelief. Trembling, he opened the safe and retrieved a fingerprint verification terminal, 1 inch square. Gu Yun extended his index finger, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Perhaps, by divine grace, no matter the vessel he inhabited, his essence remained unchanged, not only his fingerprint, but even the unique patterns of his iris and his genetic makeup were indistinguishable. The fingerprint verification succeeded, and a cold metallic voice echoed in the empty room. Citibank's Jiangbei branch warmly welcomes your arrival. Simultaneously, information regarding Gu Yang's deposits at the bank materialized on the terminal screen. Duan Tianyao merely glanced at it, his legs turning to jelly as he slid from the leather chair, eyes wide with shock. The youth before him represented immeasurable wealth. The 8 great families of Jiangbei were leagues apart from this boy, who epitomized a financial dynasty. Duan Tianyao rose, bending his back like a shrimp, his face adorned with boundless obsequiousness. Mr. Pei, please follow me. Gu Yun trailed behind Duan Tianyao through 3 coated doors and into a room filled with metallic luster, halting before an enormous vault standing 3 meters tall. Retinal verification successful. With a click and a rumble, the colossal doors swung open, brilliant lights illuminating the golden treasures within. Bright red 100 yuan notes cascaded down the walls, while exquisite jewelry lay haphazardly arranged. At the center stood an ordinary cabinet, a stark contrast to the opulence surrounding it. Mr. Pei, this is part of the wealth you entrusted to us at Citibank many years ago. The remainder will require your visit to our headquarters in the United States. Duan Tianyao stated. Since taking on the role of president, he had known that this private vault contained unimaginable riches, yet after 25 years, no one had ever inquired about it. Little did he anticipate that this youth, attending a lowly university, would become the rightful heir to it all. Bai Yihang was utterly stunned. The events of the day would be the tale she would boast about for a lifetime. Mesmerized by the wealth before her, she could not resist reaching out, pulling out a stack of bills, only to discover another stack within. Taking a deep breath, the scent of money filled her nostrils, intoxicating and irresistible. The wall of RMB notes ultimately succumbed to Bai Yihang's exuberance, collapsing in a cascade that engulfed her in a sea of red. Moments later, she emerged from the depths, rolling atop a mountain of cash that towered higher than she did. Oh my goodness! Ha ha ha! I've struck it rich, truly rich. Gu Yun, however, displayed little interest in the visible wealth. Instead, he opened the cabinet, examining the documents within: ownership certificates for Heng Yuan Group, Zhao Group, Pei Group heirloom certificates, and countless property deeds and sales agreements. Upon seeing these, the weight in Gu Yang's heart finally lifted. Money was merely a superficial possession, while these documents constituted the very foundation of his existence in this era. Convert all cash and gold into liquid assets, while leaving these documents and other belongings securely in the safe. Gu Yun casually selected a rather appealing man's wristwatch and adorned his wrist with it. Can it be settled before 1 o'clock? Duan Tianyao hesitated momentarily, but ultimately gritted his teeth and replied, Mr. Pei, no problem. Gu Yun tugged at the reluctant Bai Yihang, and as they passed Duan Tianyao, his voice resonated deep and rich like a cello. I have yet to correct you. My surname is Gu, not Pei. Gu Yun. Who would have thought you were a scion of wealth? Why pretend to be someone lesser at school? Are you perhaps testing if Zhonglong is a gold digger? I envy you. You seem destined to bask on a mountain of gold, free from the struggles of life. Are you in need of a girlfriend? If not, perhaps consider me? Bai Yihang's tongue was incessantly active, her heart harboring unspoken envy, though the last remark was made in jest. Despite her materialistic inclinations, she was still aware of propriety. Gu Yun halted, gradually cornering Bai Yihang. He leaned in, his hands resting beside her fair neck, drawing closer. His breath, imbued with a masculine warmth, enveloped her face. In his eyes sparkled a multitude of stars, and his voice, as smooth as jade, echoed in her ears. A fraction added would be excessive, a fraction removed would be insufficient. Too fair a powder would be overly pale, too bright a hue would be excessively red. Brows like emerald feathers, skin like white snow, a waist like a tightly bound silk, teeth like hidden shells. A smile that stirs my very soul. How could I refuse such an invitation? Bai Yihang found herself deeply ensnared in Gu Yang's tenderness. But upon catching a glimmer of mischief in his eyes, she realized he was merely toying with her. She hastily pushed him away, indignantly retorting, You Gu Yun, daring to jest with a teacher, have you lost your mind? From 9 in the morning until precisely 1 in the afternoon, the bustling Citibank had put up a sign declaring it closed for business. Over 50 employees were occupied solely with counting finances for Gu Yun, as hundreds of millions exploded through 6 currency counting machines. Yet this was merely the beginning. As time ticked away, Gu Yang's patience began to wane, until Duan Tianyao finally shed his suit jacket, loosened his exquisite tie, and hurried over to Gu Yun, brandishing a prestigious black card inscribed solely with the number 001. Mr. Gu, the inventory of your assets at our branch has been completed, amounting to 300 billion yuan, now fully deposited into your account. Gu Yun idly toyed with the bank card in his hand, marveling at its significance. A mere piece of plastic symbolized immense wealth. It was astonishing to think that 30 years ago, people had to retain various receipts and proofs when depositing money. Mr. Gu, here is my business card. Should you require anything in the future, Citibank is wholeheartedly at your service. Duan Tianyao was genuinely fearful that a single misstep in his words might displease Gu Yun, jeopardizing his position as branch president. Today, I truly appreciate your assistance. I am quite satisfied with your service. Gu Yun found amusement in Duan Tianyao's trepidation, pondering that he was not a devil to invoke such fear. However, I kindly request President Duan to rein in his subordinates, as the habit of judging others by their appearance ought to be amended, for not everyone possesses my accommodating nature. After Gu Yun finished speaking, he strolled away with Bai Yihang, leaving Duan Tianyao trembling like a quail. Once Gu Yun departed, Duan Tianyao erupted like ignited gunpowder, bellowing, "Who entertained this esteemed guest today? Why is everyone so mute now, when they are usually so loquacious?" Wang Yifei was pushed forward by her former colleagues, her eyes as crystalline and poignant as grapes. Approaching Duan Tianyao side, and said softly, "President, I too was deceived by his attire. Otherwise, how could I have acted so thoughtlessly?" The affair between Wang Yifei and Duan Tianyao was an unspoken secret within the bank, a tactic that had proven effective in the past. Whenever Wang Yifei made a mistake, a mere display of vulnerability would ensure her safety. Yet this time, Duan Tianyao's ashen face revealed no sign of compassion. He suppressed his emotions fiercely and declared, "From today onwards, you shall no longer be employed here. President, how can you treat me this way?" Not only was Wang Yifei incredulous, but the staff at Waki Bank also wore expressions of disbelief. As the saying goes, a wife is not as good as a concubine, and a concubine is not as good as a mistress. Yet Wang Yifei was Duan Tianyao as beloved, dismissed so easily. A malevolent smile crept across Duan Tianyao's face as he approached Wang Yifei. "What more do you wish for me to do, after offending a client whose wealth rivals nations? Should I still greet you with a smile? While I am still willing to negotiate with you, leave at once. President, or bound." Wang Yifei attempted to cling to hope, ignoring the increasingly grim expression on Duan Tianyao's face. "Get out, just get out!" Duan Tianyao shouted hoarsely, pushing away the still adhesive Wang Yifei. "Security, throw this woman out!" Wang Yifei sat desolately on the cold street, feeling an overwhelming sense of solitude amid the bustling crowd, unable to comprehend how she had fallen to such depths. Meanwhile, Zhao Shen, seated in a luxurious business vehicle, cast a disdainful glance at Wang Yifei, turning to his grandson Zhao Qiankun and remarked, "Do you understand why I struck you earlier? Otherwise, her present predicament could easily become your future." Chapter 4. He is an unassailable existence. Zhao Qiankun scoffed at his grandfather's opinion. "Grandfather, the woman beside him is clad in fakes, and he himself is merely a student from a second-rate college. What is there to fear about him? Our Zhao family is the foremost among the 8 great families of Jiangbei. You are still too young." Zhao Sheng regarded his grandson with the gaze of one who sees a child unteachable. He opened his mouth, intending to impart wisdom, yet found the subject too lengthy to commence. "Do not confine your worldview solely to Jiangbei. There are always greater talents beyond our ken. That individual is an existence we shall forever find insurmountable." Upon uttering these words, Zhao Sheng closed his eyes. Zhao Qiankun curled his lip, dismissing the matter entirely, as his mind began to calculate his own schemes. Leaving aside everything else, how could such a beautiful woman be with that fellow? It was truly a waste. With his extensive experience in romance, he perceived that she was still untouched. Zhao Sheng's fingers gently tapped against the genuine leather chair, oblivious to his grandson's lewd expression. After a considerable pause, he finally opened his eyes. Since this person had reemerged, it was imperative to alert the elder statesman, lest one of them unwittingly provoke him, leading to ruin. "Gu Yun, where on earth have you gone? Chairman Su, the new tycoon, is about to commence his lecture. Wasn't I clear in asking you to reserve a seat for me? What have you been doing? Don't he take the money without fulfilling your obligations?" Zhang Long boldly sent a text to Gu Yun, accompanied by a series of incessant vibrations as Gu Yang's Nokia phone shattered into pieces. "I have often wondered how you ended up entangled with Zhang Long." This question had plagued Bai Yihang for quite some time. Gu Yun was a rare exemplary student at this mediocre university, possessing both virtue and talent, while Zhang was a typical gold digger. The juxtaposition of their pairing seemed utterly incongruous. I was blind at the time. Gu Yang's response was succinct and to the point, leaving Bai Yihan speechless. Do you think if he knew how wealthy you are now, he would be filled with regret? Bai Yihan eagerly anticipated that day. It was a perfect match. Zhang. The gold digger, with Zhou Zikai, the cuckold. Gu Yun gazed at the gentle sunlight, inhaling deeply, feeling a sense of ease enveloping her. Whether she regretted it or not, she was resolute that her initial infatuation was a result of being blinded. Otherwise, how could they endure being together in such a manner? You have no idea how many children have perished before even being born because of you. Such a deeply sinful creature like you should refrain from bringing harm to others. Gu Yun remarked, half jokingly yet half seriously. Initially, Bai Yihan did not grasp the meaning behind Gu Yang's words, but soon sensed an oddity. Her cheeks flushing as she scolded Gu Yun for being a rogue. Yet, to her astonishment, she felt not anger but rather a flicker of delight within. Such is the nature of this world. When the impoverished flirt, it is deemed harassment. When the affluent flirt, it is called seduction. Upon returning to campus, the familiar scenery greeted Gu Yun and Bai Yihan, yet both were acutely aware that something had irrevocably changed. Oh my heavens, you've finally returned. But how can you possibly give a speech dressed like that? Zhao Xian, Gu Yang's roommate, exclaimed as he pulled him towards the backstage area. I couldn't find a suit in your luggage, so I've sent mine to the back for you to wear. Besides, didn't you mention you were going to work at Su's group? You ought to leave a good impression on Mr. Su here. If you truly manage to secure a position there, you might just have the chance to clear your debts. Zhao Xian genuinely considered Gu Yang's predicament. And while Gu Yun appreciated this friendship, he yearned to confess that he was utterly broke, yet throughout this tumultuous journey, he found no opportunity to voice his thoughts. As Zhao Xian forcefully pushed open the door, they carved a path through the congested backstage. The moment they laid eyes on Gu Yun, the previously raucous atmosphere quieted as if a spell had been cast, and clusters of people scattered like leaves in a gale. They can do whatever they want. We need to change here, Zhao Xian feigned indifference. However, as he turned to fetch a bag, the sturdy figure of this northeastern giant trembled slightly. His lips pressed tightly together, teeth grinding audibly, before he erupted, those bastards, damn them. Gu Yun picked up the bag that Zhao Xian had discarded, only to find that the expensive suit jacket had been shredded into strips, and the shirt marred with careless scrawls, vulgarities inscribed on the once pristine white lining. This was clearly an attempt to sabotage Gu Yang's speech, obliterating his sole opportunity to rise again. In June, the air was stifling and restless. The campus willow trees appeared to be wilting, their leaves dust-laden, curling upon the branches, motionless. The grand auditorium, capable of seating 3,000, buzzed with anticipation. As school officials donned elegant suits craned their necks in eager expectation. When the clock in the hall buzzed, the first 4 bodyguards clad in suits strode down the red carpet, and amidst the crowd's eager gazes, a poised woman emerged, dressed in a deep blue uniform. Su Muyan entered, exuding a unique femininity that radiated from her presence. Her hair was meticulously styled back, accentuating her fair cheeks and neck, bestowing an air of authority. Her eyes sparkled like autumn waters, and her delicate oval face was no larger than a palm, her lips a soft hue, beautiful as willow leaves. Her figure slender and graceful. A mere glance from this enchanting woman could leave anyone, regardless of gender, weak in the knees, evoking a sense of tender admiration. The sound of swallowed breaths echoed in waves, yet Su Muyan was accustomed to such scrutiny, taking her seat in the central front row of the auditorium. Adorned with her name, Wu Liang meticulously arranged his sparse hair, his face adorned with a radiant smile, reminiscent of chrysanthemums swaying in the wind. He extended his hand, waiting in vain for Su Muyan's reciprocation, only to awkwardly retract it after a prolonged silence. Let us extend the warmest applause to Chairman Su for gracing Changhao University with her presence. Your arrival truly illuminates our campus. Wu Yang took to the microphone, effusively delivering nauseating praise, convinced that he could leave a favorable impression on Su Muyan, oblivious to the deepening furrows on her brow. As she endured the tedious and monotonous speeches from the school leaders, Su Muyan scoffed inwardly, recognizing that their motives were merely to secure her investment in campus development. Logically, she had no obligation to visit the school, yet her grandmother, residing in the old residence, incessantly called, compelling her to postpone her trip to Jiangbei by an additional day. Now, let us welcome Student Representative Gu Yun to address all the students of Changhao College. Wu Yang announced, a smirk curving his lips. If Gu Yun were to falter during this speech, the principal would undoubtedly expel him without any intervention from Wu Yang. This rat-like existence dared to challenge him. He would soon demonstrate that extinguishing Gu Yun was merely a matter of moments. Time raced by. Yet Gu Yun was nowhere to be seen on stage, leading to murmurs within the auditorium. Su Mu Yan narrowed her eyes, perusing the written materials on her iPad. She had initially hoped to seize this opportunity to recruit some promising youths into her company, but it seemed this individual was not worth her consideration. Damn these fools. Wu Yang thinks he's their ancestor. They simply do as he commands. Just wait, I'll dry your speech with a hairdryer. Zhao Xian fished Gu Yang's speech out of a trash bin, turning on the hairdryer, sending papers flying throughout the room. Observing the flustered Zhao Xian, Gu Yun suddenly broke into a smile. Throughout the endless years, Gu Yun had encountered numerous individuals and experienced a myriad of events. He had come to understand the myriad complexities of life. He considered himself a wandering traveler, indifferent to the bustling or tranquil worlds around him. Yet he found himself moved by the genuine nature of this boisterous northeastern man, discovering a sense of belonging in this place. Is he truly foolish? Zhao Xian felt a tingle of unease at Gu Yang's smile. Since some wished to witness his misfortune, how could he grant them that satisfaction? Gu Yun gauged the time, donned the school uniform jacket hanging on his chair, and stepped outside as he dressed. The golden sunlight cascaded down, elongating Gu Yang's shadow as Zhao Xian stared in awe at his roommate, radiating confidence and brilliance. He walked into the bright sunshine, gradually fading from view, ascending to the stage that belonged to him. Chapter 5. How could it possibly be him? I can't believe he's still not here. Brother Song, why are you so anxious? It's not you giving the speech, and besides, without Gu Yun, isn't the internship at the Sioux group already a foregone conclusion? That may not be the case. The college is only hiring 2 individuals this time, and I heard that over 20 passed the written evaluation. The competition is fierce. Indeed. The Sioux group is currently in high demand, and just looking at Director Su's demeanor, her face, I'd willingly work for free just to be associated. The audience buzzed with chatter, each harboring their own thoughts. Furthermore, Gu Yun had previously shone too brightly, an existence they could only long for from afar. Now that he had fallen from grace, no one would miss the opportunity to kick a man when he is down, and those privy to the truth were eagerly awaiting Gu Yun's misfortune. Bai Yihan, seated beside Su Mayan, felt a surge of anxiety. As the only person in the room aware of Gu Yang's true circumstances, she yearned for his dazzling entrance to blind these onlookers. Bam! 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 The curtain rose, revealing a youth with high cheekbones and deep-set eyes. Clad in a white suit with blue trim, his tousled black hair softened his otherwise stern features. On his feet were the most inexpensive white sneakers. And as he gripped the microphone with his long fingers, his mere presence commanded respect. A murmur swept through the conference hall. All those who had awaited Gu Yun's downfall fell silent. Zhang Long gazed adoringly at Gu Yun on stage, her heart filled with envy. Everyone has a desire for beauty. In that moment, Zhang Long felt a pang of regret, thinking she should have seized the opportunity to be with Gu Yun after all. Beauty is not a disadvantage. Bai Yihan felt a sweet satisfaction in the current situation, as if she were savoring honey. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Has he not struck back now? But wait, where is his speech? Bai Yihan stood, astonished. That was the result of Gu Yun's sleepless nights spent revising. A cold glare swept towards Wu Yang, catching sight of the smug smile of the bald man. Bai Yihan understood everything. She had known this old rascal had nothing good in mind. The public perception of law bears a striking resemblance to the product image in marketing studies. The public's understanding of law is akin to a consumer's affinity for a particular product. The impression a consumer forms about a product profoundly impacts its sales. With a slight parting of his lips, a deep, melodious voice resonated through the microphone, echoing in everyone's ears. Gu Yun stood at the center of the stage, eloquently presenting his arguments. Many of his viewpoints contradicted the mainstream, yet upon reflection, they held a semblance of truth. Even Su Mayan, who had initially shown no interest in Gu Yun, lifted her head. But just that single glance left her utterly astonished. How could this man, who had only existed in the portraits of her grandmother as study, appear at Changha Academy? Though they were not identical, differing in hairstyle and attire, their shared aura was inexplicable. As a member of the new generation raised under the red banner, Su Mayan had always been skeptical of the mystical tales her grandmother spoke of. Yet, in that fleeting moment of seeing Gu Yun, her convictions wavered. After Gu Yun finished his final words, he inhaled deeply and then turned to walk towards the backstage. The guests seated at the center of the stage stared blankly at Gu Yun's departure, only to suddenly remember something. Their expressions transforming into sheer excitement as they began to applaud fervently. Gradually, the whole resonated with thunderous applause. Even Su Muyan joined in. Wu Yang glared at Gu Yun with a venomous gaze, muttering under his breath, "Damn it, this time you were just lucky. Next time, I'll see how I can bring you down." He then exchanged hushed words with his son before Wu Da hastily exited. The lengthy welcome ceremony finally concluded following the principal's summary speech. Just as the rotund principal was about to discuss investment matters, Su Muyan abruptly interrupted him, asking, "Where is Gu Yun, the one who just spoke? I wish to meet him." Zhang Guangxi, preoccupied with how to curry favor with Su Muyan, hardly paid attention to a student and, after searching in vain for Gu Yun, turned to his brother-in-law Wu Yang and inquired, "Yang, have you seen Gu Yun?" Wu Yang appeared as if struck by lightning, his eyes darting nervously, "And no, I haven't seen him." However, upon noticing the displeasure flickering across his brother-in-law's face, he hurriedly added, "But wait, I'll send someone to find him right now." Really, Gu Yun should have stayed longer after the speech. He has no sense of courtesy. Wu Yang hastily departed to send students to locate Gu Yun, hoping that his son would act too quickly, lest their good days be numbered. As Gu Yun stepped out from backstage, he found himself surrounded by Wu Da and his men, who bore a menacing demeanor. Evidently emboldened by a recent grievance from the cafeteria, Wu Da had brought along over 20 individuals, each wielding makeshift weapons, creating an imposing sight. Yao Xian, sensing the gravity of the situation, retreated behind the stage and violently smashed a chair onto the ground, producing a resounding crash in the empty backstage. The chair splintered into numerous pieces. Zhao Xian bent down to pick up a 2-foot-long wooden plank and handed it to Gu Yun, saying, "Here, take this. It might come in handy in a fight." Gu Yun chuckled and shook his head, replying, "Why use a butcher's knife to kill chicken?" Zhao Xian observed Gu Yun, feeling that he was being overly confident. Clutching the plank tightly, he resolved inwardly to keep an eye on Gu Yun and ensure he didn't come to harm. "Well, I didn't expect you, a bookworm, to have some guts. Don't talk big and then shrink back when it comes to action." Wu Da laughed heartily. Addressing his entourage, "Look at these two fools. They don't even realize their own standing and still wish to challenge us." Gu Yun remained silent, his expression darkening as he stood his ground. Zhao Xian, whose temper was already volatile, felt his anger reach its peak upon hearing Wu Da's taunts. "If you have the guts, let us settle this one-on-one. Whoever loses is the son," he shouted. "What else with bringing all these people? You think you can just gang up on me? Look at yourself in the mirror." He then turned to Gu Yun, saying, "Weren't you quite impressive before? Now you look like a dog. I shall enlighten you on the manner of discourse. Henceforth, you shall adopt a more humble demeanor. In this esteemed Longha Academy, no one has dared to challenge me thus far. I now present you with two choices. Either kneel and bow thrice while proclaiming aloud, 'Grandfather, I was wrong,' or I shall sever one of your hands." Wu Da, though diminutive in stature compared to Gu Yun, attempts to adopt a condescending posture, appearing rather absurd, akin to a clown seeking attention. Gu Yun strides purposefully towards Wu Da, with Zhao Xian vigilantly trailing behind him. Observing the seemingly frail Gu Yun and then glancing at his own companions, Wu Da's eyes flicker with disdain. "What pretense can you maintain? Being a mere puppet manipulated by a woman? Let me be frank, that wretched Dong Long has been passed around by 100 men." Gu Yun lowers his head, his slightly elongated hair obscuring his eyes, and his lips curl subtly as he utters a chilling retort. "You deem her a harlot, yet I am not a mere rescuer. Women, to me, must be of the highest caliber or none at all." Hearing this icy declaration, Wu Da feels an unexplainable jolt of unease but quickly dismisses it upon seeing Zhao Xian's smiling presence behind Gu Yun. "What pretense are you putting on? Who are you calling a rescuer?" He seizes Zhao Xian's hair, yanking her down, then raises his knee to strike her face violently. Yao Xian, in pain, collapses to the ground, blood gushing from her nose. She cries out desperately, attempting to rush towards Wu Da, only to be pinned down by several others, utterly immobilized. A cruel smile spreads across Wu Da's face. "What is the matter? Have you succumbed so swiftly?" He viciously stomps on Zhao Xian's face and turns to mock Gu Yun, who is being assaulted by his subordinates. "See? This is your pathetic roommate, now beneath my foot." "Ha ha ha!" Zhao Xian struggles to rise, but 4 or 5 individuals hold her down. "Wu Da, you son of a bitch, I curse you." Before she can finish her sentence, a nearby thug delivers a brutal punch to her face, causing her to cough up blood along with half a tooth. "Wu Gu, if only you had taken me along at noon, With my black belt in Taekwondo, I would never have allowed you to lose face to this cuckolded fool, Gu Yun. With that, he lunges forward, attempting to catch Gu Yun off guard while his back is turned. Chapter 6. A gentleman's revenge is not delayed by a day. At the moment when the burly man reveled in his triumph, a sudden chill crept up behind him. Just as he turned, he was struck squarely in the chest by Gu Yun's powerful technique, the force of which even made the muscular giant wince in pain. In an astonishing display of agility, Gu Yun executed a perfect back throw, causing the man to see stars. With a fierce determination, Gu Yun stomped down on Chong Hu's leg, and a sharp, clear crack echoed through the air, indicating that Gu Yun had mercilessly shattered his bone. Wu Yan's underlings, weapons raised, could do nothing but stand by in shock, paralyzed by fear. Wu Da, though somewhat intimidated, tried to maintain a facade of calm in front of his men. Zhao Xian, witnessing Gu Yun's ferocity, couldn't help but gasp. It seemed he had greatly underestimated his roommate, who he had always perceived as a mere sheep. To his surprise, Gu Yun was nothing short of a human tyrannosaurus. In that moment, an indignant female voice rang out, in broad daylight, "Is there no law left? Wu Da, do not think that your father's position as the disciplinary director grants you the license to act with impunity." Gu Yun stood in stunned silence, gazing at the resolute beauty beside him, his mind struggling to process the situation. He had been on the verge of resolving the conflict, and now Bai Yihang had arrived to complicate matters. Wu Da, his eyes filled with desire as he beheld the stunning Bai Yihang, swallowed hard. Everyone present understood that he had long harbored a crush on her, but he had restrained himself due to his father's influence. However, in this charged atmosphere, his suppressed intentions began to resurface. With a swagger, Wu Da approached, a lewd grin plastered across his face. "Teacher Bai, this is hardly a place for you. Why don't we find a quiet spot to converse more intimately later?" Gu Yun, having dispatched several of Wu Da's lackeys, positioned himself protectively beside Bai Yihang, determined to shield her from harm. Wu Da let out a sinister laugh. "You think you can play the hero and save the damsel? With your pathetic skills, I could take on 100 of you with a single punch. Get out of my way." He then unleashed a barrage of punches honed over years of training, the air around him seeming to warp with the intensity of his strikes. Wu Da's influence at Changhua Academy was not solely due to his father. He was also the captain of the boxing club. The commotion in the background attracted a crowd, and to their surprise, the focal point was Gu Yun. As onlookers witnessed the unfolding drama, many averted their gaze, unable to bear the sight of Qinfeng Zhuo being mercilessly beaten by Wu Da. Some women gasped, and even the ever-critical Shao Jiuyu, who had often clashed with Gu Yun, found herself slightly agape with concern for him. Yet, in the next instant, silence enveloped the scene. Gu Yun effortlessly caught Wu Da's punch with one hand, a peculiar smile curling at the corner of his mouth as he laughed uproariously. "You think you can compete with me, you worthless fool? Weak in the legs, ineffective in the waist, and you dare call yourself a mainstay of the boxing club?" With that, Gu Yun deflected Wu Da's fist with his elbow and swiftly countered with a fierce roundhouse kick aimed directly at his head. The force of the kick was so swift and powerful that it resonated like the deep toll of a great bell. Upon witnessing the force of the kick, Wu Da's eyes widened in alarm as he raised his arms in a futile attempt to withstand the blow, only to be forcefully propelled backward. Gu Yun, seizing the advantage, unleashed a powerful combination of strikes, twisting at the waist to deliver a punishing blow once more. Wu Da, caught off guard, was sent hurtling through the air, spewing a crimson mist from his mouth. It was evident that his sternum had been severely injured, visibly caving in from the impact. Struggling to lift his head, he glared fiercely at Gu Yun, exclaiming, "What on earth are you all doing? Hurry up and fight him!" However, after uttering this, Wu Da gasped for breath and succumbed to unconsciousness. The closest small-statured henchman, upon hearing his command, hastily drew a spring-loaded knife. Yet, Gu Yun appeared behind him like a spectre, swiftly disarming and incapacitating him in one fluid motion. The remaining lackeys exchanged glances, hesitating before retreating in a disorganized flight, their leaderless escape equally swift. Gu Yun, observing their retreat, mockingly chided, "You truly lack spirit." Zhao Xian staggered to his feet, dazedly staring at Gu Yun. "You really are something else, hiding such talents from me." "It's nothing to boast about," Gu Yun replied nonchalantly, though he preferred to avoid conflict. It did not imply he was devoid of skill. Many of the ancestral arts had been lost to the annals of time, with few legacies surviving. "Come, I shall take you to the hospital. This truly is an unmerited disaster." Gu Yun chuckled at Zhao Xian's swollen, pig-like visage. You still dare to laugh? Look at what this has cost. Zhao Xian had intended to display heroism before Gu Yun, but found himself in this predicament, his discomfort amplified by Gu Yun's laughter. Nevertheless, he grimaced, touching his face and retorting, "It looks worse than it is. There's no need for a hospital. I'll be fine in a couple of days." Though Zhao Xian did not voice it, Gu Yun perceived his concern for his own finances. Surprisingly, this seemingly robust northeastern man exhibited a delicate sensibility. "I never engage in ventures without assurance. Money is in ample supply." Gu Yun's tone remained calm, yet he observed Zhao Xian's expression one of urgency for treatment. He gestured towards Bai Yihang. "You can ask Teacher Bai if you doubt me." Bai Yihang nodded vigorously, affirming, "Indeed, Gu Yun is right. I am now left with nothing but money." Zhao Xian found himself ushered into a taxi by the two, arriving at the finest hospital in Jiangbei, where, to his astonishment, he was assigned to the most luxurious VIP room. While Zhao Xian underwent meticulous examination by the attentive nurses, Wu Liang, the Mediterranean figure from Changhua Academy, was seething with rage. Not only had he scoured the entire campus in vain for Gu Yun, but his son had also been grievously injured and plunged into unconsciousness. Ambulances entered the campus one after another, and the matters that Wu Liang had long sought to conceal were laid bare. Su Muyan, despite her youth, commanded the Su group with remarkable acumen, her gaze laden with significance as she regarded Principal Zhang Jun. "It seems that your Longhua Academy is indeed brimming with passionate youth," she remarked, before turning to leave without uttering a word about the investment matters. As a private institution, Longhua Academy did not benefit from funding by the Ministry of Education. Its revenue primarily stemmed from tuition fees and investments from affluent capitalists. Now, they found themselves in a predicament, having gained nothing but a tarnished reputation. Zhang Jun glared at his brother-in-law, his teeth clenched in frustration. "You are nothing but a hindrance. I have warned you countless times to keep your son in check. And now you've stirred up trouble. Let me tell you, if this year's funds do not circulate properly, neither you nor I shall fare well." With that, he hastened back to his office, hoping to devise a remedy. Zhao Xian lay trembling in his hospital bed, glancing at the luxurious carpet underfoot and the advanced medical equipment surrounding him. Finally, he drew the curtains and stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, surveying the nightscape of Jiangbei City. An overwhelming sense of surrealism washed over him. "Old Lu, I never imagined I would stand here in my lifetime. This beating was worth it. Come on. This is just the beginning. The days ahead will surely be brighter. This is merely a starting point, far from our destination. The most splendid moments await us tomorrow." Gu Yun patted Zhao Xian on the shoulder. Some individuals may find it challenging to forge deep connections throughout their lives. Yet there are others with whom, upon a mere glance, one knows they can weather any storm together. Zhao Xian observed Gu Yun being summoned by Bai Yihang, his expression solemn. The patients on this floor were either affluent or noble, with a single night's bed fee amounting to 5,800. Gu Yun had just paid half a month's worth without batting an eye. As Zhao Xian's roommate, he sensed the profound changes within Gu Yun. However, as a brother, he understood that everyone harbors their own secrets. Thus, despite the burning desire to inquire, he buried his questions deep within. The setting sun hung like blood in the sky, when suddenly, Gu Yun turned and fixed his intense gaze upon Bai Yihang. "Will you be my girlfriend?" Chapter 6. How can one associate with beasts all day long? Since Bai Yihang entered Changhua Academy last year, she has attracted the attention of the entire student body, particularly the male students, whose ardent gazes perpetually linger upon her. Even the female students, upon encountering her, often experience a sense of inferiority. Moreover, Bai Yihang is not only strikingly beautiful but also possesses a remarkable emotional intelligence, exuding an aura of grace in her interactions with others, always aware of her own desires. Her tall and exquisite figure, coupled with her self-awareness, alongside her breathtaking appearance, brings immense pleasure to Gu Yun, especially her gentle, water-like eyes, which make him feel that having such a woman as a girlfriend would be a delightful experience. The notion of love at first sight is merely an attraction to one's appearance, and the sensation of a racing heart is simply a response to the other's appealing qualities. Bai Yihang, momentarily taken aback, was perplexed by Gu Yun's sudden remarks. "Please, do not jest. We are not suited for one another. You lack funds, I am well off. As for looks, I believe I hold my own," she retorted, while Gu Yun touched his own face, utterly oblivious to the concept of shyness. "This is not merely a matter of wealth. I am your teacher. And you are my student. Changha Academy forbids relationships between teachers and students. Bai Yihang recalled the vast fortune within Gu Yang's bank vault, and her resolve began to waver. There are policies in place, yet countermeasures exist. The school disallows tutoring outside, yet I see you engaging in it with great enthusiasm. Gu Yun unflinchingly revealed Bai Yihang's deception. Then pressed on, if you were to date me, I would provide you with 5 million each month. Gu Yun, how should I respond to you? Bai Yihang gazed at him with a complex expression, ultimately wishing to refuse. 10 million. Gu Yun countered, raising the stakes. No. 15 million. 20 million. Deal. Bai Yihang's determination crumbled before Gu Yun's wealth, and she bowed her head in submission to money. Gu Yun escorted Bai Yihang to the largest and most luxurious 5-star hotel in Jiangbei, heading directly to the most beautiful receptionist at the front desk. Welcome. May I ask if you have a reservation, sir? The elegant and poised receptionist greeted him with a radiant smile, her demeanor warm, lips slightly upturned, revealing 8 pristine teeth. Standing gracefully. However, upon recognizing the man before her, she was utterly astonished. Having encountered numerous guests at a 5-star hotel, from the high-browed and deep-eyed Westerners to the refined elegance of the East, and the robust stature of Africans, this man evoked an indescribable feeling, commanding a presence that felt as imposing as a towering mountain, captivating her completely. Oh! How I wish to be his treasure, to engage in profound conversations with him, to become his exclusive darling. No reservation. Please provide me with a presidential suite. Gu Yun declared, handing his identification to the attendant. Do you realize how much a presidential suite costs per night, young man? Nowadays, anyone dares to play the part of a wealthy patron. A sharp and caustic voice emerged from the side. As Gu Yang's identification card was toyed with by the middle-aged woman. Whether one can afford to stay is my concern. You merely need to fulfill your professional duties. Bai Yihang stepped forward, casting a disdainful glance at the so-called head of housekeeping. It appears that some individuals, having received payment, neglect their responsibilities. I should inform the security team to be discerning about who is allowed into the hotel. Should a distinguished guest be disturbed, I cannot bear the consequences. Zhang Wanli spoke with a mocking tone, once again critiquing the attire of Cheng Pinyin and Bai Yihang. Ms. Zhang Wanli, are you familiar with the adage a dog meddling in a rat's affairs? Bai Yihang retorted, firmly believing that in a battle of wits, he would not be outmatched by anyone. Zhang Wanli gritted her teeth, yet soon donned a smile, saying, some remarks I would rather not express so bluntly. Wearing counterfeit Chanel and carrying a fake LV. Do you think you belong to the upper echelons of society? Moreover, if I am not mistaken, this Gu Yun is still a student, is he not? An old cow grazing on tender grass, and yet you are unashamed. How embarrassing for you. The woman continued her tirade, but Gu Yun, who had remained silent until now, interjected. Bring forth someone who can make decisions. I am the head of housekeeping. If there is an issue, speak to me. Zhang Wanli proclaimed with a proud demeanor. Her nose held high. You? Are you worthy of conversing with me? Gu Yun scoffed. Zhang Wanli's face flushed with indignation, caught momentarily speechless. Security! Where are you? Remove these two at once. Zhang Wanli could no longer maintain her facade, shouting hysterically. What is the commotion? A man in a finely tailored suit emerged from the elevator. His expression displeased as he glanced in their direction. The previously frantic Zhang Wanli's face instantly transformed into a mask of smiles. Mr. Zhang, these two have overstepped their bounds. Attempting to book the presidential suite. I merely offered a brief admonition, though my emotions may have flared. Now I truly understand the meaning of speaking one way to someone's face and another behind their back. Bai Yihang mused, his voice low yet audible to all present. What is happening here? Zhang Bai adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, discreetly scrutinizing Gu Yun and Bai Yihang, who appeared ill-suited to afford the presidential suite. Some individuals simply look down on others. We have yet to make payment, yet she has already presumed we cannot afford it. Is this a place for the elite? Bai Yihang desperately sought to undermine Zhang Wanli. Although it is often said that respect is given to wealth rather than to attire, a guest should never be turned away. Zhang Bai grasped Bai Yihang's implication. In an apparent effort to validate Bai Yihang's words, Gu Yun casually produced a black card from Citibank and tossed it onto the bar. Open a tab for a month. Zhang Bai stole a glance at Gu Yun, noting that he appeared dead serious. Our presidential suite at Jiangbei Grand Hotel is priced at 158,888 per night. Open it. I am not short on funds, Gu Yun replied, not even batting an eyelash. The lobby attendant who previously served Gu Yun trembled as she entered the amount over 4 million. It was a sum she could never hope to earn in a lifetime. And here was this seemingly younger man spending it so effortlessly. Chen then respectfully presented the black card with both hands to Gu Yun. At which point Zhang Bo realized that the card in Gu Yun's possession was none other than the limited edition black gold card issued by Citibank. And it bore the number 001. It is worth noting that Citibank issues only 100 of these black gold cards worldwide. And obtaining one requires an exhaustive evaluation of wealth, power, and social standing, each element being indispensable. This card is not merely a banking tool. It is a symbol of strength and status, with a lower number signifying greater prestige. Having inadvertently offended such a significant figure, Zhang Bo felt as if darkness had enveloped him. Mr. Gu, I apologize for our ignorance and any offense caused. I sincerely hope for your understanding. As he spoke, Zhang Bo bowed deeply, nearly prostrating himself before Gu Yun. In the bustling lobby, everyone knew that Zhang Bo was the de facto head of the Jiangbei Grand Hotel. Typically arrogant, commanding, and brimming with self-importance. Yet here he was, bowing his head in apology to a mere vocational student, a sight truly unprecedented. As the crowd gathered, their curiosity piqued, Gu Yun remained silent, and Zhang Bo dared not rise, enduring the discomfort of his aching back and numb legs. Zhang Wangyi felt utterly bewildered. After all, he was just a poor boy. What was Zhang Bo doing? As Gu Yun passed by Zhang Bo, holding Bai Yihang's hand, he whispered, I do not wish to see her again. I am a person. How can I associate with this day? After confirming Gu Yun's departure, Zhang Bo felt like a puddle of mud, collapsing to the floor and gasping for air. From today onward, you need not return, and as for you, Chen, what was your surname? You will take over Zhang Wangyi's position. Zhang Bo swiftly issued commands, his mind racing to devise a remedy. Zhang Wangyi stood frozen, unable to comprehend the situation, before desperately pleading with Zhang Bo to allow her to stay. Yet all she received in response were the scornful gazes of former colleagues and the resolute retreat of Zhang Bo. In Jiangbei, what constitutes the pinnacle of indulgence? It is residing in a high-rise apartment with the finest view of the Jiangbei skyline, savoring exquisite Sichuan cuisine and international delicacies, sipping on Lafite wine, all while gazing out at the bustling streets below, free to embrace the resplendent nightscape of Jinjiang without the confines of clothing. The opulent corridors of the elevator exude luxury at every turn. Under Zhang Bo's personal guidance, Gu Yun and Bai Yihang ascended to the restricted 20th floor. Throughout the journey, Bai Yihang marveled at the lavish decor, akin to Lu Law entering the Grand View Garden, her greed evident in her gaze. Objectively speaking, a single tile from this floor could finance an 80 square meter apartment in the outskirts of Jiangbei. The moment they pushed open the door to the guest room, a velvety, lustrous porcelain vase greeted them, the artist's vibrant stroke marking the hotel with a touch of magnificence. However, the guest room is adorned with soft taupe furnishings, showcasing indigo and lotus green patterns that create an intriguing dialogue with the traditional Chinese garden landscape depicted in the expressive ink paintings, presenting a serene vision of a Jiangnan garden infused with Eastern mystique. The spacious marble bathroom serves as a transparent and luxurious conclusion, featuring expansive floor-to-ceiling windows and an oversized sunken bathtub, with views of the atypical scenery of Jiangbei. This bathroom spans an impressive 50 square meters, including a 4 square meter massage bathtub and a steam room, as well as a private fitness area. Immersed in the lavishness of the massage bathtub, one can gaze upon the Jiangbei landscape, washing away the weariness of the mundane world. Every detail here exudes extravagance, resembling a miniature empire, with a dedicated butler available around the clock to ensure every guest feels at home. Bai Yihang's worldview is swiftly reshaped under Gu Yun's guidance. Having worked in Jiangbei for 3 years, she realizes for the first time that she has been but a frog at the bottom of a well, shyly concealing her counterfeit handbag behind her. Gu Yun, accustomed to the sights around him, remains unfazed as he surveys the room, finding it rather uninspiring. Yet, it is precisely Gu Yun's demeanor that sends a jolt of alarm through Zhang Bo, making him wary of underestimating this young man. Mr. Gu, if there are no further issues, I shall take my leave, Zhang Bo states, feeling the invisible pressure nearly driving him to madness. And he exits hastily without awaiting Gu Yun's response. In a moment of distraction, Bai Yihang has unexpectedly changed into her sleepwear. The exquisite silk nightwear hangs loosely on her frame, cinched at the waist with a delicate tie, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of her figure that sways alluringly with each movement. Her enchanting peach blossom eyes draw close to Gu Yun's ear, whispering, "Would you care to join me for a bath?" The fragrance of innocence wafts through the air, and Gu Yun, upon lowering his gaze, finds himself entranced. Yet, he gently pushes Bai Yihang away. "I believe you have misunderstood my intentions. Don't jest. Do you think I am unaware of what men truly desire? Bai Yihang stops. What era are we living in? It's no longer fashionable to simply chat under the covers. Gu Yun acknowledges that it is indeed the 21st century, yet he requires time to adjust. Primarily because he cannot contest Bai Yihang's assertion, he is not merely seeking a cover for idle conversation. And though you speak with feigned propriety, your body betrays your true desires, she remarks with a playful pout. Following her gaze, Gu Yun realizes his hand rests upon her soft form. And he recalls that he had inadvertently caressed her several times. At this moment, Gu Yun finds himself ensnared, unable to extricate himself from the situation. Seeing Gu Yun's flustered expression, Bai Yihang smiles seductively, swaying her hips as she retreats towards the bathroom. Bai Yihang considered herself a woman of self-worth. Yet she was acutely aware of her desires. She could hardly believe that Gu Yun would pay 20 million each month to hire her as his girlfriend, only to engage in a platonic romance. Gu Yun, feeling somewhat vexed, eventually found himself seated before a massive computer screen within a hotel. Intending to address the urgent matter of a crucial equity change and reconnect with an old friend he had seen in years. Initially, he felt a tinge of discomfort. But gradually, his instincts overcame his rational thoughts. Logging onto the Longton official website, he beheld his old friend Pei Qing, whose hair was now starkly gray. And a wave of nostalgia washed over him. He located Pei Qing's personal contact information and simply typed 4 words, "I am back." In the bustling heart of New York City, the towering Longton building, standing at an impressive 195 stories, housed the Longton Group. A source of pride not only for Huog but for the entire world. Historically, the title of the world's wealthiest individual had been monopolized by foreigners. Yet Longton Group shattered this constraint, ascending to the pinnacle of wealth in the 1980s with remarkable swiftness. It had maintained this position ever since, remaining at the forefront of an ever-evolving world. However, chaos had erupted within Longton Group. The previously composed ultimate boss was now oscillating between laughter and tears during the meeting, descending into a state of frenzy. Suddenly, a colossal visage appeared on the wall, strikingly handsome and reminiscent of an ancient gentleman. Though smiling, it instilled dread in everyone present. Where did this figure come from? Had the system been compromised? Where were the personnel from the electronic department? Such a colossal error during such a significant meeting was unacceptable. Voices of concern rose in a cacophony, as this mid-year summary meeting convened heads from various global divisions of Longton Group, each a person of considerable influence in their respective regions. There's nothing wrong with the computer or data, a programmer approached, scrutinizing the face on the screen, fingers flying across the keyboard with a rapidity that seemed futile against the looming visage. This is eerie. This brat truly thinks highly of himself. Our programmers are world-class. How could this happen? In the grand conference room, some relished the chaos while others seethed with indignation. Meanwhile, representatives from other sectors were equally shocked. The giant of electronic technology had been hacked. It was utterly ludicrous. What would Longton Group say now? Today, Chairman Pei Qing was personally presiding over the meeting. Could this figure be an instigator? Why are you all just standing there? Hurry and find someone. The room erupted into a frenzy of voices, undoubtedly from their leaders. Under this clamor, the programmers grew increasingly anxious, their eyes wide as they fixated on Gu Yun, yet all their efforts proved to be in vain. Creaking. Just when the atmosphere in the conference room reached a fever pitch, Pei Qing, who had been seated in the executive chair, unexpectedly rose to his feet. Step by step, he approached the large screen. The moment he laid eyes on Gu Yun, the elderly man's body trembled uncontrollably. Pei Qing extended his hand, yearning to touch Gu Yun's youthful visage, yet his body quaked without restraint. Even the demeanor that had always exuded composure shattered in that instant. His voice emerged, somewhat hoarse. "Let us find a quiet place to speak." Gu Yun interjected directly. Though his words were few, they carried an undeniable authority that left no room for refusal. Within the grand conference room, the seated CEOs from various regions felt a sudden chill at Gu Yun's proclamation. Since Pei Qing established the Longton Group, no one had ever dared to address him in such a tone. Whether they were visitors or Longton employees attending the meeting, the tension escalated to an extreme. "Kid, are you seeking death?" bellowed a burly man with blonde hair and blue eyes. "To interrupt Chairman Pei and obstruct our Longton meeting? Do you wish to end your life?" Others growled in response. "How dare you show such disrespect to Chairman Pei? Once we find you, your fate is sealed." Some individuals glared with wide eyes, hurling harsh insults. "Who do you think you are? Just because you know a bit about computers, you feel significant. A lunatic, undoubtedly a lunatic. The conference room, where one could hear a pin drop, now resembled a bustling marketplace, filled with uproar, every voice raised high. Some clenched their teeth, wishing they could rush forward and tear Gu-yun apart. Chapter 8, revealing brilliance in the grand conference room, amidst a gathering of middle-aged individuals. There stood a singular young man, who was particularly conspicuous. It was not his appearance that set him apart, but rather the sheer audacity reflected in his demeanor. Yet, it was Chen Ziguang who represented TW. This meeting was originally intended for his father, but instead, they sent this greenhorn, whose naivety was evident. The implications were unmistakable. Although rumors had circulated about Chen Man's intention to venture out on his own, it now appeared that he had already embarked on that path. Previously basking in the limelight and receiving accolades from the crowd, the moment Gu-yun arrived, all attention shifted to him, much to Chen Guang's chagrin. To Chen Guang's left, an elderly gentleman's disdain deepened, and he calmly enlightened the newcomer, Chen Guang, do not be misled by Chairman Pei's seemingly approachable demeanor. The last person who dared to speak to him in such a manner was swiftly dispatched to a mental institution by the special police. Is that truly the case? Chen Guang inquired, surprised, casting a furtive glance at Pei Qing. Indeed, it is. The higher one ascends in rank, the more superstitions and taboos one must navigate. Imagine, if you were the chairman of Longton Group and some insignificant brat dared to provoke you, sparing his life would be an act of mercy. Would it not? Certainly. If I occupied such a position, I would never allow anyone to speak to me with such audacity. Chen Guang squinted, greedily eyeing the chair Pei Qing had just vacated, filled with an insatiable ambition. Others nodded in agreement, though Pei Qing was the founder of Longton Group. Age had begun to take its toll, and with no heirs, how much longer could he retain that position? In truth, the undercurrents within Longton Group had been tumultuous for years, with regional leaders beginning to take sides. However, just as the executive directors and numerous tycoon representatives braced themselves to witness how Pei Qing would address this audacious young man displayed on the large screen, Pei Qing slowly turned, his expression growing increasingly frigid, his sharp gaze akin to a razor's edge. Silence! All of you, be quiet. Whoever dares to show disrespect again shall find themselves no longer welcome at Longton Group. His voice, though not booming, resonated with authority. Upon hearing this, the entire conference room fell into silence. A smug smile crept across Chen Guang's face, convinced that this interloper, who had stolen his thunder, was bound to face misfortune today. Meanwhile, some timid individuals dared not even glance at Pei Qing, fearing his ire for their oversight and the potential consequences that could jeopardize their livelihoods. Their eyes turned to Gu-yun, filled with animosity, as they resolved to seize any opportunity to teach him a lesson, no matter where on earth they had to search. Yet, just as everyone harbored their own thoughts, Pei Qing's next move left countless onlookers astounded. He bowed slightly towards the youth on the screen, his countenance radiating utmost respect, while Gu-yun remained unfazed, exuding an air of tranquility. Such an act was even more shocking, prompting some to rub their eyes in disbelief. Did he comprehend the identity of the individual to whom he was bowing? However, it was none other than Pei Qing, the billionaire tycoon of the Dragon Rising Group, whose net worth amounted to trillions. A figure of such significance that global leaders sought to meet him personally. A financial titan whose mere sneeze could send tremors across the world. Young master! Pei Qing's voice held a hint of uncertainty, yet was predominantly laced with excitement. His mouth agape, he found himself at a loss for words. Gu-yun surveyed the conference room, filled with over 300 attendees, and suggested, "Let us find a more private space. I believe you have many inquiries for me." As if receiving a royal decree, Pei Qing hurriedly declared the meeting adjourned and skipped back to his office, his demeanor betraying not a hint of the 70-plus years he had lived. At that very moment, Gu-yun vanished from the colossal screen, leaving the entire assembly buzzing with speculation. Upon returning to his office, Pei Qing extended a trembling hand to gently close the door, drawing all the curtains shut as well. Zhang Guangxi, who had been vociferously expounding on Pei Qing's formidable nature to Chen Guan, was now rendered speechless. As if struck by lightning, unable to utter a word. What on earth was happening? Some were left bewildered. Chairman Pei had met that individual privately. Others widened their eyes, murmuring, did Chairman Pei just refer to him as young master? That must mean he is the next heir of our Dragon Rising Group. As realization dawned, shouts of astonishment filled the air, mingled with jealousy and regret. Meanwhile, The reporters stationed at the door exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting a deep sense of loss. For the earlier shot had caused them to forget to capture the moment, thereby missing out on tomorrow's headlines. The meeting has been suspended. Please proceed to the relaxation area prepared by Chairman Pei. I will communicate any further instructions from Chairman Pei to you all. Pei Qing's personal secretary stepped forward, swiftly regaining control of the situation. With a warm smile and an authoritative tone, he made it clear that dissent was not an option. Under Zhang Zhao's formidable influence, the previously raucous representatives gradually quieted down. Yet, none chose to leave. They awaited, convinced that Pei Qing would soon emerge. They believed he was merely putting on a facade, and that once Chairman Pei disowned the young man's true identity, he would promptly take appropriate action. The Dragon Rising Group, renowned as the most economically powerful and enigmatic consortium in the world, had amassed total assets reaching trillions of dollars by 1980. With over 600 subsidiaries spanning sectors such as technology, banking, real estate, hospitality, finance, pharmaceuticals, shipping, and manufacturing, it had established a presence in over 100 countries, undeniably earning its title as a colossal behemoth. Yet, only Pei Qing knew that the true founder and helm of the Dragon Rising Group was this seemingly ageless boy on the computer screen. He was merely the most loyal employee of this young master, even deriving his surname from him. You have done well, Gu Yun remarked after sipping his English tea, taking a considerable time before uttering such a statement. Yet, those 5 seemingly inconsequential words evoked a torrent of tears from Pei Qing, who had navigated the tumultuous seas of commerce for decades, making him feel that all his efforts had been worthwhile. Young master, the shares of Longton Group still belong to you. You may assume control of the company at your convenience, Pei Qing said, wiping away his tears and standing beside the chair with utmost respect. You misunderstand. I did not seek you out for that reason. When I departed, I entrusted the company to you, and now it rightfully belongs to you. As for wealth, which is merely a material possession, I am not particularly concerned. However, I do have a matter requiring your assistance. Young master, what are your instructions? Pei Qing inquired solemnly, resembling a diligent sentinel awaiting a superior's inspection. Despite being 74 years old, he stood tall and straight. I am currently in Jiangbei. You will continue to manage the company, and I need you to procure a residential property for me there, an abode of over 100 square meters, preferably with a garden. Additionally, please arrange for 2 vehicles, one ordinary and one off-road, Gu Yun instructed. Initially, Gu Yun had no intention of purchasing cars, but he suddenly recalled a grandiose vehicle mentioned by Long Long and his paramour, prompting him to decide to indulge them. Previously, I refrained from allowing you to engage in business within the mainland. Now that I have returned, let Longton Group venture into the domestic market, Gu Yun remarked casually, as if discussing what to have for dinner, yet Pei Qing was profoundly moved. This was not merely due to the immense repercussions that the announcement would have internationally, but rather because Gu Yun still remembered him and acknowledged his longing for home. Our first stop will be Jiangbei, where I will appoint someone to manage operations and ensure a successful launch, Gu Yun declared. Understood, young master, Pei Qing replied, though he had many questions for Gu Yun. The video call abruptly ended, leaving him to await their next conversation. In his typically spirited manner, Pei Qing summoned his secretary, Zhang Zhao, instructing him to promptly prepare the necessities for Gu Yun and personally deliver them to Jiangbei. Feeling somewhat uneasy, he reiterated his instructions multiple times, but ultimately resolved to personally select the vehicles and property. Zhang Zhao was left astonished, his mouth agape in disbelief. The representative of Longton Group was left unattended while he rushed to procure automobiles and housing for Jiangbei. Surely, the chairman had lost his senses. Chapter 9. The warm lotus in the spring night after her cleansing, Bai Yihang appeared as pure as jade, clad in a white man's shirt that revealed her immaculate legs. Bare of footwear, yet her delicate toes invited lingering glances. Upon noticing Gu Yun turning to look at her, she playfully blinked, feigning innocence, before voicing a complaint. And to think this is a presidential suite. The nightgown is far too small, leaving everything that should remain hidden exposed. A mere glance at her left Gu Yun feeling a surge of heat, coupled with Bai Yihang's occasional display of allure. Even his steadfast composure began to waver, blood rushing to his head. This woman was so breathtakingly beautiful that Gu Yun dared not look too long, her natural beauty emerging after shedding the pretenses of the world. Her enchanting, almost soul-snatching eyes, her flawless skin, and her dewy, rosy lips resembled cherry blossoms, particularly accentuated by her enticing figure that could tempt any man. Bai Yihang cast a mildly troubled glance at Gu Yun, her cherry lips parting slightly, yet no words escaped them. Eventually, she approached him step by step, the scent of her best gel mingling perfectly with her youthful fragrance, as she knelt beside him, extending her right hand toward him. In a moment of distraction, she unexpectedly toppled Gu Yun onto the bed, initiating an intimate encounter, followed by her teasing remark, "You truly lack awareness, tell me. What nefarious deeds do you intend with my belongings?" Gu Yun, lying on his back, felt as if the weight of the world had descended upon him. A suffocating sensation rendering him weak. Turning his head, he glimpsed something extraordinary, and the taut string of restraint within him snapped. He swiftly rolled over, pinning Bai Yihang beneath him, and captured her lips with precision. Both were unwilling to yield, akin to thunder igniting fire, devoid of tenderness, as they vied for dominance. Much like hunters in a territorial dispute. After some time, delicate strands entwined between them, evidence of their fervor marked Gu Yun's chin and collarbone with moisture, alongside distinct imprints left by Bai Yihang bite marks and the bloom of strawberries. As their kiss concluded, Bai Yihang gazed at the man before her. A sudden unfamiliarity washing over her, he bore no resemblance to the student she had taught for 3 years. Unable to resist, she reached out to caress his handsome face, gently tracing his lips, wiping away the sheen that had gathered there. What followed was merely the natural course of events. Mutual affection blossomed, and in the presidential suite, they indulged in the utmost abandon. At dawn, a ray of sunlight streamed through the curtain-s gap, illuminating the bed. Bai Yihang slowly opened her eyes, surveying the opulent surroundings, her body aching, and suddenly recalling the outrageous events of the previous night. She had entangled herself with her student. The chaos strewn about the room spoke volumes about the intensity of their encounter. Gu Yun, a light sleeper, also awoke, his gaze falling upon the vivid remnants on the sheets, a sense of bashfulness washing over him. Had he known it would be their first time, he would have tempered his desires. Bai Yihang, however, misconstrued Gu Yun's reluctance to take responsibility. In an era of fleeting romances, the burden of accountability for oneself often consumes all one's energy. Moreover, such matters cannot be resolved unilaterally. After all, if one has expended 20 million to employ me as your girlfriend, would it not be rather disadvantageous if you garnered nothing in return? Bai Yihang feigned nonchalance. "I will use the bathroom first. If you are in a hurry, you may use another room." Her words flowed rapidly, affording Gu Yun no opportunity to respond, as she hastily donned a loose nightgown and fled into the bathroom. This was Gu Yun's first encounter with such a situation. In the past, he had always managed to control his actions. However, this time, whether it was due to the profound integration with this body or some other reason, his desires overtook him, rendering him heedless of all else. Having indulged the previous night, he awoke with fervor, compelled to take a cold shower to regain his composure. "Mr. Gu, may I inquire if Mr. Gu is present?" A voice called from below, as Zhang Bai hurriedly ascended to the presidential suite. Gu Yang's school uniform had been sent for dry cleaning, and upon opening the wardrobe, he was met with an array of garments: Anderson Shepherd bespoke suits, Brioni semi-bespoke suits, and countless casual outfits, all pristine and some still bearing their tags. Gu Yun selected a casual ensemble, yet, being a veritable clothes hanger, he imbued every attire with his distinctive flair. Approximately 10 minutes later, Gu Yun finally opened the door. Zhang Bai, standing at the threshold, exhibited no impatience, rather, he was all smiles, guiding Gu Yun downstairs. At the entrance of the Jiangbei Grand Hotel stood a middle-aged man clad in a tailored suit. Gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, embodying the essence of a societal elite. He scrutinized Gu Yun as he emerged from the elevator, unable to fathom how such a young man could command Chairman Pei's attention so significantly. "Greetings, I am Zhang Zhao, secretary to Chairman Pei of Longton Group. Chairman Pei has entrusted me to deliver something to you." Despite his inner skepticism, Zhang Zhao's demeanor remained consistently humble. Gu Yun was slightly taken aback but soon found solace in the realization that, given his understanding of Pei Qing, he was indeed a natural-born businessman, capable of elevating the group to its current stature. Zhang Bai, positioned behind Gu Yun, felt a surge of anxiety as he listened to Zhang Zhao's introduction. Longton Group, a premier global conglomerate, had an omnipresent influence. He could hardly believe that the secretary of its helm stood before him. What, then, was Gu Yun's identity? The illegitimate son of Pei Qing. In that moment, Zhang Bai's mind raced with countless thoughts. Yet one idea resonated strongly within him: he must treat Gu Yun with greater kindness. If he could forge a connection with Longton Group, his rise to prominence would surely be imminent. The helicopter, gracefully hovering in the sky, slowly descended, and soon two compact containers, each measuring 7 meters in length and 5 meters in width, were gently placed upon the ground. Zhang Zhao personally unlatched the doors of the containers, revealing two pristine automobiles within. As he maneuvered the vehicles out into the golden embrace of the morning sun, Zhang Bai could no longer contain his avaricious desires. Having swallowed hard more than once in anticipation, the first vehicle was an imported Mercedes-Benz G65 AMG, the epitome of a rugged luxury SUV. This exceptional model seamlessly amalgamates power, comfort, and off-road prowess, truly embodying the essence of a kingly vehicle and aspiration for every man. Regrettably, its global production is exceedingly limited, making it a coveted treasure that money alone cannot secure. The second vehicle appeared rather ordinary, resembling a Volkswagen Passat at first glance, yet, upon closer inspection, it revealed numerous subtle distinctions. As Zhang Bai circled the two cars, it dawned on him that the seemingly unremarkable vehicle was, in fact, a 12-cylinder phaeton. One need not fear Mercedes or Land Rover, but rather Volkswagen adorned with an emblem, he mused, astonished, for this was his inaugural encounter with such a model. Mr. Gu Yun, this is the bulletproof Mercedes G65 AMG, equipped with a V12 twin-turbocharged engine that delivers a staggering 612 horsepower. Meanwhile, this is the Volkswagen Phaeton, boasting the rare W12 engine, achieving a remarkable acceleration of 0 to 100 km in just 6 seconds. It perfectly aligns with your desire for subtlety from a distance. The Phaeton is often mistaken for merely an elongated Passat, Zhang Zhao explained, feeling a profound fatigue wash over him as he gazed at the Phaeton. Little did anyone know the lengths he had gone to in search of the understated vehicle that Gu Yun had described countless visits to 4S dealerships and consultations with automotive advisors, all to uncover this epitome of low-key luxury and depth. This bulletproof off-roader was procured through the forceful influence of Pei Qing, who had exerted pressure from the Longton Group to secure it, hastily packed and air-freighted to ensure its prompt arrival. Here stood Dong Zhao, a doctoral candidate in finance at Stanford University, whose endeavors bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a courier. One couldn't help but wonder whether Chairman Pei had lost his senses or if Gu Yun truly harbored some concealed identity. Chapter 10. Exquisite relatives. As for the residence you requested, Mr. Pei has already arranged for you a standalone villa in the central area of the Xinhai National Treasure, specifically in the luxurious Xinhai district, where you may take up residence at your convenience. Zhang Zhao respectfully presented the keys with both hands and continued. Should there be any dissatisfaction, please do not hesitate to instruct me. Zhang Bai stood frozen, unsure of what expression to wear in front of Gu Yun. He had exhausted all his mental faculties attempting to fathom Gu Yang's identity, yet it now appeared that Gu Yang's standing far surpassed his wildest imaginings. The Xinhai National Treasure, a superlative residential area crafted over 5 years by the newly affluent Su group of Jiangbei, had its most opulent section, the Xinhai district, capturing the attention of the entire nation. Once it launched, its popularity was beyond question, with a global limit of 200 luxury vehicles priced at 10 billion each. What manner of person was Gu Yun? Not only Zhang Bai thought this way, even Zhang Zhao, accustomed to the world's elite, was intrigued by the true nature of Gu Yang's identity. Gu Yun, however, was indifferent to their speculations. Grasping the car keys, he set off towards Beihai Hospital, recalling that his father's medical expenses seemed to be due, and after 6 months of treatment with no improvement, it was time to consider a different hospital. The aging building was overrun with creeping ivy, its remote location and uneven roads contributing a sense of desolation to the hospital. The elderly gatekeeper, chewing on a cigarette, appeared half asleep, and it took Gu Yun 3 honks of the horn before the gate was opened. Inside the hospital, the state of disrepair was even more pronounced. The ivy obstructed the sunlight, the ancient wooden doors creaked ominously, and the scant nursing staff exuded an air of despondency. Gu Yun sighed deeply as he pushed open the door to room 305. On the bed lay a man with bronzed skin and graying hair, one foot encased in thick plaster while the other curled in discomfort. His breath was faint, and his body bore an array of wounds and bruises on his forehead and arms. A thin needle was embedded in the back of his emaciated hand, prepared for the next infusion. Though only 48 years old, he appeared as frail as an elderly man, his murky eyes igniting with a flicker of hope upon seeing Gu Yun. A nauseating odor permeated the room. A full urinal lay unattended beneath the bed. Where were his aunt and uncle? Gu Yun searched in vain for any caregivers. Born and raised in the countryside, Gu Yun had lost his mother early and was left to rely solely on his father, Gu Changxing. Fearing that his son would suffer, Gu Changxing had never sought help. A man of simple honesty, he had little means beyond his strength, managing to scrape by through hard work and governmental aid. In rural life, relationships often outweighed reason. Gu Yang's uncle and aunt were akin to parasites, with one being a thorough sluggard, consumed by indulgence, while the other, having lost her husband, led a life of constant financial strain. When Gu Changsheng observed that his biological brothers were struggling, he willingly offered his assistance, occasionally borrowing money to support them. However, he never anticipated the depths of their exploitation. They intensified their demands on him, often calling from their doorsteps whenever there was work to be done. Expecting Gu Changsheng to lend a hand, the few acres of land belonging to both families were cultivated by Gu Changsheng. Yet the profits from the grain sales were pocketed by them. Initially, Gu Yun had to walk 2 hours along mountain paths to attend school, wearing out several pairs of shoes in the process. He requested a bicycle from Gu Changsheng, who hesitated to fulfill this wish. Gu Yun assumed it was due to a lack of funds, but the following day, news broke that his uncle, Gu Changli, had lost 10,000 yuan in a single night of gambling, a debt that Gu Changsheng had to settle. Gu Changsheng's kindness towards the families of Gu Changli and Gu Shaiping was boundless, leading him to gradually neglect the needs of his own son. Meanwhile, those relatives, oblivious to Gu Yang's plight, shamelessly relished in Gu Changsheng's sacrifices. They only cared to provide for their own children, ignoring Gu Yun as he passed by, famished. Even when he was visibly suffering, they never invited him in for a meal. When Gu Changsheng returned home in the evening, they complained about Gu Yang's perceived lack of respect and unwillingness to help. During Gu Yun's early entrepreneurial endeavors, both Gu Changli and Gu Shaiping made snide remarks. However, as Gu Yang's business began to stabilize, they eagerly sought to ingratiate themselves with him. Coincidentally, during the busy farming season, Gu Changsheng suffered a leg fracture, and both families volunteered to care for him, with Gu Yun even providing them with a daily stipend of 50 yuan for their services. Yet, when Gu Yun fell into unfortunate circumstances and accrued debts, the warmth of their previous support vanished, leaving Gu Changsheng's medical expenses unaddressed as they began to avoid him like a plague. They had not visited for over a week. A flush of color crossed Gu Changsheng's dark face as he softly suggested, "Let us check out soon." Gu Yun, observing the dilapidated surroundings that were ill-suited for recovery, noted that it was currently the time for rounds, yet no doctor had arrived. Having once worked as a doctor himself, Gu Yun recognized that the trash can held only a meager supply of glucose, barely sufficient for sustaining life, devoid of any actual medication. Gu Changsheng stared blankly at Gu Yun before lowering his head. "All right, let us hurry and discharge ourselves. This place is suffocating." His tone feigned lightness, yet it betrayed a sense of despair. The blisters on his feet were a testament to his own efforts. The situation had deteriorated to such an extent that it was difficult to hold Gu Yun accountable. During this time, Gu Changsheng had come to see the true nature of his sister and brother. The saying, "When the person leaves, the tea cools," resonated with him. And even before his departure, he could feel the chill. "Dad, I will take care of the discharge paperwork. We'll transfer to another hospital," Gu Yun stated as he picked up the bedside card and opened the door. "What? We are not just discharging, but transferring," Gu Changsheng exclaimed, sitting up in surprise. "Do you have money? I'm already half buried in the ground. Don't he waste any more on useless expenses. We are going to the First People's Hospital in Jiangbei. The medical facilities and technology here are inadequate." If it were the original Gu Yun, he would certainly harbor resentment towards his father. However, the current Gu Yun is but a wandering soul, drifting for countless years. Having witnessed much, he has grown accustomed to the absurdities of life. Moreover, Gu Changsheng has already reaped the bitter fruits of his actions, and it is believed he will no longer cling to those two families with such fervor. "Since you look down upon our hospital, then do not seek treatment here." A sharp and cutting voice pierced through from outside, echoing with arrogance. "First, settle the outstanding medical fees at the First People's Hospital in Jiangbei. Shown, there are 2 IOUs under the bed. Go to your uncle's and aunt's houses to collect the money. We shall cease treatment." The old man's stubbornness had flared up. This nurse had been insufferable these days, and he had grown weary of it. If not for the need for family during discharge, he would have left long ago. "Brother, how can you act this way? We are relatives after all. Are you not aware of my family's situation? Zhuangzi is about to marry, and now you demand money from me. This could be the end of me." Even before her arrival, her voice had preceded her, and for days, she had attended to his every need. Gu Yun had not only failed to pay the promised wages but now bore the brunt of their grievances. How am I to survive as a single mother? On a scorching day of 38 degrees, a woman arrived clad in fur. Her demeanor exaggeratedly mourning as soon as she heard Gu Changnan was seeking money. Changsheng, Xiaoyun is about to transfer you to another hospital. Shouldn't we settle the nursing fees for this period? Then a man walked in, a cigarette dangling from his lips. We are indeed relatives, initially. I had no intention of demanding this money. However, since you show no compassion, I shall not extend any favors. A promise is a promise. How many times did Shuyun say that she would not need it? I have been quite generous. As soon as the matter of finances arose, Gu Changli and Gu Shaiping turned hostile. They had come to the hospital today with the intention of collecting nursing fees. With the harvest season approaching, Gu Changsheng found himself without money. Surely, he had grain, which should suffice. You truly have no shame. Gu Changsheng's lips quivered as his face flushed with anger. Have you not borrowed from me over the years? Was the sum insufficient, or did you not benefit from my assistance? This time, when you broke your leg, was it not to help your family build a house? Do you now demand nursing fees without a shred of conscience? In that moment, Gu Changsheng felt an overwhelming sorrow. He had once believed Gu Yun was alone, while the other two families thrived. He thought that by enduring some losses, they would eventually support Gu Yun after his passing. Little did he realize they were merely ungrateful wolves. Gu Yun now has the means to transfer you. I doubt this little sum matters to him. Otherwise, during your hospitalization, I have tended to the fields, and whatever grain was harvested, I divided with Shaiping. We can accept some losses. Gu Changli and Gu Shaiping exchanged glances, a glimmer of triumph flashing in their eyes. Ridiculous, absurd. Gu Changxing, this naive middle-aged man, could only repeat his futile words, tears streaming down his face. Just now, father mentioned that you still owe him money. Let your nursing fees be deducted from that. Gu Yun spoke up, stating that while he was not short of money, there were certain funds that, if given, would truly be a source of frustration. Moreover, it was evident from their demeanor that they had no intention of repaying. It would be better to put the money to good use instead. The unfolding of events took both families by surprise, leaving them momentarily at a loss for words. As if they were ducks with their throats grasped, rendered utterly silent. Father, what do you think? Gu Yun seized the moment, placing the decision in Gu Changsheng's hands. Very well, let us proceed as such. The elder Gu, already deeply wounded, wished to sever ties with them and, considering the presence of outsiders in the ward, felt that, despite their shamelessness, he still had his pride to uphold. Just moments ago, the commotion in room 315 had drawn a crowd, particularly the middle-aged nurse, Zhang Zui, who had witnessed the entire spectacle and looked down upon the Gu family. It is often said that impoverished regions breed unscrupulous individuals, with relatives of such poor character. Their family could never prosper. Resolve your family matters privately. For now, the relatives must settle the medical fees with me, Zhang Zui remarked with a smirk. Casting a doubtful glance at Gu Yun, unconvinced that this impoverished young man could indeed produce the funds, Gu Changli, fearing that Gu Yun might ask him for a loan, quickly interjected, Changxing, focus on your recovery. Your young brother is quite capable. There are matters in the field I must attend to, so I shall not disturb you further. Contact me if anything arises. He shot a venomous glance at Gu Yun before hastily retreating. It was fortunate that he left quickly. Otherwise, if that young rascal decided to demand money from them, they would be in quite a predicament. Gu Changli patted his chest, a look of pride upon his face. Brother, your wisdom is commendable. That young rascal is cunning. Where did second brother mention the place? We cannot leave behind that IOU, Gu Shaiping mused, already plotting to eliminate any trace of their misdeeds. Understanding that credit cards could not be used in the hospital, Gu Yun dashed to 5 different banks, withdrawing a total of 120,000 yuan from the ATMs, all packed into a black plastic bag. The total amounted to 58,637 Liu yuan. Zhang Zui looked at this sum with a hint of astonishment. Any discerning individual could see that Beihai Hospital was on the brink of collapse, and anyone willing to spend such an exorbitant amount here must surely be a fool. Casting a glance at Gu Yun, she internally scoffed, recognizing him not only as a fool but also as a pauper. We do not accept IOUs here. Only cash will suffice, Zhang Zui condescended, reminding him with disdain. Chapter 11, Transferring Hospitals. Unfortunately, I am not in the habit of owing money. Gu Yang's lips curled into a carefree smile. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. A seemingly endless stream of bright red banknotes emerged from an unremarkable bag, neatly arranged on the counter 6 full stacks, with many more concealed within. Zhang Zuizui had become numb. While this sum was not insignificant, it was beyond what she believed Gu Yun could produce. Have you lost your mind? Complete the paperwork. Gu Yun looked down at Zhang Zuizui with an air of authority. It was only then that Zhang Zuizui came to her senses, though she stubbornly retorted. Let me verify it first, don't let it be counterfeit. A total of 600 100 yuan notes passed through the counting machine, all genuine. With that, Zhang Zuizui had nothing more to say and promptly processed the discharge paperwork. Upon returning to the ward, Gu Changsheng was limping as he packed his belongings. His coat was faded from washing, and at over 40, his hair was streaked with gray. Once a stalwart figure who bore the weight of his family alone, he now hunched his back. Perhaps having recognized the true nature of those closest to him, Gu Changsheng appeared to have aged more than a decade. All the words he could have said condensed into a single phrase: "Father, let us go." Sighing, Gu Changsheng, seated in the wheelchair pushed by his son, inadvertently caught sight of the bundle resting on him, those vibrant banknotes, which he had never encountered in his lifetime. He opened his mouth several times as if to speak, but ultimately fell silent. The vintage exterior and rugged interior of the parked Mercedes G65 created a striking impression. Even Gu Changxing, who knew little about cars, found himself swallowing hard at the sight. Gu Changli and Gu Shiping had circled the imposing vehicle countless times, captivated and reluctant to leave. Xiao Yun, see? This is what a successful person looks like. Even their mode of transportation is so impressive. Gu Changli, having suffered a setback in the ward, seized this opportunity to reclaim his dignity. In my opinion, people are just different. Some make a big fuss and end up in debt. Gu Shiping looked disdainfully at Gu Yun, his biting remarks flowing freely, always believing himself to be of significance. Perhaps you should check your household registration to see if you're destined for wealth. Stripped of the familial filter, Gu Changsheng wanted to argue with them. Yet Gu Yun pressed down on his father. With a sharp sound, Gu Yun exerted a slight force and opened the car door. Wow, isn't this a Mercedes? It must be worth over $1 million. What do you know? Ordinary Mercedes models can be purchased at a dealership, but this one is priceless, even with money. Have you heard of any patient whose family is this wealthy? Every remark from the surrounding medical staff felt like a dagger to the heart, leaving Gu Changli and Gu Shiping unable to fathom the distinguished identity of the vehicle's owner, quickly distancing themselves from any responsibility. Oh, you reckless child. Can you even afford to touch this car? Closest to Gu Yun, Gu Shiping lunged forward to shut the car door, his face etched with fear. I must forewarn you. The owner is seeking compensation, and we have no funds to lend you. Changxing, keep an eye on your son. The Gu family has no children of his ilk. Gu Changli had already assumed that Gu Yun was doomed this time, yet he felt a covert satisfaction, eagerly anticipating Gu Yun's disgrace. Gu Changsheng regarded his son with a complex expression, yet this time, he gripped his hand firmly, declaring, Xiaoyun, your father will ensure you come to no harm. Despite the astronomical figures he had never heard of in his life, he instinctively protected his son like an old leopard. Gu Yun reopened the car door, raising an eyebrow with a smile. I am driving my own car. What could possibly happen? His deep voice resonated clearly for all present to hear. Ha ha, don't jest. If you could drive such a car, I'd be crushed under its wheels. Gu Changli laughed until tears streamed down his face. As Gu Yun assisted Gu Changsheng into the vehicle, he turned back and remarked, You said that. I never expected uncle to have such proclivities. Gu Shiping, ever quick-witted, instantly donned a broad smile. I told you Xiaoyun is destined for greatness. Second brother, look, he hasn't even graduated yet, and he is already ensuring you a comfortable life. You are truly fortunate. The injury of second brother is still due to our family. It's impossible for one person to manage everything. Gu Shiping rambled as he opened the back door of the car, ready to board. However, Gu Yun was quicker, locking the door and starting the engine, causing Gu Shiping to nearly be flung out by the force, inhaling a bellyful of exhaust fumes. The payment is swift, yet still no favors were garnered. Gu Changli held his sister's sycophantic behavior in disdain. Little brat, just because you have a bit of money, you act so recklessly. One day, you'll regret it. As Gu Yun and the others drove away, Gu Shiping erupted in furious curses, his eyes glimmering with avarice. He attempted to hail a cab to follow Gu Yun, but the latter had already vanished from sight. The commotion had dissipated, and the crowd began to scatter. Except for Zhang Zuizui, who remained motionless, her heart racing with unease. She had just offended that young man and even pocketed the remaining medical fees. If Gu Yun were to remember this, she would surely face dire consequences. Zhang Zuizui, filled with trepidation, ultimately resolved to resign and flee far from the city. Arriving at the First People's Hospital of Jiangbei, Gu Yun accompanied Gu Changsheng for a thorough examination, securing the finest orthopedic specialist to realign his bones, paving the way with ample funds to ensure a smooth process. With no ordinary ward available, they opted for a VIP room. Lacking nurses, they sought the most professional caregivers. The challenges of healthcare, both costly and inaccessible, were non-existent in Gu Yun's realm. Upon entering the room, the left wall displayed a photo montage, capturing memorable moments during the patient's hospitalization. The ward was equipped with an automated bed, a bedside table, a sofa, and a small refrigerator. As the height of summer draws to a close, a slight chill permeates the outdoors, while the interior exudes warmth. Sunlight cascades over several pots of greenery on the bay window, infusing the space with vitality. Beside the plants lie a few books, including titles such as When the Heart is Calm, The World is Calm, The Song of Life, and Buddhism and Life, which enrich the serene hospital room with their literary fragrance. In addition to the nurses, the ward is attended by a dedicated nutritionist, clinical pharmacist, psychologist, rehabilitation specialist, and social worker, all striving to imbue the sterile environment with a sense of home. The fully automated bed and water gel mattress are designed to prevent pressure sores. And every medical facility in this room represents the pinnacle of contemporary advancements. Despite being cared for by such a capable team, Gu Changsheng feels a lingering discomfort, an indescribable unease, compounded by his persistent curiosity regarding the source of Gu Yun's newfound wealth. Once the staff finally vacate the room, Gu Changsheng beckons Gu Yun to his bedside, his expression solemn. Speak honestly with me. You haven't sold a kidney or been taken in by a wealthy patron, have you? Gu Yun, somewhat taken aback, wonders how his father perceives him. He assures him with a hand on his chest. How could that be? All this money is earned by me. Do you not trust your own son? Although our family is modest, we are upright and law-abiding people. Even though Gu Changsheng's heart begins to accept Gu Yun's words, he feels compelled to voice his concerns once more. Father, if there is anything you need, just call the nurse. My classmate is also in the main hospital. I'll go check on him. Gu Yun hastily retreats, unable to bear the complexity of his father's gaze. Lu, why have you only just arrived? Zhao Xian's face, now free of bruises, reveals a purplish hue on one side, with his arm encased in a cast, creating a rather comical sight. What is the matter? Gu Yun inquires, perplexed by Zhao Xian's anxious demeanor. Zhao Xian seems to have opened a floodgate, speaking rapidly. If you had come just half an hour earlier, you would have encountered him. He relishes the moment and teases, today, Su Shoufu from the Su Group came to visit me and has already promised me an internship at the Su Group. That's wonderful. Haven't you always dreamed of working for a major corporation? Gu Yun genuinely rejoices for his brother. Not quite. Zhao Xian replies with impatience. I believe Su Mayan is interested in you. She specifically asked for your personal number before leaving. If you two really hit it off, don't forget to treat me to a meal. Zhao Xian winks, but unfortunately, Gu Yun's thoughts drift to another matter entirely. Chapter 12. The Arrival of the Tycoon Ones. Gu Yun was known as Pei Chongping, the eldest scion of the Pei family, when he encountered a remarkable woman named Su Qingqing. Having already traversed past her 30th year, she possessed a delicate complexion that could easily be mistaken for that of a youthful maiden. A graduate of Shuaimu University, she emerged as the top student from the prestigious university after a decade of turmoil and subsequently ventured to the University of Cambridge in England, where she earned dual doctorates in economics. She had published several influential papers at renowned international economic forums and was hailed as a prodigy in the business realm. Upon graduation, she took on the role of vice president at a large conglomerate in England. However, due to her unwavering trust in her husband, she fell victim to a significant betrayal orchestrated by him and her closest friend, resulting in substantial financial losses for the company. This led to her dismissal. And in the face of such a devastating blow, Su Qingqing found herself engulfed in despair, contemplating a tragic end to what she deemed a failed life. Fortunately, she was rescued by the passing Pei Chongping, who, through his guidance, helped her realize the folly of her haste. From that moment on, she devoted herself wholeheartedly to him and, with his support, established her own enterprise. Thus emerged the Su Group, with Su Qingqing and Su Mayan at its helm. How small the world can be. Having healed from past wounds, the curiosity for gossip rekindled. Gu Yun gently patted Zhao Xian's injured arm. Be gentle. Don't you know I'm a patient? Zhao Xian exclaimed in pain, yet the flames of gossip continued to blaze. All right, take care of your health. Call the nurse if you need anything. I have some personal matters to attend to. Satisfied that Zhao Xian was all right, Gu Yun felt a sense of relief. Personal matters. Zhao Xian teased playfully. Just how personal are they? The kind that involves close contact. Enough nonsense, Gu Yun waved his hand. It had been 30 years since he last inhabited this body. The current world felt both familiar and foreign. He was eager to absorb more knowledge to keep pace with society. Gu Yun drove to the Tianlong Internet Cafe near the hospital. The rapid clattering of mechanical keyboards filled the air, and every booth was occupied, primarily by young men and women whose faces reflected deep focus and seriousness. Machine 95英寸, Zone C. Gu Yun proclaimed, clutching his card as he sought his designated spot. He opened his computer, unsure of what to search for, glancing around. The person to his left was engrossed in a game, while the girl on his right was captivated by a charming young man on her screen. Laughing heartily at his witty banter, Gu Yun's nimble fingers danced across the keyboard, and he clicked on a link above the girl's screen. Entering a website called Douhu Live. It was his first encounter with such a platform, and he found himself drawn into its allure, aimlessly browsing through Douhu's recommendations. However, he soon grew weary of the gaming and singing streams. Yet, within the Douhu Live rooms, one would never lack for amusement. A peculiar group of streamers captivated audiences not through conventional beauty but through their eccentricities, defying the norms of other live streams that relied on aesthetics and personas. Here, they carved out a niche as the most unconventional internet celebrities. Internet celebrities, commonly referred to as wanheng, gain fame through various online activities or skills, amassing a significant following compared to ordinary individuals. They subsequently leveraged this fanbase for financial gain, marking it as one of the easiest and least barrier-laden industries in the modern era. This is the definition of the burgeoning profession of internet celebrity that Gu Yun discovered online. To her surprise, Gu Yun stumbled upon a food live streaming platform, and the exquisite dishes being prepared made her, despite not being hungry, yearn to indulge. Unfortunately, the never revealed her face during the broadcasts, resulting in a rather modest audience of only a few dozen, including Gu Yun. Xiao Weimian, at the age of 22, graduated from a second-tier media university and currently works as a radio host for a broadcasting platform. Her role involves engaging in evening conversations to soothe other spirits while playing light music, a relatively leisurely occupation. Recently, she discovered a new avenue for income after learning that a junior host in her company earned 70 to 80,000 in a month through mobile and online live streaming. Xiao Weimian, adept at creating exquisite dishes and possessing a passion for culinary delights, felt a stir of ambition. However, burdened by familial responsibilities, she was compelled to seek survival in the concrete jungle of the city. Her aspiration to purchase a home and bring her parents from the countryside to live with her remained a distant dream, even as she endured harassment from her superior. Yet, if an opportunity arose, she would strive to escape the lecherous environment. Xiao Weimian sensed that her boss, Mei Tianliang, had been increasingly brazen, making her fear that she would soon be completely consumed by his advances. As the adage goes, one need not fear a thief but rather a thief's intentions. Working in such a stifling atmosphere left Xiao Weimian feeling overwhelmed. Unfortunately, fate dealt her a harsh blow as her mother fell gravely ill, requiring surgery that demanded a significant sum of money. Although she had hoped to earn quick cash through the Douhu platform, after a week of live streaming, she had only amassed less than 100 yuan. If she could not cover the surgery costs by the following week, she would have no choice but to acquiesce to Mei Tianliang's demands. The thought of becoming the possession of a man in his 50s filled her with resentment. Previously, Xiao Weimian had observed numerous live streaming sessions on Xinyu, where some female hosts flaunted their youthful femininity in revealing attire, while male hosts displayed their versatility in entertainment. Others, resembling idle fish, casually declared, "I'm going to sleep, you do as you wish." In essence, the spectrum of personalities was vast. There were no limits to what they could achieve. Greetings, everyone. I am Weimian, and today I shall embark on a culinary journey, sharing the art of cooking with you. As we approach the midday hour, I hope to evoke joy in your hearts, allowing you to savor your favorite dishes. Today, I shall prepare a delectable treat, ideal for solitary indulgence at home. For those wishing to surprise their significant others, I encourage you to join me in this delightful endeavor. It is remarkably simple. The voice of Xiao Weimian is incredibly warm, akin to the gentle caress of a spring breeze. Her slender, fair fingers possess an elegance that embodies femininity, each joint exuding grace. In this restless society, girls who can cook are becoming increasingly rare, almost an endangered species. Moreover, Xiao Weimian's voice resonates with the charming allure that many homebodies adore. Her dulcet tones alone are captivating. The sight of her pristine hands skillfully handling ingredients draws one's gaze, while her tranquil profile evokes a sense of serene contentment. Unbeknownst to her, Gu Yun's previously agitated spirit has now found tranquility. With her mood uplifted, she yearns to embrace the role of a benevolent benefactor. Inspired by the banners from other live streams, Gu Yun decides to partake in the experience herself, generously recharging her Dohu account with 10,000 soft sister coins, equivalent to tiger beans, in this vibrant community. Upon completing the transaction, she promptly bestows 1,000 tiger beans. The announcement of this generous gift resonates through Xiao Weimian's phone, as it is the first time such a substantial contribution has been made. Unfamiliar with the notification system indicating the arrival of gifts, she is momentarily taken aback. Much like renowned streamers who have silenced such alerts amidst their vast followings. Just as she places the freshly steamed delicacies on the table, the sound catches her attention. And in a moment of surprise, she turns to the camera, unaware that she has captured the hearts of her audience. Her long, dark hair tied back, adorned with a cooking apron, she still radiates grace and allure. The joy in her smiling eyes, lit by the thrill of receiving gifts, creates a scene of exquisite charm. Chapter 12. The frenzied donations. Gratitude to the wealthy patron who bestowed upon me a staggering 10,000 tiger beans. One might gasp at such a sum. Though Xiao Weimian verbally expressed her thanks, she found it difficult to fully believe the reality of it. What does 10,000 tiger beans represent? With a one-to-one exchange rate with the soft currency, even after deducting platform fees, she would receive 5,000 yuan, equivalent to the total of all gifts she had garnered over a month of live streaming on Douyu. Comparable to her wages for 2 months of tireless work. My goodness! An individual with no title simply tossing around such a grand sum of tiger beans. Does anyone upstairs understand the gravity of this? This is no mere individual. This is an immortal wealthy patron. Such ignorance. Dear streamer, do not be caught off guard. This is the patron signaling you to attend to his desires tonight. You must express your gratitude at once. Indeed, I have been watching you stream for a month. You have finally struck gold. Hasten to thank the benefactor. With a display of such generosity, does he have a mind at home? Thanks to Gu Yang's extravagant gesture, the live stream suddenly buzzed with activity, as an influx of viewers poured into Weimian's channel. The previously sparse room, which held only a few dozen viewers, swelled to 3,000 in an instant. As the embodiment of wealth and caprice, Gu Yun moved his mouse and noticed a delightful array of gifts appearing in the chat. With a series of clicks, the live stream erupted into chaos. Deep Mountain's King, I truly am immortal. Gifting the streamer a tiger baby 1314. Deep Mountain's King, I truly am immortal. Gifting the streamer a good boy tiger 1314. Deep Mountain's King, I truly am immortal. Gifting the streamer a jumping tiger 1314. Deep Mountain's King, I truly am immortal. Gifting the streamer a cute tiger 1314. Deep Mountain's King, I truly am immortal. Gifting the streamer a saber-toothed tiger 1314. Deep Mountain's King, I truly am immortal. Gifting the streamer a tyrant tiger 1314. Effects flooded the screen, and the viewers in the live stream went wild. While tales of wealthy patrons making grand donations circulated, witnessing it firsthand was a novel experience. As Gu Yun showered gifts without restraint, Xiao Weimian was not the only one left in awe. Even the audience in the live stream, and indeed the entire Douyu platform, were stunned. What is happening? Who is this remarkable figure who spends money with such abandon? Does he even comprehend the magnitude of his expenditures? In mere minutes, Gu Yun had already dispensed several 100,000 yuan. For the affluent, a tiger baby at 1 tiger bean is trivial, yet a tyrant tiger, priced at 888, costing 1,314 beans, amounts to a staggering 116,000 yuan. Countless onlookers gasped in disbelief. What a wasteful display! With such wealth, surely there are better pursuits. If this were the domain of a renowned streamer, it could be excused. But witnessing such lavishness in the realm of a food streamer is nothing short of astonishing. To be in close proximity to such a magnate, to bask in his lavishness, dear streamer, consider offering yourself. With a benefactor of this caliber, you would not suffer loss. Esteemed patron, behold me. Fulfill my every desire. Grant me your generosity. The popularity of Xiao Weimian's livestream surged at a breathtaking pace, skyrocketing from a mere few dozen viewers to over 2 million. Entirely drawn in by Lin Fan and Gu Yang's extravagant generosity, Xiao Weimian found herself momentarily dumbfounded. Her meticulously crafted pastries burned to a crisp. Was this truly reality? With such a windfall, not only could she afford her father's medical treatment, but establishing a life in this city would be effortlessly attainable. The sudden arrival of happiness felt surreal, as if she were caught in a dream. I truly am immortal, she mused. I wonder if I could add you on WeChat and treat you to a meal. Noticing that Gu Yun had not messaged for quite some time, she expressed her unspoken thoughts with a hint of regret. Could it be that the host intends to offer herself in gratitude? Not 4 or 5,000. Not 3 or 4,000. Not 998. Just 1 million. Take the beautiful host home. Poverty had indeed constrained her imagination. The ultimate reason behind the poor fellow's lack of a girlfriend was, after all, his financial situation. Everyone disperse, the good cabbage has been trampled by pigs. Is it appropriate to speak like that? How could an immortal be likened to a pig? Even if it were a pig, it would be the most precious golden pig. When Xiao Weimian initially uttered those words, she had not given them much thought. She merely wished to convey her heartfelt gratitude. In this era that mocks the impoverished while favoring the promiscuous, those who bring comfort in times of need are few and far between. The exorbitant medical expenses for her father weighed heavily upon her shoulders. And Xiao Weimian had even resigned herself to the idea of submitting to a boss as unrefined as a pig. Who could truly fathom the bitterness of her predicament? This anonymous affluent benefactor was indeed saving Xiao Weimian from her dire straits. And she now selfishly pondered that even if she had to offer something in return for the immortal's generosity, she would gladly accept. Unfortunately, the magnate had already exited the live stream. Upon hearing Xiao Weimian's words, Gu Yun lifted his head and furiously typed a message, sending a regal golden comment that denoted his status. I truly am immortal. I haven't left. I haven't left. This is my first time watching a live stream, and I'm still a bit confused. I will recharge soon and continue to shower you with gifts. At that moment, countless viewers were left astounded by Gu Yun's unexpected humility. Where was the cool, suave, formidable magnate they had imagined? His soft-spoken tone and down-to-earth remarks portrayed him as a rare breed. My goodness! Having already spent millions in gifts, he was still planning to recharge and give more. Is it really necessary? For a first-time viewer to play so big, surely they must have not just a mine, but a diamond mine at home. Truly, poverty had limited their imagination. Upon seeing Gu Yun's comment, Xiao Weimian's face revealed a hint of shock, but she soon broke into a smile. This was the first time she had encountered such an adorable benefactor, and she waved her hands repeatedly, saying, I truly am immortal, no more gifts. I don't need so much. You are unaware that the platform imposes a 50 operational fee. Regardless of how generous your donations may be, not all will reach my hands. Thus, let us engage in our conversations with tranquility. Xiao Weimian fears that this wealthy patron may continue to indulge in reckless behavior, having already revealed her situation. Initially, her intention in live streaming was to raise funds for her father's surgery, and the early gifts did not weigh heavily on her conscience. However, the subsequent wave of gifts amounting to millions unnerved her. After all, no one's wealth is easily acquired, and now that her immediate crisis has been resolved, she is capable of earning her own living. This money feels perilously overwhelming. Yet, unbeknownst to her, upon hearing her words, Gu Yun's smile grew more pronounced, prompting him to send another message in the chat. This is merely a drizzle, a basic operation. Sit back and do not panic. To Gu Yun, this money was but a trifling sum, and within this live stream, he truly experienced the exhilaration of lavish spending. In the many years prior, despite his relentless efforts to amass wealth so much so that he no longer comprehended the extent of his fortune, he had approached it as a mechanical task, devoid of the enjoyment he now felt. Upon seeing his message, the audience, previously lost in thought, was once again rendered speechless. Merely a drizzle. A drizzle. Millions in gifts. I wish to disembark. This is no vehicle for a kindergarten. Society is indeed dark. Over 3 million in gifts categorized as basic operation. Society. Society. Everyone began to speculate about which figure on the Forbes list could be the mysterious benefactor. The phrase terrifyingly so may well have been created to describe such a titan of wealth. Gu Yun, gazing at his recently topped-up account balance, felt a sense of satisfaction as he pressed the send key. I truly life forever gives the host tiger roars in the forest 10. I truly life forever gives the host tiger roars in the forest 20. I truly life forever gives the host tiger roars in the forest 30. Gu Yun had precisely 88 tiger beans left, just enough to present as gifts for tiger roars in the forest. This gift, representing the highest tier of private donations to a host, costs 10 000 tiger beans each, thus. The official platform only symbolically deducts an 8 operational fee, broadcasting it across the platform, visible in every live stream. In that moment, the entire Douhu live streaming platform became aware of the existence of this affluent benefactor. I truly live forever. Countless hosts likely gazed enviously at the fortunate Xiao Weimian, their eyes filled with longing. Many pairs of eyes were fixated on this culinary live stream. Yet, no one could deny that Xiao Weimian had indeed risen to prominence. And the Douhu officials would undoubtedly support her, making it increasingly difficult for her to avoid financial success in the future. Chapter 13. The black gold card of Citibank. After Gu Yun had distributed all the gifts, his computer inexplicably froze, unresponsive to any clicks. The programmers at Douhu Life were in a state of utter chaos. Within a mere minute, millions of gifts had been bestowed, far exceeding the expectations of the back-end programmers. At that moment, the entire information department of Douhu was thrown into disarray, while the affluent patron continued to revel in his generosity. If the big boss were to learn of this mishap, it would surely spell disaster for them. Xiao Weimian also felt regretful, for she had not yet inquired about this wealthy benefactor's contact information before the system crashed. Gu Yun refreshed the page several times, but to no avail, and continued to search for the information he needed in the browser. When he lifted his gaze again, the sun was already high in the sky. Compared to his previous life, so much had undeniably changed. Technology had advanced, and people's lives had become increasingly affluent. This inevitably reminded Gu Yun of the era of prehistoric civilization, where the knowledge he possessed could sustain him well in this new existence. Gu Yun's long fingers rhythmically tapped on the desk. Life had become monotonous, increasingly devoid of flavor. Perhaps this was an opportunity to start anew, to infuse some enjoyment into his otherwise mundane existence. With a home and a car now acquired, the attire he wore was a gift from the hotel. Yet it had already caused him to break out in a rash after just one morning. Nearby the internet CF, there was a large shopping mall, and Gu Yun made his way to the CK flagship store. Calvin Klein's unwavering commitment to perfectionism and its pristine image, utilizing natural materials paired with sharp tailoring to present an elevated taste, resonated well with Gu Yun. Upon entering the store, he was approached by a well-dressed and attractive sales associate, who greeted him with a professional smile and said, "Sir, welcome to CK Menswear. How may I assist you today?" Although the sales associate felt that Gu Yun did not fit their typical consumer profile essentially, he did not appear to be someone who could afford CK Menswear. She still greeted him with utmost courtesy, without any hint of condescension. "Bring me your latest styles," Gu Yun commanded. As he was selecting garments, a rather arrogant voice interrupted. The sales associate, Zhao Qianqian, immediately shifted her demeanor upon recognizing the speaker, eagerly welcoming Zhao Qianqian. "Young Master Zhao, what an esteemed guest. We have reserved the latest styles just for you. Would you like to try them on now?" Zhao Qiankun waved his hand dismissively, selecting a jacket, a shirt, and a pair of trousers. Zhao Qianqian's heart swelled with joy. She relished encounters with clients exuding the brashness of newfound wealth. The last time Zhao Qiankun visited, he had spent over 100,000. This time, she suspected it would be even more. "Please hold on a moment." Zhao Qianqian, in high spirits, approached to retrieve her clothing, only to find that the shirt Zhao Qiankun had just set his eyes upon was already grasped by Gu Yun. Each piece from Calvin Klein is unique, designed in a singular size to emphasize its exclusivity, yet the very size suited for Zhao Qiankun had been seized by Gu Yun first. Here stood a financially struggling individual ill-suited for the clothing, and there was the wealthy heir of the Zhao group who could offer her substantial commissions. The choice was clear, requiring no further contemplation. "Sir, may I have that shirt?" Zhao Qianqian inquired. The gentleman over there intends to try it on. However, Gu Yun did not hand the shirt over as Zhao Qianqian had envisioned. Instead, he replied with an air of indifference, "There should be an order in all matters. If I recall correctly, I did arrive at your store first. Mr. Zhao is a valued guest at our establishment, and he enjoys the privilege of first access to all our merchandise. If this causes you any discomfort, I can only extend my apologies." Zhao Qianqian uttered polite phrases, yet her eyes gleamed with disdain, perceiving the sales associate's scrutinizing gaze upon him. Gu Yun mused on the principles of fair commerce, which dictate that all customers should be treated equally. Even amidst hierarchical distinctions, no patron should be made to feel unwelcome. "This store is indeed remarkable," he remarked. "Let me pose a question, then," Zhao Qianqian retorted, her composure faltering upon hearing Zhao Qiankun's cough. "Will you give me this shirt or not?" Surprised by the audacity of this seemingly timid sales associate, Gu Yun raised an eyebrow. And if I do, what then? If I do not, what then? To be frank, you fall outside our service parameters. Your attire clearly reveals your social standing. Allowing you entry has already been a considerable concession. Should you persist in this obstinacy, I would not hesitate to summon security to escort you out. Zhao Qianqian, now devoid of pretense, scrutinized Gu Yun with evident contempt. Our CK menswear line does not depend on your patronage, she declared with a sharp tone. Gu Yun burst into laughter, as if he had heard a jest. Zhao Qianqian, filled with disdain, regarded him, astonished to discover that beneath his polished exterior lay a madman. Zhao Qiankun, a man of little patience, grew increasingly agitated as he awaited the sales associate to bring forth the shirt he desired. What is taking so long? Does it truly require this much time to retrieve 2 garments? Please bear with us, Mr. Zhao. There is an ungrateful individual here, and I am currently contacting security. Once they have departed, I assure you, your visit will be both enjoyable and fulfilling. Zhao Qianqian ceded with resentment towards Gu Yun, blaming him for her impending reprimand from Zhao Qiankun. As Gu Yun turned, he unexpectedly found himself face to face with Zhao Qiankun. Realizing they had once again crossed paths with Zhao Shen's grandson, having harbored frustration from his earlier encounter at Citibank, he was vexed by his grandfather's incessant admonitions to humble himself. What a farce! Who was Zhao Qiankun? The heir of the Zhao group. Intimidated by a newcomer of uncertain origins. Where did this upstart come from? Hurry up and drive him out. It seems your establishment is quite lacking. Despite claiming to represent high-end luxury brands, although Zhao Qiankun was arrogant, he was not entirely a fool, as he gradually exerted pressure on the sales assistant. Upon hearing Zhao Qiankun's words, Zhao Qianqian felt a surge of confidence. Rest assured, young Master Zhao, within 3 minutes, I shall ensure he vanishes from your sight. Even your grandfather would dare speak to me in such a manner. I am curious about the source of your audacity. Gu Yun observed Zhao Qiankun with a hint of amusement, then added, it appears Zhao Shen has struck you hard enough, otherwise. How could you so easily forget the pain? You. Zhao Qiankun found himself at a loss for words. There is a time and place for arrogance. Gu Yun advanced step by step towards Zhao Qiankun, stating, while you may impress others with your bravado, before me, you merely appear foolish. Each of Gu Yun's steps felt as though they were crushing Zhao Qiankun's heart, enveloping him in an invisible pressure that made him feel as though he were suffocating. By the time Zhao Qianqian returned, triumphant after making a phone call, Zhao Qiankun was already seated on the ground, drenched in sweat, with an unpleasant odor permeating the air. Gu Yun reached into his pocket, extracting a black gold card from Citibank, and placed it before the sales assistant, speaking softly. This card allows me to purchase every item in your store, correct? As a sales assistant for the prestigious CK men's luxury brand, she had a discerning eye. Upon seeing the understated yet opulent bank card in Gu Yun's hand, she instantly recognized the truth of his claim. This card was not only capable of purchasing all the clothing in the store but could also buy the entire establishment without issue. Zhao Qiankun, witnessing the black gold card in Gu Yun's possession, erupted in disbelief, shouting, impossible. How could this be? It's inconceivable. The Citibank black card is issued in a global limit of 100, with the black gold card being even rarer, only 10 in existence. Each holder of a black gold card is a leader of a top-tier financial conglomerate, possessing wealth beyond measure. Even his grandfather, the founder of the Zhou Group, one of the 8 great families of Jiangbei, managing assets worth hundreds of billions, was not qualified to obtain a Citibank black card. How could this impoverished individual possibly possess a black gold card? Chapter 14. My neighbor is the wealthy tycoon. Upon encountering these 2 individuals, I was taken aback. Gu Yun chuckled softly and continued toward the display case, retrieving his clothing and heading to the fitting room. Those who insult others are often met with disdain in return. Emerging from the fitting room, Gu Yun donned a simple white shirt, his casual attire commonplace among the fashionable streets. Standing before the mirror, even his silhouette captivated passers-by, exuding an aura that subtly commanded distance while simultaneously evoking no sense of disdain. He appeared as if he belonged to another realm, drifting gracefully above the mundane. The lucent collar accentuated a masculine allure, embodying an elegant yet nonchalant dandyism. His entire presence radiated an innate nobility that was striking. At first glance, one might perceive him as too sharp, possessing an edge that suggested a wealth of worldly experience. Ignoring the awkward flattery from Zhang Qianqian and the astonished expression of Zhao Qiankun, Gu Yun paid and turned to leave. Not long after Gu Yun's departure, Zhao Qiankun's friend Wu Gan arrived, bursting into the store with exuberance. Xiao, you won't believe what I saw outside. A Mercedes-Benz G63 AMG. The latest model, no less. His words dripped with envy, and he continued to rattle on. I circled that vehicle several times. It resembled an iron box, devoid of unnecessary curves. Every line sharp and straight. Even the rain channel on the roof was a meticulously welded metal strip, and the door handle stood defiantly outside the frame. The wheel arches jutted out, and the hood was trapezoidal. The more I looked, the more I admired it. When will I ever own such a car? I would die content. His tone was rife with longing. Wu Gan was also an heir of one of the 8 great families of Jiangbei. Yet this car had become a source of obsession for him. With only 20 new models released each year, he deemed second-hand vehicles beneath him, which had become a lingering affliction. By the way, I noticed he was wearing the latest CK collection. Who is he, really? Tell me. Wu Gan nudged the still-dazed Zhao Qiankun, but Zhao, stung by his pride, refrained from answering. Upon returning to the hotel, Gu Yun found that Bai Yihang had already left for class, although he had recently endured a painful experience. The fleeting possession of wealth provided little in the way of genuine security. Due to Bai Yihang, Gu Yun decided against checking out but intended to visit the property that Pei Qing had prepared for him. For Gu Yun, this was more than just a house. It represented a sense of belonging. The Xinhe Gubao is situated along the banks of the Yuanming River in Jiangbei, occupying over 20,000 square meters. With a total construction area exceeding 136,000 square meters. It comprises 5 opulent riverside residences and a high-end clubhouse. With the tallest building reaching 88 stories and soaring to a height of 310 meters. The Star River National Treasure is primarily centered in the Star Sea District, located in the heart of the Yuanming River area. This locale boasts an abundance of platforms, terraces, and expansive glass-enclosed spaces, presenting a unique and intimate view of the enchanting Yuanming scenery. It offers a plethora of services, including leisure activities, fitness, swimming, sauna, spa, and private banquets. Within the Star Sea District, one can find an indoor heated swimming pool, comprehensive fitness facilities, massage pools, sauna and steam rooms, children's playrooms, multifunctional halls, beverage bars, reading rooms, and a vast long terrace. In addition to providing 24-hour concierge services, security, personalized butler services, cleaning and laundry services, public and business services, reservation and purchasing services, and mail delivery services, it also caters to relaxation, fitness, swimming, sauna, spa, and private banquet needs. Nestled in the core financial vein by the river, it is in proximity to renowned scenic areas in Jiangbei, such as Yanhua River, Olympic Park, and Fuyuan Street, where residents are invariably distinguished individuals. The Star River National Treasure has significantly contributed to the success of the Su Group, propelling Su Mayan to the position of the wealthiest individual. As one drives into the Star Sea District, it feels as though one has entered an alternate realm. Outside, one encounters robust barriers of reinforced concrete, while inside lies a hidden paradise. Gu Yun keenly observes that the Star Sea District houses only 2 families. This opulent residence is a quintessential lakeside garden estate, occupying the heart of the Star Sea District's island, with its southern facade aligning directly along the lake and water enveloping it on 3 sides. The 32 bedrooms all face south, each featuring an ensuite bathroom and a minimum of 2,000 square meters of dual courtyards, creating a self-contained world that evokes the grandeur of traditional Su-style gardens. The architectural ensemble integrates various crafts, including woodwork, tiling, brick carving, painting, stonework, and landscaping, with each design representing the artisan's dedication. Every stone has its own tale, and the doors and roof tiles exude the charm of Jiangnan, meticulously selected and custom-made. The main entrance of the villa is crafted from imported Southeast Asian teak, with wooden columns measuring 35 centimeters in diameter and a total span of 6 meters, rivaling the imperial standards of the Forbidden City at 6 meters. Comprising 1380 handcrafted components, it is constructed without a single nail, relying solely on mortise and tenon joints. The intricate craftsmanship involves chiseling 4 tenons from a mere 2-centimeter block of wood. The custom bronze emblem originates from the prominent Zhu family in the copper industry, uniquely incorporating Jiangbei-style blue and white porcelain, exuding both solidity and grace. Flanking the entrance are intricately carved stone chileans, alongside kun stones and stone lions, representing a harmonious blend of Jiangbei aesthetics and traditional craftsmanship. While palaces and temples typically utilize glazed tiles, the Zhuangzheng Villa has undergone multiple firing experiments to create bespoke copper tiles, which resonate with a metallic sound and present an imposing visual from afar, yet reveal exquisite details upon closer inspection. The Taihu stones used in the rockery have been naturally refined over millions of years, embodying great beauty. Under the skilled hands of master rockery artisans, traditional stacking techniques fuse with Chinese aesthetics to create unique peaks, small features, embankments, and layered formations. Among these, Gu Yun particularly admires the Chin Peak, where the creator effortlessly shapes the Taihu stones to form the auspicious creature, rivaling the grandeur of cloud-strewn summits. As the garden gate swings open, the majestic Chin Peak and the century-old wisteria intertwine in a splendid display, a true scenic marvel. The precious Jinxiang stone, which adorns the ground and exterior, is even more remarkable. Its tightly packed grains and robust texture render it resistant to weathering, acid, and corrosion, while also boasting remarkable compressive strength. Despite enduring the elements, its surface patterns remain distinct, and its hues grow ever more gentle. From the Song dynasty through the Ming and Qing periods, Jinxiang stone has been the quintessential material for traditional architecture. However, in a bid to protect the environment, its quarrying has been prohibited, necessitating procurement from private sources. One can only imagine the immense effort Su Mayan expended to realize this Darcy district. What truly astonishes Gu Yun is the architectural emphasis on propriety and exclusivity. Each floor is designed with unique craftsmanship, prioritizing nobility. At a mere glance, Gu Yun found himself enamored with this abode. Here, he felt as if he had returned to a world he once inhabited. As he strolled along the corridor on the second floor connecting two residences, he gazed into the distance, savoring the beauty of this moment in life. Just then, a window across the way opened, revealing a woman clad only in a bath towel, holding a cup of coffee. Her expression was one of excitement. Her wide eyes fixed upon Gu Yun as she pointed at him with her elegant fingers, stammering, You. Why have you not spoken a complete sentence all this time? A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying the fragrance of blossoms. Gu Yun, maintaining a calm demeanor, lightly remarked, Your toe has slipped. It was then that Su Mayan realized why she had felt a sudden chill, only to be struck with astonishment at the realization that she had no semblance of privacy before this man. After she forcefully shut the door, Gu Yun let out a sigh of relief, narrowly avoiding embarrassment. Having drifted through countless years, Gu Yun cherished the philosophy of seizing joy in the moment, believing that one must never forsake the pleasures of exquisite cuisine and captivating beauty. Su Mayan was indeed stunning, a stark contrast to Bai Yihan. Shedding her austere work attire revealed a more feminine side. Her eyes sparkled with a hint of autumn's allure, framed by a delicate oval face, barely larger than a palm. Her lips were a soft hue, reminiscent of willow leaves, and her figure resembled a graceful willow branch, exuding elegance. Just a fleeting glance from her rendered Gu Yun weak in the knees, stirring a sense of tenderness within him. The dichotomy of her former strong woman persona and this softer side only intensified Gu Yun's desire for conquest. Chapter 15. You resemble someone I know. Su Mu Yan donned her attire and hurriedly made her way to the corridor, her heart racing with anticipation to ascertain whether Gu Yun was indeed the person she had envisioned. To her surprise, they encountered each other so soon again. Su Mu Yan pulled out a chair and seated herself opposite Gu Yun. He shrugged with a smile, proclaiming, What a coincidence. However, even if we hadn't met here, I'm certain you would soon discover my whereabouts. Feeling a twinge of awkwardness, Su Mu Yan was momentarily at a loss for words. Voicing her thoughts outright seemed risky. She feared being deceived, leading to a futile hope that could cause irreparable damage to her conglomerate through this recent university graduate. Ultimately, she opted for a more subtle approach. You bear a striking resemblance to someone I know, she managed to articulate after much contemplation. Gu Yun chuckled, finding this newly minted tycoon surprisingly endearing. Do you realize that such an opening line is rather outdated? Su Mu Yan sensed the underlying ambiguity in his words, her cheeks flushing crimson as she lowered her gaze, an atmosphere of flirtation enveloping them. In her flustered state, she nearly dropped her teacup, had it not been for Gu Yun's quick reflexes. The scalding tea would have marred her delicate skin, leaving a lasting mark. I am so sorry, truly, she exclaimed, dabbing at Gu Yun's hand with a tissue. Her guilt palpable. Though he assured her it was nothing, the redness on his hand swiftly began to swell. What are you two doing? Zhang Ko, Su Mu Yan's secretary, arrived with important documents only to find her usually aloof boss engaged in a rather intimate exchange with a man, their demeanor unmistakably suggestive. Zhang Ku, please fetch the burn ointment from my office, Su Mu Yan instructed, her urgency blinding her to Zhang Ku's peculiar expression. After tending to Gu Yun's burn, she finally remembered Zhang Ku's presence. Today is a day off. Did something urgent arise at the company? Zhang Ku discreetly glanced at Gu Yun. But upon receiving Su Muyan's affirming nod, continued, there has been an issue with the new cleaning agent developed by Su Corporation, which may affect future distribution and sales. We urgently need to find a chemist willing to join our research team. Su Muyan's expression turned grave. The Su Group spans various industries, including catering, construction, automotive, and renewable energy, yet it was Su Technology, which she had founded, that now faced a fundamental challenge. Gu Yun maintained a facade of calmness, but attentively listened. May I take a look at the research materials? He inquired, genuinely curious about the advancements in modern chemistry. Who are you? Which university did you graduate from? Do you possess any manners? Commercial secrets are not something you can simply peruse. Zhang Ku exploded before Su Muyan could respond. If you won't show us, then forget it. I was initially inclined to assist you, but it seems that goodwill has been squandered. Considering we are neighbors, this is quite disappointing. Gu Yun felt a pang of discomfort at the slight. A jest? Is the internal commercial information of our group accessible to everyone? Zhang Ku scoffed. We have hired dozens of esteemed chemists from both domestic and international spheres, who have yet to unravel the mysteries we are investigating. Do you really think a student from a mediocre university can comprehend it? The mere thought of the ambiguous interaction between Su Muyan and Gu Yun earlier pierced Zhang Ku's heart like a dagger, and seizing the opportunity, he would not let Gu Yun off easily. Neighbors? Who is unaware that our President Su is the sole resident in the Xinhai district? Perhaps you should take a moment to reflect on yourself. Do you truly think you are worthy? Enough! Su Muyan quietly observed Gu Yun's expression and softly admonished Zhang Ku. Although she was uncertain how Gu Yun had managed to enter the Xinhai district during non-visiting hours, there was no need to humiliate him so. Even if Gu Yun possessed great composure, he could not help but feel angered by such indignity. He lightly tapped the table, exuding an aura that left no room for doubt. The last person who dared to speak to him in such a manner now had grass growing over their grave. It is preposterous. We live in a society governed by law. Zhang Ku's words trailed off as he suddenly widened his eyes, a look of sheer terror overtaking his features, causing the documents in his hands to scatter across the floor. Zhang Ku felt as though he were being stalked by a predatory beast. Fully aware that uttering even a single word more could cost him his life, merely from a casual glance from Gu Yun, his hair stood on end, as if a heavy weight had been placed upon him, rendering even breathing a luxury. At the moment Gu Yun turned away, Zhang Ku felt all his strength drain away. Collapsing onto the ground, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead as he gasped for air. Su Muyan remained unaffected, puzzled by her secretary's sudden change in demeanor. As Zhang Ku hurriedly gathered the scattered papers, his legs trembled beneath him, his steps unsteady as he staggered to catch up with Su Muyan along the corridor. The autumn breeze brought a refreshing chill, scattering ginkgo leaves across the ground, and an A4 sheet, still bearing the scent of ink, floated to Gu Yun's side, followed by several more. Gu Yun moved gracefully through the traditional garden, picking up all the documents that Zhang Ku had dropped. Gu Yun's pride was substantial, and he refused to be reprimanded repeatedly. Thus, he quickly perused the sheets, rearranging them according to his judgment, though he did not have time to scrutinize the specific contents. A mere glance was sufficient for him to ascertain that this was likely a research proposal from Su Muyan's company, detailing the development progress of a high-end cleaning product codenamed QC, along with the budget for the next phase of development. At the end, 3 handwritten experimental data equations were appended, though these equations appeared incomplete, giving rise to a sense of an unfinished endeavor. While flipping through the initial proposal, Gu Yun felt little, but when his gaze fell upon the complex and somewhat disordered equations, a flicker of intrigue crossed his face. Meanwhile, a certain region of his mind began to react involuntarily with fervor, as complex and enigmatic chemical formulas flashed incessantly through his consciousness like a revolving lantern, causing his spirit to become increasingly exhilarated. Almost instinctively, Gu Yun's brain commenced a rapid calculation. In merely 1 or 2 minutes, he had transformed one page into a chaotic mess, successfully solving all the incomplete equations. Gu Yun let out a long sigh of relief, realizing that the so-called advanced chemistry was not as daunting as he had imagined. Although Baidu is indeed convenient, it cannot provide answers to everything. Who allowed you to tamper with my belongings? My God, what have you done? This data represents months of hard work by dozens of our company's research and development personnel, and it has not even been archived yet, and you have gone too far. Return it to me. I will call the police. I will sue you for damages. Zhang Ku rushed out in a flurry. And upon seeing the document defaced by Gu Yun, he began to lose his composure, trembling as if in the throes of a seizure. Su Muyan also stepped out swiftly, and upon witnessing Gu Yang's unrepentant demeanor, her expression darkened, offering no intervention to Zhang Ku's tirade. I know I shouldn't have interfered earlier, but I believe you will thank me in due course, Gu Yun mused, acknowledging his impulsive nature. Thank you for what? Thank you for ruining our company's latest research achievements. Thank you for using my belongings without consent. Thank you for causing our Su Corporation to evaporate billions in an instant. Su Muyan pressed on, her frustration palpable. She had previously thought Gu Yun resembled the man her grandmother so cherished, but it was evident that they bore no resemblance. Su Muyan had grown up hearing tales of Pei Chongping, who was brilliant, diligent, and wise, and whose steadiness had contributed to the emergence of the Su Corporation. The man before her, apart from his visage, bore no semblance to him whatsoever. She realized she had been blinded by folly, and now understood that Gu Yang's presence was nothing short of a defilement of her idol. Chapter 16. A lesson in hierarchy. The atmosphere grew suddenly tense, leaving Gu Yun momentarily at a loss for words. Zhang Ku, however, interpreted Gu Yang's silence as a sign of guilt. Like a ferocious hound, he lunged forward. Raising himself on tiptoe to grasp Gu Yang's collar, his face twisted with rage. What do you think you are, daring to deface these confidential documents? You scoundrel! Your end is nigh. Zhang Ku's vitriol was accompanied by a fist poised perilously close to Gu Yang's nose, yet it could advance no further. Gu Yun, with his fair and elongated fingers, enveloped Zhang Ku's feeble fist, his eyes narrowing slightly. Even if I erred, it does not grant you the right to insult me. In modern times, we advocate for equality, but do you comprehend your place in the grand tapestry of history? I acknowledge my transgression in conducting calculations without the owner's consent. Yet who are you, a mere servant, to address me thus? With 5 millennia of illustrious history behind Huaxia, there exists a profound respect for hierarchy. It appears your education has fallen short. With a voice as deep and resonant as a cello, Gu Yun articulated each word with an icy precision that sent shivers down spines. With every utterance, he tightened his grip. Initially, Zhang Ku fought against the inevitable, but it was to no avail. Gu Yang's hand clamped down like a vice, extracting cold sweat and drawing blood from his bitten lip. Remember this, I am the esteemed, Gu Yun declared. Unable to endure any longer, Zhang Ku's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, as Gu Yun looked down upon him, proclaiming, and you are the base. Zhang Ku curled into a ball, clutching his now-bruised hands, writhing in agony and emitting desperate cries. You little wretch! I will not let you off lightly. I want your life. I will have your head. His glasses had long since fallen away, his eyes ablaze with fury as he shouted curses at Gu Yang's retreating figure. Gu Yun paused, and Zhang Ku, now cowering, found himself rendered speechless. I am Gu Yun, from Jiangbei Business College, he stated before turning and entering his quarters. What a misfortune! He had intended to assist on behalf of Su Mo. Yet his good intentions had backfired. The events had unfolded so abruptly that it wasn't until Gu Yun departed that Su Mayan fully grasped the situation. Hastily, she gathered the disheveled documents and rushed Zhang Ku to the hospital. Looking at the thoroughly disheveled files, Su Mayan felt on the brink of collapse. The project leader had been a prestigious professor, Zhao Fifen, whom Su Mayan had managed to recruit through connections at Beijing Institute of Technology with a substantial remuneration. Professor Zhao's accomplishments in chemistry were remarkable, and for over a decade, he had dedicated himself to research in applied chemistry, establishing himself as a leading authority in the field nationally. Professor Zhao, however, possesses a significant flaw: his aversion to electronic devices. Unless absolutely necessary, he refrains from engaging with computers. He believes that the ultimate reason for human evolution lies in our capacity for thought, while electronic computers offer immense convenience. They also risk rendering human cognition rigid. In his experimental endeavors and data analysis, Professor Zhao prefers to utilize the relatively primitive tools of pen and paper to document his findings. Today, the 3 handwritten sheets nestled within the folder brought by Zhang Ku encapsulate the entirety of Professor Zhao's research over the past few months. Although the path to successful research remains arduous, a glimmer of hope has emerged amidst the darkness, however faint, signifying that they are one step closer to achievement. Fortunately, the discovery was timely, and the other 2 sheets remain unscathed. Su Muyan now wishes to inquire of Professor Zhao whether he retains any memory that might allow for the restoration of the data. Upon opening the laboratory door, Jiao Feifan spotted the hastily arriving Su Muyan and tilted his head in inquiry. Yan, why the haste? What has transpired? Uncle Zhao. There is no time for explanations now, Su Muyan replied, catching her breath. Was there a backup of the equations from the previous experiment? Can you see if this can be restored? As she spoke, she handed Jiao Feifan the report marked by Gu Yang's scribbles. Jiao Feifan furrowed his brow at a mere glance. Had these materials not been brought by Su Muyan, he would have erupted in frustration at such a blatant disregard for the integrity of another's research. After scrutinizing the document for a while, his furrowed brow could have squashed a fly. Su Muyan dared not disturb Jiao Feifan, her heart racing, even hesitant to breathe. Yet, to her surprise, Jiao Feifan's expression shifted from cloudy to clear, as he burst into hearty laughter and seized a pen to commence calculations. Oh! How could I not have thought of this? Splendid! This section can directly utilize sodium hydroxide. Jiao Feifan became enraptured, murmuring to himself with exuberance. His assistants gathered around, mesmerized by the very scribbles that Su Muyan had derided, as if they had partaken of a potent elixir. Poor Su Muyan, utterly bewildered and unable to penetrate the throng, stood outside, staring in a daze. What else? Jiao Feifan inquired with renewed vigor after half an hour of fervent calculations. As if he were a bull seeing a red cloth. What? Su Muyan's eyelids twitched, as a business person. She struggled to keep pace with the thought processes of these researchers, yet she did not forget to reassure Jiao Feifan, Uncle Zhao. There is no need to feel overwhelmed. If restoration proves impossible, it's no great loss. Our Su Corporation can certainly absorb this setback. Ah! How can I make you understand? Jiao Feifan lamented in exasperation. I ask you, where is the continuation? Do you realize that what this individual has written has opened a new avenue of thought for me? If we follow this person's insights, the cleaning efficacy of our product could improve by at least 50%, with the sterilization rate potentially reaching 99.9%. What on earth? Su Muyan widened her eyes, utterly astonished by a result she could scarcely have envisioned. Just moments ago, she had been contemplating the abandonment of her strategy to safeguard her own position. This chaotic assortment of scribbles. Picking up a sheet of paper from the table, she pondered whether it was merely nonsensical scrawling. The members of the laboratory regarded their benefactor with expressions of bewilderment. Jiao Feifan's gaze was particularly piercing, as if he were on the verge of inscribing the words, "This child must be a fool," upon his countenance. How could this be possible? Jiao Feifan felt that he would eventually be driven to despair by Su Muyan. Her expertise in chemistry could only be described as unparalleled within China, if not the entire world. Had he known that this girl had connections to such a prodigious individual, he would have spared himself the embarrassment. After Jiao Feifan spoke, a self-deprecating smile crept across his lips. At his age, he had never been humbled in the realm of chemistry, yet this time, he willingly conceded defeat. Su Muyan's thoughts were a tumultuous whirlpool. Could it be that the contents penned by Gu Yun on this paper were not merely random doodles? Was that earnest offer of assistance from the mediocre college student genuine? If his knowledge in chemistry was indeed so profound, why would he choose to attend a private junior college instead of a prestigious institution like Shuemu? Additionally, it was rumored that he was burdened with considerable debts. This defied all logic. Jiao Feifan gazed at Su Muyan with eager anticipation, urging her, "Please tell me. Who is the esteemed teacher that assisted you in rectifying and deciphering the equations? I must meet him in person without delay. Is it Dr. Chen from the Academy of Sciences?" Yes, it must be Dr. Chen. I can think of no one else capable of so effortlessly unraveling such a multitude of complex problems in such a short time. The others in the laboratory looked at Su Muyan with fervent interest, yet as she returned to reality from her elation, her heart felt heavier than if she had consumed bitter herbs. Having previously quarreled with Gu Yun, she had callously trampled upon his sincere intentions. Now, even if she were to swallow her pride and seek his aid, would he still be inclined to assist her? Uncle Zhao, are you absolutely certain there are no errors? Is it possible that all those chaotic elements are indeed correct? Su Muyan wished to grasp at any remaining hope. Jiao Feifan's eyes widened in disbelief. Gasping for breath, are you questioning my professional judgment? Just that one statement sent a chill through Su Muyan's heart. Chapter 17. Dear classmate. Please do not overact. Am I not being sufficiently clear? Professor Zhao expressed his displeasure. My dear girl, since your company has secured the presence of such esteemed scientists, it is rather unlikely that you would need an old relic like me to make a ruckus. Yet, must you resort to such tactics to usher me away? At that moment, Zhang had taken those datasheets and returned in less than half an hour. Which implies that the professor spent no more than 25 minutes from the moment he saw the data to solving the intricate problems. If he were to personally oversee the project's development, success would be assured within a week at the utmost. Alas, the disparity is striking. This is the vast chasm created by the realm of knowledge. Well then, I shall swallow my pride. If you would allow me to serve as that professor's assistant for just 1 week, I would not only forego any remuneration from your esteemed company, but I could even offer you a certain sum for the sake of collaboration. How does that sound? Jiao Fifen's incessant chatter revealed his insatiable thirst for knowledge. Upon hearing this, Su Muyan nearly fainted. Doubts began to cloud her mind. Perhaps the elderly gentleman had momentarily lost his composure upon witnessing his labor being so carelessly mishandled. How else could he utter such bewildering statements? With no other recourse, Su Muyan reluctantly set off once more, albeit in a state of utter confusion. In this vast sea of humanity, where could she possibly find Gu Yun? While waiting for a red light, she suddenly remembered she had obtained Gu Yang's personal phone number through Jiao Xian. Filled with hope, she dialed the number. The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. In an instant, her hopes shattered. She tossed the phone onto the passenger seat, frustratedly banging the steering wheel. With no other option, Su Muyan decided to head to Jiangbei Business College, hoping for a stroke of luck in finding Gu Yun. As the newly minted female tycoon, she commanded considerable attention, her license plate number signifying her status. After circling the not-so-large campus, she still did not encounter the person she sought. Leaning against the car door, she exuded an aura of chaotic beauty. Unbeknownst to her, her mere presence had already stirred waves of excitement upon her entrance to the school. Not only the ordinary students but even the administration could hardly remain composed, eagerly rushing to welcome Su Muyan. However, by the time they reached the school gate, all that awaited them was the lingering scent of exhaust fumes. I tell you, I've never encountered a man more timid than Gu Yun. I dated him for 2 years, and we barely even held hands. Slow down, you scoundrel. This is broad daylight. As fate would have it, Su Muyan sought refuge in the serene maple grove, hoping for tranquility, only to discover it was a sanctuary for clandestine rendezvous among the students of Jiangbei Business College. In truth, one could say she was unfortunate. Typically, she could only encounter a few wild ducks at night, but unexpectedly, she encountered a ruthless character in broad daylight. Fortunately, the piercing sound did not linger for long, and a few minutes later, the woman's sharp and disdainful voice resonated once more. Humph, you speak so boldly, yet you are merely a paper tiger. Knowing her own limitations, she should have taken action. Zhang Long, adjusting her attire, walked out with a feigned delicacy, her face awash with disdain, continuously hurling verbal barbs at her suitor. Regarding such sordid affairs, Su Muyan had always held them in contempt. However, upon hearing them mention Gu Yun, her interest was piqued. Jiao Xian and Gu Yun were roommates. Even if their camaraderie was strong, their bond might not be particularly intimate. Nonetheless, the ex-girlfriend might possess a means to locate Gu Yun. Excuse me, may I interrupt? Su Muyan halted Dong Long, who was about to exit. Do you know Gu Yun? Of course, why do you seek that coward? Zhang Long retorted, but then a thought struck her, and she took a couple of steps back. Let me tell you, if you are here to collect a debt, go directly to him. He handled all the paperwork initially, and it has nothing to do with our current company. Su Muyan was taken aback by this revelation and found herself momentarily at a loss for words. It was then that the man with a pockmarked face, who had been trailing Zhang Long, pointed at Su Muyan and stammered, "Aren't you Su Muyan, the chairwoman?" Zhang Long scrutinized the lightly made-up woman once more, and her memories began to crystallize. Her eyes widened in disbelief, and her voice soared an octave. Chairwoman Su. Realizing her identity could no longer be concealed, Su Muyan removed her sunglasses, which had obscured half her face, and introduced herself anew. Yes, I am Su Muyan. I am looking for Gu Yun. Do you have his contact information? I have heard that you are quite close. In mere seconds, a multitude of thoughts flashed through Zhang Lan's mind as she calculated how to secure the greatest benefit for herself. It appeared that Gu Yang's employment at the Su Corporation was all but certain. If a meek person could gain the favor of Su Muyan, then surely she could also find her way into the Su Corporation. At that moment, she envisioned a future filled with wealth and handsome suitors. In that fleeting instant, she resolved to reclaim Gu Yang's position, ideally usurping his role within the company. Not only did she lack Gu Yang's contact information, but even if she did possess it, she would never disclose it to Su Muyan. I will help you look for it, Chairwoman Su. Please wait a moment, Zhang Long offered politely, all the while discreetly observing the expression on Su Muyan's face. I must say something I shouldn't, Chairwoman Su, but please do not be deceived by Gu Yang's exterior. That person has a heart as cruel as a serpent's, sweet in speech yet venomous in intent. I was once ensnared by his deceit. Moreover, his lifestyle choices raise significant concerns. Zhang Long, while scrolling through her phone, feigned nonchalance as she spoke. Of course, Chairman Su, your discerning eye for people is unparalleled. One must not be misled by appearances. Some individuals may seem respectable yet harbor malicious intent. As a prominent enterprise in the nation, Su Group should not solely prioritize academic credentials during recruitment. Character is equally paramount. A talented individual devoid of virtue can be far more perilous than one who possesses integrity but lacks skill. When I was with Gu Yun, I did not disdain his background, and I mourned for quite some time after our separation. Yet, who could have predicted that he would soon find a new partner? One who lacked any sense of responsibility and even compelled that unfortunate woman to undergo an abortion, the costs of which she bore herself. You may have heard that Gu Yun once founded a company, but, Chairman Su, it was nothing short of a fraudulent enterprise. Otherwise, it would not have encountered such issues at the height of its success. Zhou Kai and I painstakingly intervened to steer that fledgling company back on course. Though Su Muyan's expression appeared calm and intrigued, her inner turmoil was palpable, and a curse hovered on the tip of her tongue. What kind of judgment did Gu Yun possess to favor such a woman? Not to mention her brazen conduct in broad daylight. Engaging in such impropriety with a complete stranger, was there a flaw in her reasoning? Had it not been for her need of assistance, Su Muyan would have long since departed in irritation. Did she not understand that foolishness can be contagious? Have you managed to obtain Gu Yang's contact information? Su Muyan felt her facial muscles tense. Soon. Please remain patient, Chairman Su. I am indeed searching, Zhang Long replied, her naivety evident in her tone, though her expression brimmed with self-satisfaction. Su Muyan, unwilling to linger any longer, recognized that Zhang Lan's frantic efforts were misguided. Such matters could be delegated to a secretary. There was no need for her to rush here in desperation. If you cannot find it, then cease your search. I have other matters to attend to, and I truly appreciate your help. With that, Su Muyan prepared to leave. Zhang Long, flustered, hurried after Su Muyan's Lamborghini in her 10-centimeter heels, inhaling exhaust fumes. Meanwhile, Gu Yun, whom Su Muyan had been preoccupied with, was immersed in a world of antiquity. He was quite pleased with his residence in Xinhai district, yet felt something was amiss within its confines. The traditional architecture was a rare achievement, but if only he could adorn it with some heirloom artifacts, it would be even more splendid. Driven by both a quest for treasures and a desire for leisure, Gu Yun visited Jiangbei's largest antique market, a bustling hub of activity, alive with crowds at all hours. Chapter 18. The antique market. The individuals present in this realm are not driven by a genuine passion for antiques. Rather, some harbor dreams of overnight wealth, lured by tales from online novels or television dramas where characters stumble upon fortuitous finds at antique stalls. This incites a yearning in certain hearts to embark on a similar quest. The antique market in Jiangbei is situated in the bustling heart of the city, where some enterprising souls have established shops adorned with exquisite decor that evokes the essence of ancient times. However, the items for sale are predominantly beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Thus, the market is also populated by numerous vendors who rise before dawn to set up their stalls, possessing a silver tongue capable of transforming the genuine into the counterfeit and vice versa. Those seeking hidden treasures often scour this market, yet most fall prey to deception, only to realize the cost of their greed after parting with their money. Of course, Gu Yun is not one to be easily deceived. He can discern the authenticity of aged relics at a mere glance. Having once been an exceptional artisan, and having genuinely lived in that era, his expertise is unparalleled. Regardless of the passage of time, those like Gu Yun are regarded as casual patrons, selling items they have brought from their hometowns, engaging in direct transactions without intermediaries profiting from the difference. As it is Gu Yang's inaugural visit to this antique market, he finds it quite intriguing. Meandering through the stalls but never lingering too long at any one place, the vendors are astute, having honed their discerning eyes upon seeing Gu Yang's youthful visage. They instantly lose the desire to engage him in conversation. With a face unblemished by experience, he appears incapable of affording antiques, rendering him unworthy of their time. Gu Yun remains indifferent to this treatment, for the adage that one is judged by their attire holds true. One's appearance can often dictate the respect they receive. However, a commotion in a corner, where a throng of people encircled a young man clad in a military green coat and a venerable elder with silver hair, piqued Gu Yun's curiosity. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that they were deliberating over a jade ring the elder held in his hand. The young man lamented that due to his father's grave illness, he was compelled to sell this ancestral heirloom for the sum of 300,000. The elder hesitated, uncertain whether to make the purchase, while the growing crowd exchanged opinions, further clouding his judgment. Intrigued, Gu Yun seized the opportunity to scrutinize the object while the crowd's attention was directed towards the two individuals. To Gu Yun, any relic that has withstood the test of time exudes a subtle aura, with the richness of this essence intensifying with age. Yet, the jade ring before him bore none of this allure. It was immediately apparent that it was a high-quality imitation. The genuine cannot be disguised, nor can the false attain authenticity. Although this jade ring was crafted with remarkable finesse, appearing almost flawless, it remained utterly transparent to Gu Yun's discerning gaze. Sir, are you going to buy it or not? If you're not going to purchase this item, please give it to me. Suddenly, an anxious voice emerged from the crowd. What are you trying to snatch? I was clearly here first. If I had forgotten to bring enough money today, this item would already belong to me. How about this, boss? Just wait for me a moment. I'll go home to get the money, and you can reserve it for me. Instantly, someone retorted. Clearly, there were many who coveted this item, yet Gu Yun discerned that they were not genuinely interested in purchasing. They were merely what one might cautious. They spoke at this opportune moment to hasten the old man's decision. 300,000 is no small sum. Although Gu Yun could see that the old man appeared to be fairly well off, for him, this amount might be but a trifling matter. However, just because one is wealthy does not mean they should be easily deceived. If the individual in question were a young person in their 20s or 30s, Gu Yun would not intervene. It's best to learn the hard way. For those young individuals who do not strive for their own success but instead wait for opportunities to fall into their laps, a harsh lesson from reality serves as the best education. Yet this elder seemed to be over 70, an age meant for enjoying the fruits of life. It would be unfortunate if he were to become distressed over such a trivial matter, even if it merely led to an ache or a headache. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Gu Yun finally spoke softly. This is my first encounter with someone selling counterfeit goods so brazenly. This jade ring is nothing but a replica. It's not worth 30,000, let alone free. His words immediately sparked a commotion. No one knew where this brash young man had come from. Most of the onlookers were not experts and instinctively believed the item to be genuine. To accept Gu Yun's assertion would mean completely undermining their own beliefs, a notion they were reluctant to entertain. Moreover, seeing Gu Yun's youthful appearance, they dismissed him as a mere troublemaker seeking attention. Young man, if you say my item is fake, do you have any evidence to back that up? The vendor, seasoned in his trade, silenced Gu Yun with a single retort. Gu Yun could hardly proclaim, I am a wandering spirit who has lived countless years, capable of discerning the authenticity of your item at a glance. Such a declaration would likely lead to others questioning his sanity. Sir, if you trust my judgment, it would be wise to consult a professional for verification, Gu Yun ultimately advised the elder. Whether the old man heeded this counsel was his own decision. Gu Yun had done all he could, leaving the rest to fate. Perhaps Chen Zhengguang's words resonated with the old man, as he ultimately hesitated and called a friend. During the prolonged wait, Gu Yun faced the crowd's scrutiny with unwavering confidence, holding firm to his conviction, the genuine cannot hide behind falsehoods, and falsehoods cannot masquerade as truth. Respect the elderly, and care for the aged. He has said all that he needed to say. How the elderly gentleman ultimately decides is no longer his concern. After a prolonged wait, the so-called friend of the old man arrived, leisurely taking the jade ring from the antiquities dealer and examining it for an extended period. He even retrieved a magnifying glass from his pocket for a more meticulous inspection. The onlookers fell silent, wary of disturbing the old man's contemplation. Finally, after a considerable pause, the seemingly cultured elder spoke. It is fortunate you did not purchase this. It is a counterfeit. At this revelation, the crowd's gaze towards Chen Zhuguang transformed. Astonished that this young man possessed such expertise, the vendor, well aware of the true nature of his wares, understood that this was merely a fabricated antique. He had initially hoped to deceive the old man, but now, faced with this unexpected disruption, feared his chances of selling the item were dashed. Yet, How could he admit to having purchased a counterfeit? To do so would render him unable to hold his head high within the antiquities community. In a fit of rage, he retorted, "And who are you to declare my item a fake? This has been passed down through generations. Today is simply my misfortune. I shall not sell this item." Upon finishing his outburst, the vendor snatched the jade ring from the old man's hand and stormed off, leaving the crowd to disperse, having lost interest in the spectacle. Observant Qin Zhuyang noticed that shortly after the vendor's departure, the very individuals who had been most vociferous in their bidding quietly slipped away, revealing their collusion. While others may have been unaware of the identity of the refined elder, Zhang Lao, who had grown up alongside him, recognized him clearly. If he asserted that the item was fake, it undoubtedly was. However, what impressed Zhang Lao even more was Gu Yun. He had not anticipated that this young man possessed such discernment. Had it not been for Gu Yun, Zhang Lao feared he might have fallen victim to deception. Although 300,000 was not a trivial sum for him, the embarrassment of presenting what he believed to be a prized possession to friends, only to discover it was a counterfeit, was far more significant. For him, reputation outweighed monetary value. Professor Guo, hearing his friend's comments, expressed surprise, for in the world of antiques, age often conferred an advantage, granting one a unique intuition born of experience. Zhang Lao, curious about individuals from all walks of life, recognized Gu Yun's familiar demeanor. It was uncharacteristic of him to simply walk away after receiving help. Thus, he proposed inviting Gu Yun to dinner. Along the way, Zhang Lao introduced Gu Yun to his esteemed friend, Professor Guo, who, unbeknownst to Gu Yun, was a prominent figure in the field of archaeology in Jiangbei. Though he had retired to enjoy his twilight years, nonetheless, he currently held the prestigious position of director at the Jiangbei City Museum. Gu Yun felt a stir in his heart. Those engaged in the antique industry naturally possessed their own channels. Thus, he readily acquiesced. Initially, he presumed the elder would lead them to a particularly upscale venue, but to his surprise, it was an open-air eatery. Zhang, well acquainted with the place, settled into a seat at the back and instructed the waiter to bring the usual 3 dishes, indicating he frequented this establishment often, as the owner seemed quite familiar with him. Professor Guo was an exceptionally composed individual. Throughout the journey, he had spoken little. Yet each word he uttered struck at the essence of the matter. Gu Yun, possessing his own unique insights into antiques, often ventured down unconventional paths. His thoughts, while seemingly radical, resonated deeply with Professor Guo, who found himself unable to resist further engaging in conversation. The two exchanged words, gradually building a rapport. "Young man, what line of work are you currently pursuing?" Professor Guo inquired tentatively. Gu Yun scratched his head, finding it a rather challenging question to answer. After much contemplation, he finally replied, "At present, I do not hold any formal position. I am a student at the business school, yet I intend to pursue further studies. Would you be interested in delving deeper into archaeology?" Professor Guo's excitement was palpable upon hearing this. Gu Yun, perplexed by the professor's enthusiasm, posed a somewhat impolite query. "What do you mean by that?" "I see great potential in you and wish to take you under my wing, contributing to the antique market in Jiangbei," Professor Gu stated plainly, without any ambiguity. However, Gu Yun chuckled and declined, expressing that his ambitions did not align with such a path. This prompted a sense of regret in Professor Guo, who lamented loudly at the dining table, exclaiming it was a shame to waste such a promising talent. Nevertheless, while Professor Guo may have lost Gu Yun as a prospective apprentice, he took to heart the young man's mention of purchasing antique furniture and assured him that he would arrange it with utmost clarity. Chapter 19, A String of Life. After Professor Guo and the others departed, Gu Yun found himself seated at a humble barbecue stall, eagerly anticipating the culinary delights that awaited him. This is an era resplendent with gourmet experiences, where connoisseurs emerge from all walks of life, cultural luminaries, military and political figures, as well as affluent landowners, each contributing to the burgeoning trend of gastronomic discourse. Accustomed to extravagant feasts and rare delicacies, one occasionally finds solace in the simplicity of a few modest dishes. As night fell, the yearning for a delightful and leisurely meal grew palpable among the people. This seemingly unremarkable street began to witness its daily surge of vitality. From the modest taverns to lavish banquets, the populace exhibited a preference for the lively atmosphere of street-side eateries, where unrefined yet hearty fare offered a sense of security. A portly vendor presented Gu Yun with the skewers he had ordered, generously accompanying them with a can of beer. The lamb skewers, Grilled over pine branches that had been purged of smoke exuded a distinctive aroma. Minimal seasoning was required, a mere sprinkle of cumin and chili powder unleashed an enticing fragrance. Upon tasting, the meat proved tender and delectable, devoid of any gamey flavor, rich yet not greasy, each bite becoming more flavorful, leaving a lingering savor on his palate. Gu Yun relished this moment, aware that without the warmth of culinary experiences, life would merely unfold as a solitary journey. After finishing the skewers, he felt only partially satisfied, yearning for additional offerings to honor his appetite. Just then, he became acutely aware of a child's piercing wails drawing ever closer. Curiosity compelled him to glance up, revealing a woman in her 30s cradling a young girl. The man accompanying her appeared extraordinarily aged, intermittently striking the child's back while muttering in frustration. Gu Yun swiftly recognized that something was amiss. The couple wore tattered clothing, while the child was adorned in luxurious attire, a clear indicator of affluence. Even to one who had been distanced from society for 3 decades. He approached the mismatched pair with urgency, inquiring, why not soothe the child, given her distress? The man, sheepishly smiling, replied, my child is ill, otherwise she wouldn't be in such a state. Oh, what ailment afflicts her? Gu Yun probed further, positioning himself in such a way that obstructed their passage. I'm not certain. We need to take her to the hospital to find out, the man contemplated. Before Gu Yun could inquire further, the woman cradling the child grew agitated. What is wrong with you? Asking incessantly if you delay our child's treatment, what then? From the expressions of the couple, Gu Yun's suspicions solidified. In a sudden, unexpected move, he seized the child from the woman's arms, cradling her protectively. Your child? You too should be incapable of having children, how brazen you are! He exclaimed. The elderly woman, realizing the gravity of the situation, collapsed onto the ground, wailing, in broad daylight. Someone is attempting to abduct my child. Why must my fate be so cruel? Gu Yun's mood was already exceptionally troubled, and now her anger surged uncontrollably. With a swift kick, she sent the assailant flying, but her hand collided painfully against the wall, causing her to grimace in agony. Seizing the moment to escape, she soon realized that a sharp pain coursed through her back, rendering her immobile. The couple revealed their true colors. The man pulled a dagger from his pocket and pressed it against Gu Yun's waist, menacingly warning her to mind her own business and hand over the child, or else his blade would show no mercy. Having always been the one to threaten others, Gu Yun never imagined that upon returning home, she would be the one facing intimidation. Such is the irony of fate. A cruel smile crept across her lips as she cradled the little girl in her arms, using her right hand to grasp the man's wrist. With a slight exertion of strength, the dagger clattered to the ground. In a swift motion, she kicked upwards, catching the spinning blade deftly in her hand. With the dagger poised at the man's throat, a slight press resulted in a thin line of blood appearing on his neck. While soothing the child in her embrace, she declared, in this lifetime, nothing irks me more than being threatened. Just as Gu Yun prepared to further discipline the scoundrel who trafficked children, a frantic woman's voice pierced the air nearby. At the sound, Gu Yun's body trembled involuntarily. Although time had passed, she could never forget that voice. Some people, despite their fleeting presence, become forever etched in one's memory. With a swift punch, she struck the trafficker's temple, rendering him incapable of further wrongdoing before slowly turning to face the woman before her. The woman, clad in a sleek black business suit, perfectly accentuated her alluring figure. Apart from her striking resemblance to Gu Yun's recollections, the aura she exuded was starkly different from the poised and elegant woman Gu Yun remembered. The individual before her radiated a competent charm, her mature makeup and vivid red lips causing Gu Yun to swallow hard, yearning to possess her immediately. Gu Yun trembled, a shiver stemming from the depths of her soul, astonished that after so many years, she could once again encounter the one who had shared her life so intimately. The woman appeared momentarily dazed, clearly taken aback by the unexpected appearance of the man who frequently haunted her dreams. Was this mere coincidence, or the inevitable design of fate? You should return my child to me, Chimio stated coolly, feigning indifference. Gu Yun glanced at the little girl in her arms and then at Chimio, incredulously asking, is this child yours? Have you married? The bitter realization that the woman she loved had wed another man struck Gu Yun like a dagger to the heart. Dad! Don't he misunderstand Mom? The little girl chimed in. She has always raised Miu all by herself. Chimio had yet to utter a word when the delicate little girl in his arms, with her cherubic voice, spoke up. Seemingly fearful that Gu Yun would doubt her sincerity, even going so far as to gesture as if swearing an oath. You silly child, what nonsense are you spouting? Be careful, or I shall give your little behind a smack, Chi Miao retorted, a mix of embarrassment and anger flashing across his face. But Niu is not speaking frivolously. Everything she says is the truth. The little girl with 2 high pigtails protested loudly. Chi Miao stepped forward, intending to reclaim the child from Gu Yang's grasp, but Niu instantly burst into tears, her small hands clutching Gu Yang's clothing tightly as she cried out in desperation. Niu wants daddy, wants daddy. Chi Miao looked to Gu Yun for assistance, but even he appeared helpless, wearing an expression that conveyed his inability to intervene. With resolve, Chi Miao attempted to forcibly take Niu away, yet in doing so, he inadvertently caused Gu Yun to stiffen momentarily, a chill coursing through Chi Miao's chest. Having rushed over without his coat, Chi Miao found himself exposed in this public setting, uncertain of how to proceed. Gu Yun, a man who had lived for thousands of years, although captivated by Chi Miao's exquisite form, was even more inclined to keep her beauty all to himself. Unwilling to allow any prying eyes to gaze upon her, he hoisted Niu onto his shoulders and swiftly shed his outer garment, draping it over Chi Miao's shoulders. Zipping it up to the very top. Standing at a height of 1.88 m, Gu Yun, though not imposing, found his attire hanging loosely on Chi Miao, who, enveloped in his scent, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. To her astonishment, she recognized a deep-seated yearning for this man within her, akin to that of a wayward woman. Gu Yun, too, relished this splendid moment, reflecting on the countless years of his erratic existence, astonished that fate had once again brought them together. Moreover, he keenly sensed that Chi Miao was still untouched, which made the situation even more intriguing. With narrowed eyes, he appraised Chi Miao from head to toe. A playful glint dancing in his gaze, reminiscent of a lone wolf. Despite the passage of time and change, he knew he could not escape his fate. At that moment, an unexpected visitor arrived uninvited. A slender man in a tailored suit rushed over, anxiety etched across his face. With each hurried step, he adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, his expression turning to one of shock upon seeing Niu so intimately close to Gu Yun. His discomfort intensified as he noticed the coat draped over Chi Miao's shoulders. President Qi, I have already called the police. As long as you and Niu are unharmed, I shall escort you home. The frail man spoke with an air of familiarity, as if he had performed this task countless times before. I do not require your assistance. Niu wants daddy to take her home. Niu interjected before Chi Miao could respond. With an apologetic smile, Chi Miao added, Manager Chen, I truly appreciate your concern. But my car is parked nearby. I can manage taking Niu back myself. And who might this gentleman be? Manager Chen inquired, pointing towards Gu Yun. On Chen Su's first day at Su's Financial, he was utterly captivated by Chi Miao, who spoke with remarkable eloquence before the board. This admiration persisted for 2 years. Unwavering even upon learning that Chi Miao had a child, for his love for her was profound. However, he couldn't help but feel a sense of unease when he noticed that Niu, who had always been resistant to interpersonal connections, called this disheveled man daddy. Chi Miao appeared momentarily taken aback, uncertain how to introduce Gu Yun. Should she describe him as the man of her dreams, or fabricate an identity with a falsehood? Chapter 20. The Unfathomable Sewers. Gu Yun held Niu with one hand, smiling as he said, Hello, Manager Chen. I am Niu's future father. And also Chi Miao's current boyfriend and future husband. Having traversed the world and encountered numerous individuals, Gu Yun disowned Chen Su's profound affection for Chi Miao. How could one allow another to slumber upon their own bed? Gu Yun spoke candidly, determined to extinguish Chen Su's misguided hopes. Chi Miao could only ever be his wife, and others ought not to entertain such thoughts. Chen Su offered an awkward smile before feigning gentlemanly decorum. In that case, I shall assist you in resolving this matter before departing. Chi Zong, please take some time to rest. Look, you frightened Niu to tears. Gu Yun stepped forward, placing a hand on Chi Miao's shoulder, responding with familiarity. Then allow me to express my gratitude on behalf of my wife. Let us keep in touch whenever the opportunity arises. With a gentle tug, he led Chi Miao away. Amidst the throngs on the bustling street, Chi Miao, mindful of Gu Yun's presence, remained silent. However, once they were out of sight, she freed herself from his grasp and, with an unfriendly expression, inquired, Sir, may I ask who you are? Has no one taught you the virtue of not meddling in others' affairs? I must apologize. This child speaks without thinking. So please do not take offense. Observing Chi Miao's anger, Gu Yun couldn't help but reflect on the superficial nature of society. Beauty could render even fury exquisite. Her demeanor towards him was a clear indication of her discomfort. Chi Miao, having settled Niu into the car and fastened her seatbelt with care, was taken aback to find Gu Yun unabashedly seated in the passenger seat. We are going home. What are you doing here? Chi Miao questioned coldly, fearing Gu Yun would pester her once more. Gu Yun pointed at her, then puffed up his chest, grinning as he said, You're wearing my clothes, surely. You must return them to me. Chi Miao trembled with anger, realizing this man was relentless. She was about to remove the garment, but upon seeing Gu Yun's eager expression, she suddenly understood that doing so would only benefit him. Helpless, she huffed and started the car. Throughout the journey, Niu, typically reserved, appeared to enjoy her time with Gu Yun. Chi Miao couldn't help but muse. It seems that beauty truly is a swift means of fostering connections. Her plan was flawless. She could take Niu home and simultaneously rid herself of Gu Yun, achieving two objectives at once. However, she underestimated the audacity of Gu Yun. Those lacking shame are unbeatable, and now Gu Yun had successfully charmed Niu. If she hastily expelled him, it was likely Niu would protest as well. Chi Miao had failed to notice that her inexplicable familiarity with Gu Yun had dulled her defenses. Otherwise, how could she allow a man to enter her home so easily? Adhering to the principle of out of sight, out of mind, Chi Miao decided to take a bath first, planning to wait until Niu fell asleep before sending the bothersome intruder away. If necessary, she could always call security or the police. Importantly, Chi Miao possessed unwavering self-confidence. Her years of taekwondo training were not in vain. Even facing free opponents, she was certain they would not stand a chance against her. However, the adage plans cannot keep up with changes rang true. If there was any possibility for things to deteriorate, no matter how slim that chance might be, it would inevitably occur. This is Murphy's Law, a rather vexing principle. As Chi Miao luxuriated in the bathtub, relishing the day as precious leisure, she suddenly opened her eyes to discover that everything on the floor was floating. Rising to investigate, she inadvertently stumbled on the soap, falling to the ground with a startled scream. Hearing the commotion, Gu Yun, who was inside telling Niu a story, rushed in only to find the room flooded. Upon opening the bathroom door, he was greeted by an indescribable sight. Chi Miao, hearing the noise at the door, winced at Gu Yun's piercing scream. Attempting to shield her modesty with her hands, she realized too late that she had twisted her waist, rendering her unable to muster the strength to cover herself, leaving her vulnerable to this intruder's gaze. Gu Yun, wearing a mischievous grin, exclaimed in surprise at how Chi Miao's figure had remained unchanged after all these years. It would be a lie to say he felt indifferent. Get out! Chi Miao's expression was a blend of embarrassment and anger as she chastised Gu Yun. The heat of his gaze made her feel exposed, igniting an indescribable sensation within her. Yet, Gu Yun lingered by the door, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. If I leave now, you might very well drown in this state, he teased, his eyes never leaving Chi Miao, unable to suppress his desire. Although Chi Miao wished to remain indignant, the excruciating pain in her waist and hips rendered her immobile, forcing her to seek Gu Yun's assistance. What are you standing there for? Come help me, she urged. Though she attempted a facade of authority, threatening, if you dare to behave inappropriately, I want to be kind. Gu Yun, upon hearing her words, seemed to take them as a command. Ignoring the water soaking his pants, he swiftly approached Chi Miao, lifting her knees with one hand while supporting her back with the other. He feigned a stumble, prompting Chi Miao to instinctively wrap her arms around his neck, eliciting a triumphant smile from him. The softness of her skin, as smooth as silk, captivated Gu Yun. Throughout their journey to the bed, he couldn't resist subtle touches, albeit discreet. Chi Miao felt the masculine aura radiating from Gu Yun, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. No matter how beautiful the moment, it inevitably culminates in its conclusion. Although the villa where Chi Miao currently resides is quite spacious, the distance to the bed is merely a little over 30 steps. Gu Yun, filled with a sense of profound regret, gently set Chi Miao down, his heart heavy with a mix of melancholy and reluctance. Chi Miao, resembling a startled rabbit, disregarded her still damp body and burrowed into the blankets, fierce indignation in her voice as she commanded Gu Yun to leave. You should hurry and get out. Why didn't you express disdain after enjoying yourself just now? Gu Yun wore an expression of faint grievance. Chi Miao ignored him, curling herself deeper into the comforter. And soon the pain caused her to break into a cold sweat. Where do you keep your vinegar and baking soda? Gu Yun, after realizing his own folly, inquired. Chi Miao looked surprised, her voice trembling as she replied, It should be in the kitchen. What do you need those for? The drain is clogged, and I need to remedy the situation, Gu Yun stated earnestly before turning toward the kitchen. After Gu Yun had tidied up the disarray in the house. He suddenly remembered that he had settled the bill. The clouds obscured the pale moonlight, as the autumn breeze rustled through the trees, cicadas chirped, and night frogs croaked, with streetlights casting elongated shadows of Gu-yun. Even at this late hour, the street lined with snacks was still bustling with activity. Gu-yun observed the plump owner of the stall, who, despite sweating profusely, remained energetic, fueled by the satisfaction of his patrons. How much do I owe for the skewers? Gu-yun stood upright before the barbecue stall, feeling a sense of awkwardness, yet oblivious to it. The incident had unfolded unexpectedly, and he had left in haste. Old Sue, who operated the barbecue stand, recognized Gu-yun immediately, waving his hand with a hearty laugh. No worries, consider that meal on me. A good deed deserves a reward. You have your own struggles, let us keep it fair. That'll be 100 yuan, no change needed. Gu-yun, lacking any small change, extracted 100 yuan and placed it beside the grill. Old Sue insisted on not accepting it, his booming voice resonating like a loudspeaker, making it seem as though two people were squabbling. Opposite the barbecue stall lay the renowned Tatiju in Jiangbei, where Zhou Kai and his rowdy friends stumbled out, intoxicated. Among the crowd, Zhou Kai was the first to spot Gu-yun. "Isn't this our esteemed scholar from the business school?" Zhou Kai feigned familiarity, draping an arm around Gu-yun's shoulder. "So, did you get schooled for dining without paying today? Given our shared entrepreneurial ventures, do you need me to cover your bill?" Though Zhou Kai's eyes were glazed, he still found time to mock Gu-yun. Gu-yun, repulsed, pushed Zhou Kai away, but before he could respond, Old Sue had already tossed aside his barbecue tongs. "Where do you come off? When did my affairs become your concern? Are you so blind that you can't see I'm helping you deal with this freeloader?" Zhou Kai, proud of his misguided intentions, wore a smug expression. "What?" Old Sue was taken aback, bewildered by this imbecile's audacity. Just moments ago, the diners who had been indulging in idle chatter and enjoying skewers and drinks turned their attention to the brash young man. Upon hearing his words, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. This lad was truly amusing. Even if one were to meddle in affairs that did not concern him, it would be wise to ascertain the facts first. What a stroke of misfortune to encounter a lunatic. Though he appeared respectable in attire, it was evident that his mind was unhinged. Old Sue pushed Zhou Kai aside, muttering softly to himself. A chill breeze swept through, bringing Zhou Kai back to a semblance of clarity. He realized that his earlier actions had been reckless. However, having lost face in front of so many, he was determined not to let them off easily, his eyes glinting with cunning resolve. Chapter 21. Lessons from a rope. Zhou Kai left in a dejected manner, amidst the mocking gazes of those around him. However, Gu-yun was acutely aware that this incident would not conclude so easily. With one eye large and the other small, Zhou Kai, a petty and spiteful man, would undoubtedly seek to restore his lost dignity. Gu-yun did not have to wait long for Zhou Kai's return. Upon stepping outside, he discovered a crowd gathered around the stall. As Gu-yun observed the vehicles parked nearby and the uniforms worn by the newcomers, he realized he had encountered the infamous rogues. The individuals who had arrived were predominantly young and vigorous, who promptly expelled the customers from the barbecue stand, loading up all the tables and chairs onto their vehicle, while carelessly tossing aside Gu-yun's belongings that were tucked away in the corner. For 2 decades, Old Sue had braved the elements at this roadside location, and this stall had become his home. He relied on his culinary skills to support his family. And faced with this sudden onslaught, the resolute man found himself flustered, pleading desperately with the seemingly fearsome leader of the rogues, who remained unmoved, proceeding with their actions without a hint of compassion. Gu-yun pushed his way through the throng and approached the brazen leader of the rogues, stating, "May I reclaim my belongings?" "What belongs to you? We are engaged in important matters here. Do not interfere, or you may find yourself taken along as well," the burly man with a brutish visage retorted, casting a glance at Lin Fan. Gu-yun pointed to the military backpack on the vehicle and declared, "That bag is mine. If you return it, I will leave." "Scram! Where did this pauper come from? If you don't leave, I won't be so courteous." A hefty man beside Gu-yun pushed him while speaking. Observing Old Sue, a towering figure over 6 feet tall, pleading in distress, and witnessing the destruction of his lifelong endeavor, Zhou Kai, lurking in the shadows, revealed a smirk of satisfaction. "Brother Kai, you truly are something," Ho Sen exclaimed, raising his thumb in admiration. This Su Guozhu was renowned as the tyrant of the food street, yet under Brother Kai's influence, he was reduced to a mere shadow of his former self. Jiao Ning was astonished to learn that Zhou Kai was acquainted with such rogues, regarding him with newfound respect. Crushing such insignificant beings was of no consequence, mere vermin in the sewers who fancied themselves significant figures. Zhou Kai was now fully alert. His gaze fixed intently on Gu Yun. He had previously conferred with the rogue leader, Lao Zuo, and had instructed that Gu Yun must be dealt with severely. Ideally to leave him in a state of perpetual suffering. May I inquire what offense he has committed that warrants the confiscation of his means of sustenance? Gu Yun remained unfazed by the rogue's blatant disrespect. He adhered to the principle of courtesy before conflict. If one does not provoke me, I shall not retaliate. However, if one does offend, they shall receive double the recompense. It was akin to a dog biting one. There was no need to stoop to vengeance by returning the bite in such a public setting. How undignified that would be. The individual in question operates without a license, and the food he peddles has not undergone inspection by the health authorities, constituting a grave violation of the law. Consequently, we confiscated his tools of wrongdoing, acting in the name of justice. Do you have any objections, young man? The leader, a burly figure with a face resembling a mass of flesh, slowly approached Gu Yun, speaking in a rehearsed manner. Gu Yun noncommittally nodded, although the owner of the barbecue stall, Old Su, appeared to be part of a vulnerable demographic. He indeed had his share of issues. However, Gu Yun was not inclined to intervene in such matters, as he was known for assisting the principled rather than the personal. Remember, you should not meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Do not overestimate your own significance. You are but a contemptible pest, one of the ruffians remarked. Noticing Gu Yun's retreat and mistakenly interpreting it as fear, which only emboldened him further. Daddy, what is happening here? At that moment, a beautiful young girl rushed in from across the street. Her eyes sparkled like clear stars in the night sky. Yet her brow was furrowed in disbelief as she surveyed the chaotic scene before her. As she approached, Gu Yun discerned her pallid complexion and frail form, a stark contrast to the vitality one would expect from a healthy individual. Upon seeing his daughter emerge, the barbecue stall owner was taken aback and, disregarding the thugs loading items into their vehicle, hurried to his daughter's side. His calloused hands rested anxiously on her delicate shoulders as he implored, "Why did you come out? There is nothing to worry about here. Focus on your recovery, and leave the rest to me." The girl was not naive. She understood the gravity of the situation unfolding before her. Rarely defying her father's wishes, she freed herself from his grasp and resolutely approached the thugs clad in matching uniforms. Mastering her strength to call out loudly, "It is not the scarcity that troubles us but the inequality. Every merchant on this street faces the same challenges you claim justify your actions, yet why do you target my father alone? Reflect upon your conscience. Do you not feel a twinge of guilt for your actions, carried out under the guise of righteousness while indulging in the most despicable deeds? I am truly ashamed for you." Gu Yun regarded the girl, who resembled a radiant beauty, with astonishment, not expecting her to possess such sharp wit. The faces of the ruffians showed no signs of shame. Spotting Zhou Kai hidden in the shadows, Gu Yun began to piece together the situation but had no intention of intervening, mindful of his sensitive position and the wisdom in proceeding with caution. The leading thug exchanged a glance with Zhou Kai, then signaled to his subordinates. The lanky ruffian who had earlier pushed Gu Yun approached the girl and, with a slight force, shoved her to the ground. The girl's emotional state, already heightened, was further disrupted by this act of aggression, causing her to faint instantly. The proprietor of the barbecue stall rushed to his daughter's side, his facade of strength crumbling in this poignant moment. Tears streaming down his face as if he were a child weighing over 200 pounds. I admonished them, saying, "Isn't this a bit excessive? Who bestowed upon you the authority to act so recklessly here?" Gu Yun could no longer contain himself, boldly confronting the group of ruffians and questioning them loudly. "Can you refrain from causing a ruckus? Who do you think you are to meddle in our affairs?" The leader of the thugs, Old Left, was irked by Gu Yun's repeated interjections. In this street, he was the undisputed boss, and no one had ever dared to provoke him in such a manner. "While you speak nonsense with your eyes wide open, you ought to clean up the mess you've made," Gu Yun retorted, his vulgarity devoid of profane words. "Are you attempting to obstruct us?" The ruffian leader squinted, casting a significant glance at Gu Yun. Yet Gu Yun shook his head, clarifying, "I am not here to impede you, but to seek justice for these individuals." "Ha ha ha! This is the first time I've heard such ludicrous words. Do you truly believe you can contend with so many of us alone? Be mindful of your bravado," the leader chuckled, followed by the laughter of his cohorts, plunging the street food alley into an absurd atmosphere. It was as if fate had delivered a pillow to a man drowsy from sleep. Just when they sought an excuse to deal with Gu Yun, he had unwittingly offered himself as a target. If you wish to fight, then let us fight. Gu Yun's countenance revealed no trace of fear. Young brother, I appreciate your good intentions, but perhaps it would be best to reconsider. Their numbers are overwhelming. And your sentiment is acknowledged, advised old Su, the barbecue stall owner, out of goodwill. Rest assured, I do not regard these individuals with any measure of concern. Gu Yun replied with a smile, his words dripping with disdain. Brothers, did you hear how arrogant this lad is? Shouldn't we teach him a lesson? At the command of their leader, the thugs brandished their clubs, all directed towards Gu Yun. Ordinarily, one might find themselves overwhelmed and succumb to such an assault, however. Their fortune was decidedly poor, for they were up against Gu Yun. Not only had he once been a formidable warrior, effortlessly claiming the heads of enemies amidst the throngs of battle, but even his current physique surpassed that of an average person. As the clubs descended upon him, Gu Yun leapt high into the air, his feet arched to ensnare the heads of two assailants, and with a powerful twist of his torso, their heads collided with a resounding thud. He then deftly planted his toes on the ground and sidestepped, swiftly delivering a punch squarely to another thug's face, causing blood to spurt forth in an instant. Just as the rogue, intent on launching a surprise attack on Gu Yun, raised his baseball bat to strike at his waist, Gu Yun deftly bent forward, evading the blow. He then seized a stick from the ground and, without looking back, struck the assailant squarely on the temple. The once arrogant, lanky figure promptly collapsed, lying motionless on the ground, while his companions trampled over him. The tide of the situation had undeniably shifted, yet the spectators were left astonished, as it was far from their expectations. Gu Yun single-handedly confronted these seemingly invincible thugs. Observing Gu Yun's formidable combat prowess, Lao Zuo felt a surge of trepidation. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, he stealthily moved towards the truck, intending to summon reinforcements, seeking an escape from this perilous scenario. Meanwhile, he mentally berated Zhou Kao 100 times, regretting ever crossing paths with such a formidable adversary. No amount of money could persuade him to engage again. Chapter 22. Prosperity and trustworthiness of loans. Due to the cautious movements of the ruffian leader, the attention of everyone present was entirely consumed by the spectacle of the brawl, leaving him unnoticed. However, Gu Yun caught sight of this scene and could not help but curl his lips into a disdainful smile. As the architect of the chaos, how could he allow the ruffian leader to escape so effortlessly? Gu Yun hefted the baseball bat in his hand, then hurled it towards the ruffian leader, striking him squarely on the back of the head. The previously arrogant ruffian leader rolled his eyes back and collapsed in a dramatic faint. Upon witnessing their superior's predicament, the small-time thugs could no longer concern themselves with Gu Yun. They surged towards their incapacitated leader. Even those who had been injured by Gu Yun clutched their wounds and staggered to his side. They hoisted their boss and rushed towards the hospital, leaving behind threats for Gu Yun and the owner of the barbecue shop, fleeing in disarray without even taking their vehicle. Gu Yun jumped into his car, grabbed his bag, and upon unzipping it to check, found nothing missing, which alleviated his worries. Zhou Kai, observing Gu Yun's fierce demeanor, felt a pang of anxiety and shrank into a corner, scarcely daring to show his face. Gu Yun's piercing gaze was like a blade, and Zhou Kai, stripped of his earlier bravado, scurried away with his group of miscreants, not daring to utter a sound. Old Su, the owner of the barbecue shop, was now entirely focused on his daughter, and thus paid little mind to external matters. The crowd that had gathered to witness the commotion soon dispersed like birds startled from their perch, as the once boisterous food street fell into an eerie silence. Yet, Gu Yun noticed a corpulent middle-aged man casting a resentful glance in his direction. If the owner has no further business, I shall take my leave. However, I would like to offer a piece of advice. If possible, it would be wise to rent a storefront. This food street is fraught with danger. I can assist you once, but I cannot be of help indefinitely. Sooner or later, significant trouble will arise, Gu Yun cautioned after much hesitation. The barbecue shop owner raised his head, his expression laden with bitterness, forcing a smile that was more sorrowful than tears. Anyone with even a modicum of financial stability would not be here struggling to make a living. All my funds have gone towards my daughter's medical treatment. I have no spare money to lease a shop. Gu Yun opened his mouth to offer further comfort but ultimately refrained from speaking. Life in this society is a challenge for everyone. Those who appear happy often harbor unspoken sorrows. Those who frequently smile may conceal silent tears. And those who flaunt their lives may not be as prosperous as they seem. In this dazzling era of neon lights, where souls are easily shattered. Some individuals are restless and boisterous, lost in their own exhilaration, while others yearn for simplicity and a return to the ordinary. The shoulders of middle-aged individuals bear the weight of familial responsibilities and the burdens of life as missions, enduring endless toil that leaves their shoulders bloodied. They grit their teeth and persist in their struggles, daunted by the thought of slacking off. Often, despite being physically and mentally exhausted, with hearts aching, they can only endure in silence. The owner of the barbecue stall braves the elements, stationed at his humble roadside establishment, merely seeking to earn a living through his culinary skills. Such individuals, who earn their keep through honest labor, command Gu Yun's utmost admiration. Approaching the barbecue stall owner, Gu Yun shyly touched his nose and said, "If you could find a moment, I might be able to assist with your daughter's ailment. I have a modicum of expertise in medicine." This self-promoting display made Gu Yun feel somewhat bashful. The stall owner regarded her with astonishment. His daughter suffered from a congenital heart defect. He toiled relentlessly, day and night, to afford her surgery in a reputable hospital. For a moment, disbelief washed over him. Entrusting his daughter's life to a stranger is a daunting prospect for any father. Alternatively, I could call for an ambulance to take her to the hospital. The young girl is already in a state of shock. If this continues, it will undoubtedly lead to dire consequences, Gu Yun kindly advised. Upon hearing her words, the middle-aged man's expression twisted in distress. He wished to seek hospital care but was constrained by financial limitations, just moments ago. A group of thugs had robbed him of the little money he had. The barbecue stall owner gazed at Gu Yun, mulling over the recent rescue she had performed on him. Perhaps she was not a villain after all. He resolved to take a leap of faith and asked, "If you are to save my daughter, what will be required?" Gu Yun shook her head, replying, "Nothing much, just a relatively quiet space." The man then implored Gu Yun to look after his unconscious daughter before hastening across the street to beseech someone for assistance. Eventually, after considerable persuasion, the reluctant individual allowed them entry. Upon entering the room, Gu Yun immediately frowned. The place was thick with an unusual odor due to prolonged stagnation. Yet, given the urgency of the situation, she could not afford to be picky and promptly placed the girl on the bed. "The process of my treatment necessitates absolute silence. If possible, please wait outside," she instructed the anxious barbecue stall owner. The middle-aged man cast a skeptical glance at her. For the notion of a lone man and woman sequestered together in a room seemed rather inappropriate. Just then, a scrawny man loitering by the door sneered at Gu Yun, disdainfully remarking, "Who knows what schemes this young fellow has brewing? Now he has the space and a pretty lady. Once we step out, what mischief might he not indulge in? And, let us not forget, you do not even possess a medical license. If something goes awry, where would we find you?" Gu Yun quietly infused his vital energy into the Tianshu acupoint, hoping to bring some comfort to the girl. Straightening his posture, he squinted slightly and inquired, "What do you mean by that? Brother, why not take your daughter to the hospital now? I can advance the payment. And you can repay me when you have the means," he suggested. As he spoke, a man took out a business card, and Gu Yun clearly saw it read Tender Credit Loans, revealing him to be a loan shark. However, it was undeniable that the barbecue stall owner hesitated. On one side stood Gu Yun, a wandering doctor, and on the other, a loan shark. Ultimately, Old Su gritted his teeth and chose to trust Gu Yun. Yet, as he closed the door, he fixed a penetrating gaze on Gu Yun and said, "Young man, I am placing my final hope in you. I sincerely hope you do not let me down. If you can save my daughter, I would willingly toil like a beast." Gu Yun refrained from making excessive promises to the stall owner, believing that actions often speak more convincingly than words. "You all should leave. If any strange noises arise from inside, do not enter. Otherwise, if things go awry, you cannot blame me," Gu Yun emphasized. What strange noises could possibly arise from a solitary man and woman in a room? "What exactly do you intend to do?" questioned Zhang Tindao. The small-time thug lurking behind the door. The barbecue stall owner was a significant client. If he could secure a loan here, it would surely yield a handsome profit for him. "If you do not trust me, I can swiftly call the emergency center, and I will cover all expenses for your daughter's treatment. However, I believe you are more aware of your daughter's condition than I am. She may not even make it to the hospital," Gu Yun stated solemnly. He detested the thug's greedy demeanor. Perhaps, in the thug's eyes, the life of the barbecue stall owner's daughter was worth less than the interest he could earn. Although the man was large in stature, he represented the dregs of society. Having drifted for numerous years, Gu Yun had long outgrown youthful arrogance, often choosing to ignore such matters. The world is rife with filth and ugliness. Why should one force oneself to discern right from wrong? Unless it concerns something of utmost importance. Sometimes feigning ignorance and turning a blind eye can alleviate considerable suffering and distress. Upon hearing Gu Yang's words, old Su felt no further hesitation, while the small-time thug, who had been standing behind, opened his mouth but refrained from speaking. However, before closing the door, he continued to stir the pot. Brother, you must keep an eye on her. Who knows what they might be doing in there? If anything occurs, you'll have no grounds to argue. I shall not stoop to your level of depravity. While I may not be a paragon of virtue, I am not one to exploit others' misfortunes. As he spoke, Gu Yun unleashed his full aura, causing the small ruffian to shut his mouth in trepidation. He sensed that if he continued, this seemingly frail man before him would indeed take his life. In his 20s, Zhang Tenda had been a fervent youth, brandishing a dagger through the streets. Thus he could acutely perceive the killing intent emanating from Gu Yun. Despite the young man's efforts to conceal it, the bloodthirsty aura, akin to a lone wolf emerging from a storm of carnage, hinted that he could be torn to shreds in the next moment. To preserve his own life, Zhang Tenda opted for silence. Gu Yun closed the door and took a deep breath, placing his hand upon the young woman's delicate arm to feel her pulse. In the instant he shut his eyes, he visualized the slow rhythm of her heart within her recumbent form. With renewed focus, he could discern every intricate detail of the girl's internal structure, even the minuscule capillaries as fine as a strand of hair, vividly clear in his mind. Chapter 23. I must report. It was revealed that the girl suffered from a congenital heart condition, which caused her to experience insufficient blood flow and enter a state of shock whenever her emotions became heightened. Gu Yun first channeled his internal energy through the Tianzhong acupoint into the girl's body. Then he alternated pressing on the Zijing, Rutu, and Renzhong acupoints. The girl, who had been silent moments ago, began to exhibit a gradual and rhythmic rise and fall of her chest. Although the movement was still quite slight, it was a sign of progress that bolstered Gu Yang's confidence. He continued to stimulate several acupoints on her body. Initially, he had perceived her frail appearance as resembling that of a mere sprout. However, reality surpassed his expectations. Yet, as a healer with a compassionate heart, Gu Yun knew that this was a critical moment where a life was at stake. With the girl barely clinging to life, he could not afford to hesitate. One must not judge by appearances, nor measure the depths of the sea by a jug. The essence of femininity cannot be gauged by mere observation. Gu Yun transmitted his energy into the girl, but it seemed to vanish into the abyss, eliciting a sense of urgency within him as he increased his efforts. Despite the girl wearing conservative clothing, Gu Yang's focus allowed him to quickly identify the source of her ailment. Whether it was the stifling heat of the cramped room or the turmoil in his heart, he could not help but silently recite. To save a life is more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda. He was indeed striving to save her, placing his hand over her heart. Gradually, the girl's breathing became steady, and she began to awaken. Gu Yang's perspiration fell upon her face, instantly rousing her from her daze, and the previous haze of sensation returned, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Gu Yun swiftly covered her small, chair-like mouth with his right hand, earnestly explaining, "Do not misunderstand. I am here to help you heal." The girl was not naive. She could sense the warm energy circulating throughout her body. The heart that had intermittently throbbed with pain now felt significantly more at ease. Although her body was more comfortable, the girl struggled to overcome her mental barriers. Being alone in a room with a man, if others were to discover this, how could she ever marry? Just as Gu Yun had nearly completed the treatment, the girl's emotions surged once again, and she fainted once more. Gu Yun glanced at his hands, then at the girl lying on the bed, and a bitter smile emerged on his face. What a predicament this was! Was his effort now in vain? Having already alleviated the mass within her heart, he realized that her current condition was likely of a neurological nature. Determined to see his efforts through to the end, he recalled the promise he had made to the barbecue stall owner, to return his daughter safe and sound. Thus, Gu Yun resolved to honor his word. Gu Yun urged the girl to tilt her head back, ensuring that her airway remained unobstructed. With one hand pinching her nose, he inhaled deeply, exhaling the breath into her lungs in a cyclical manner. After repeating this process several times, the girl finally regained consciousness. The moment she opened her eyes, she was met with the sight of Gu Yang's face slowly approaching her, prompting her to instinctively push him to the ground. Barefoot, she dashed out the door. And upon spotting her father, she emotionally accused Gu Yun, exclaiming, "Dad, someone is bullying me." However, Old Su was concerned about a different matter. He was well aware of his daughter's condition, and seeing her so agitated yet physically stable suggested that Gu Yang's treatment had indeed been effective. The troublemaker, Zhang Tenda, who had been tormenting Gu Yun, had mysteriously vanished. Gu Yun attempted to assist Old Su, who, despite his sun-kissed and weathered face, was resolute in his intention to bow deeply to Gu Yun 3 times, leaving Gu Yun in a state of perplexity. Officer Zhang, it's him. He asked the fraud who has been deceiving people in this room, Gu Yun stated, as Zhang Tenda unexpectedly entered with the police. Zhang Tao, faced with the unfolding situation, appeared at a loss. A robust man knelt on the ground while the girl gaped in shock, and even Gu Yun, the alleged perpetrator, wore an expression of astonishment. The numerous inconsistencies aroused his suspicion. Can anyone explain what is happening here? Zhang Tao inquired, pushing up his hat. You little scoundrel, how dare you slander me here? I could report you for providing illegal financial loans, but instead, you have the audacity to turn the tables on me. Old Su's emotions flared as he strode over to the miscreant, seizing his collar and speaking fiercely. Everyone, calm down. What exactly is going on? Clarify this for me. I'm still present. Zhang Tao intervened, separating the two. Feeling somewhat awkward, Gu Yun rubbed his nose and began. This situation is rather complex, but I will endeavor to keep it concise. The girl beside me is the daughter of the barbecue stall owner. She suffers from a congenital heart condition, and due to her heightened emotions, she slipped into a state of shock. In this room, I provided her with basic medical assistance, and now she is well. That is the crux of the matter. Is what he says true? Zhang Tao questioned, skepticism evident in his tone, unable to resist the urge to seek confirmation. Old Su nodded vigorously. Indeed, it is absolutely true. Doesn't he even possess a medical license? He is merely a quack intending to swindle you out of your money. Officer Zhang, you must apprehend this fraud. He cannot be allowed to continue his misdeeds, Zhang Tenda exclaimed, anxiety creeping into his demeanor as the situation began to turn against him. Old Su suddenly knelt on the ground and bowed deeply 3 times to Gu Yun, tears streaming down his rugged face. With a quavering voice, he expressed his profound gratitude, saying, I cannot thank you enough. Saving my daughter is akin to saving my own life. How can I ever repay such immense kindness? Upon hearing this, he added, since you have spoken so, I must report this man for illegal credit lending. Look, this is the business card he just handed me. Though Old Su possessed a simple and honest demeanor, his ability to navigate the bustling street food scene indicated that he was not someone to be trifled with. He pulled the card handed to him by Zhang Tenda from his pocket and placed it into Officer Zhang's hands. At this point, Zhang Tenda was left speechless. Realizing that any defense he might attempt would be futile, he could only glare at Gu Yun and the barbecue stall owner, seething with anger as he warned, just wait. You will pay for this. Although Officer Zhang's mission did not capture the so-called conman, he had managed to apprehend a significant loan shark, rendering the effort not entirely in vain. After confirming there were no further issues, he led the small-time thug away. Old Su continued to express his gratitude profusely, leaving Gu Yun somewhat embarrassed. To him, what he had done felt like a trivial act, yet Old Su perceived it as an extraordinary deed. The girl who had just been scolding Gu Yun as a rogue now gazed at him timidly, her cheeks flushed with red, realizing that he was indeed her savior. She lamented her ignorance, akin to a dog biting L-Dombing, unable to recognize a kind-hearted person. Gu Yun rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat bashful as he said, in truth, I merely provided some basic treatment. For safety's sake, it would be wise for you to have a thorough checkup at a hospital. Moreover, I see that you have been through quite a lot. Please accept this money to buy a stall. It would be a shame for your skills to be wasted in such harsh conditions. Old Su cast a furtive glance at the black plastic bag Gu Yun handed him, his eyes widening in shock. Goodness! I have never seen so much money in my life. This is at least 200,000 yuan. And you are simply giving it to me? One should not accept rewards without merit. I am already overjoyed that you were able to treat my daughter. How can I possibly take your money? This would be a disservice to my principles. Despite his poverty, Old Su was a man of integrity and adamantly refused. After some contemplation, Gu Yun suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. It is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. Since that is the case, I can assist the barbecue stall owner in another way. I have been busy all day and have not yet eaten, so how about you grill me some skewers? Gu Yun suggested with a spark of inspiration. Though Old Su was unsure of Gu Yun's intentions, he felt compelled to repay the favor for saving his daughter. He thought, if he could, he would gladly offer not just a few skewers but dozens or even hundreds without a second thought. Just wait. I will start the fire for you right away. The proprietor of the barbecue stall waved his hand with a flourish, reminiscent of a commanding figure surveying his domain. Typically, the bustling street of snacks comes alive only after 5 in the evening. However, at this late hour, when the night has deepened and the air has turned particularly frigid, the street lay in an eerie stillness, save for the breakfast shop that was diligently at work. Gu Yun placed his backpack aside and joined in the preparations, which made the girl who had been sitting idly feel somewhat embarrassed. As humans are subject to the call of nature, the barbecue stall owner, too, was not a saint and had his own needs. Thus, Gu Yun took the initiative and volunteered to take on the task of grilling the skewers. Chapter 24. Gu Yun's culinary skills. Gu Yun placed the barbecue trifles onto the oiled paper, mixing them with a pinch of salt. He then rolled the skewers on the surface, ensuring an even coating of the seasoning. With a gentle brush, he applied a scant amount of oil atop the skewers, expertly wielding the bamboo sticks as he continuously turned them in the oven. The lamb sizzled over the charcoal, gradually releasing an enticing aroma. The fragrant smoke curled through the air, mingling with the darkened coals, creating an irresistible allure. Layers of vibrant red chilies, droplets of glistening sesame oil, and hints of golden edges, all exuding a smoky essence, captivated the senses. Gu Yun occasionally flipped the skewers, dipped them in sweet sauce, and sprinkled chili powder, allowing the delectable aroma to intensify. This fragrant bouquet wafted away with the gentle summer breeze, drawing the attention of white-collar workers seeking a meal, who flocked to the nameless barbecue stall. Upon Old Su's return, he found his stall teeming with patrons. The tables were filled with eager diners, while many more opted for takeout. Even his daughter, who typically shunned barbecued fare, gazed at Gu Yun with longing eyes, swallowing discreetly in anticipation. Old Su stared in disbelief at the scene before him, rubbing his eyes to confirm that he was not imagining things. It was rare to see such a crowd at any stall, even during the bustling hours of the food street, particularly on a somewhat chilly morning. Understanding Old Su's astonishment, Gu Yun simply increased the fan speed, igniting the flames and releasing an intoxicating aroma. The rich scent of meat combined with the fresh fragrance of vegetables left the hungry diners salivating. These seemingly well-dressed professionals, when faced with deliciousness, were no different from the common folk. They loosened their buttons, indulging in a feast that showcased the charm of skewers, allowing them to forget the barriers of social class and simply enjoy the pleasures of good food. Gu Yun exchanged a knowing glance with the barbecue stall owner, then removed his gloves and handed them over. Culinary skills are akin to a thin layer of paper. Once acquired, they are not difficult, yet elusive to those who have not mastered them. Old Su had been at the stall for 20 years, fully aware of the intricacies of grilling. It was merely a matter of technique. As the ancients said, it is better to teach a person to fish than to give them a fish. Since the stall owner was a man of integrity, Gu Yun decided to impart this skill to him, enabling him to earn a living through his own labor. In truth, Gu Yun's ability to grill was a fortuitous circumstance. He recalled a time nearly 90 years ago, during the Japanese invasion of China, when he was merely a commander leading his comrades in guerrilla warfare, eventually reaching a point of utter exhaustion, facing the enemy's blades ahead and unarmed civilians behind. The specter of hunger proved more terrifying than death itself. Having run out of provisions in the desolate countryside, they witnessed their comrade, Fatty Chiao-san, employ his family's traditional barbecue techniques to prepare a delightful dinner for the famished group. Regrettably, that was also the last meal he would ever prepare. To this day, Gu Yun vividly recalls the rotund man weighing over 200 pounds, his face radiant with joy as he tended to the barbecue, his eyes sparkling with passion. Certain memories etch themselves deeply into one's heart, and each recollection brings a pang of sorrow. Reflecting on the idea of passing on his craft, Gu Yun believes that Chiao-san, in the spirit world, would find solace in that legacy. Amidst the bustling crowd of customers, a delightful chaos ensues, and the young girl, recently healed by Gu Yun, becomes busy as well. Seizing the moment to depart, Gu Yun feels it is time to retreat gracefully after achieving his purpose. He has never considered himself a hero. Having reclaimed what he desired, there is no need to linger any longer. Though the barbecue stall bears no name and Gu Yun remains unaware of the surnames of the unfortunate father and daughter, he believes that their encounter is fated, a mutual convenience rendered. Just as he turns to leave, he suddenly feels a firm grip on his hand. Surprised, he looks back to find the stall owner wiping his greasy hands on his apron, who then picks up a tray with a warm, hearty smile. "You must stay for a moment. My daughter has tea, yet expressed her gratitude. Please, have some skewers before you go. Gu Yun takes a generous bite and savors the flavor. Benefactor, what is your name? I assure you, I will repay your kindness, even if it costs me my life. The barbecue stall owner wears a serious expression. Gu Yun waves his hand dismissively, stating that names are but mere labels. I merely helped you out of pity. Should fate allow, we shall meet again. By the way, your skewers are delightful. I will return when I can. Chongdian nods earnestly, promising ample provisions. As dawn breaks, Gu Yun slings his bag over his shoulder, with Lao Su and his daughter watching him depart. Suddenly, someone begins to place an order, prompting Lao Su to return to his grill, while his daughter blushes, lost in her thoughts. Throughout his journey, Gu Yun contemplates applying for early graduation, deeming it unnecessary to squander time at a university devoid of prospects. However, before that, he must reclaim what is rightfully his. In a modest two-story building on Jiangbei West Street, a nondescript location, Gu Yun recalls with clarity that it is the company he founded, a source of both pride and shame. Who does he think he is? He Ping, the security guard, sways in front of Gu Yun, a soup dumpling clutch in his mouth, his eyes filled with derision. What brings you to our company? Our company? Gu Yun scoffs. Such arrogance. Do not forget who made it possible for you to live with dignity. His words struck a nerve, causing He Ping to hurl the dumpling to the ground. His face contorted with rage as he lunges forward. You, a worthless wretch who can't even protect your own company, dare to say that again. I've despised your haughty demeanor for far too long. Don't you think that just because you found me a job, I owe you my gratitude? You did this of your own volition. I never begged you. If you truly had my best interests at heart, would you reduce me to merely a security guard? Classmates from university, whom I barely know, have ascended to the position of vice president, while we, who have shared our childhood in the nude, are relegated to a meager salary of 3,000 a month, barely enough to scrape by. Someone as blind as you deserves to lose their own company. Out of goodwill, I will reluctantly inform you of a little secret. The entire company is likely unaware that Zonglong is nothing but a promiscuous individual. Upon hearing this, He Ping wore a smug expression. In that moment, Gu Yun felt an unsettling distance from this childhood friend. It is often said that people grow apart. Yet he never anticipated the depths of human indifference could be so profound. You are correct, I have indeed been blind, Gu Yun replied with a self-deprecating smile. His expression soon turned serious as he continued, otherwise, I wouldn't even consider helping someone as despicable as you. It is not you who pays my salary. So why act so grand? He Ping shoved Gu Yun, nearly losing his balance in the process. Do not speak in absolutes, sometimes change occurs in an instant. Gu Yun glanced at the time. It was nearly time to leave. You are drowning in debt, and your life is essentially over. You still call yourself a student? How ridiculous. He Ping had heard whispers of Gu Yun as financial troubles and scoffed at his attempts to assert himself. Hey, move aside quickly. A good dog doesn't block the way. Are you planning to stage a scene to extort money? He Ping urged Gu Yun to step aside as an Audi A8 turned the corner, bowing deeply, his face a mask of obsequiousness, all to leave a good impression on the important figure approaching. Gu Yun stood firm at the entrance, as if his feet were nailed to the ground, unmoved by He Ping's incessant pleas. Are you incapable of understanding plain language? Do you want me to teach you a lesson? As he spoke, He Ping brandished his baton high in the air. The car came to a halt across from the company, and out stepped Duan Tianyao, the manager from Citibank. Mr. Duan, please hold on a moment. I will immediately remove this individual. I assure you, it will not delay your departure. He Ping rushed to Duan Tianyao's side, his demeanor excessively humble, nodding and bowing all the way. Duan Tianyao hurried towards Gu Yun, and He Ping felt a surge of triumph, thinking Gu Yun would soon regret his obstinacy. After all, this was the manager of Citibank, and he was eager to witness how a drowning man might flail. However, to his astonishment, Duan Tianyao, whom he had perceived as untouchable, warmly grasped Gu Yun's hand and courteously remarked, Mr. Gu, what a pleasant surprise to encounter you here. It is truly an honor. There is no need for pleasantries. Today is likely the final day for the repayment of the short-term loan from Yaosheng Technology, is it not? As Gu Yun spoke, he felt a wave of nostalgia, recalling that it was he who had originally signed the contract. Yes, this is your company. Duan Tianyao mused internally. You are our esteemed VIP client. If you wish, we can draft an extension agreement, allowing you to repay at your convenience. Gu Yun waved his hand, declining the offer. This company is no longer mine, and I do not wish to burden you further. Let things unfold as they will. However, I wonder if Director Duan might grant me a favor and involve me in this matter. Duan Tianyao was utterly perplexed but readily agreed. The mindset of the affluent was not something a person of his stature could easily fathom. He Pin's jaw dropped in astonishment. Gu Yun had the audacity to speak to Duan Tianyao in such a manner. What was even more perplexing was the hint of flattery he discerned on Duan Tianyao's face. What had happened to this world? When did the underdog become so favored? Chapter 25. What belongs to me shall eventually return. Zhou Kai drove his newly acquired Mercedes-Benz and, upon rounding the corner, spotted Duan Tianyao's vehicle. A pang of anxiety struck him, for today marked the final deadline set by Waukee Bank. Previously, he had diverted a portion of the company's liquid assets to Zhonglong, which he squandered on the car, while the loan from another bank remained unapproved. The situation had become quite precarious. However, Zhou Kai's furrowed brow soon relaxed as he recalled that the agreement to expel Gu Yun from the company had been privately arranged. The legal representative of the company was still Gu Yun, and it was he who had initially applied for the loan from Citibank. Even if calamity were to befall him, Gu Yun would bear the brunt of it. Zhou Kai realized he had been unnecessarily fretting. Having reconciled his thoughts, he parked his car by the roadside and made his presence known. He Ping, what are you doing? Why is President Duan not being granted access to our company? He feigned a smile and jogged over to Duan Tianyao's side. President Duan, you are indeed a distinguished guest. Please, do come in. Observing Zhou Kai's outstretched hand, Duan Tianyao sidestepped, his expression stern. No, thank you. I am here to inquire about the short-term loan your esteemed company applied for 3 months ago. If my memory serves me correctly, today should be the final day for repayment. Zhou Kai awkwardly withdrew his hand, his smile faltering. President Duan, you may be unaware of the situation. The actual legal representative of our company is Gu Yun. He was the one who initially approached your bank for the loan. The debts must be settled by the rightful party, and since I am unable to assist you in this matter, I must regretfully inform you of my limitations. Zhou Kai shrugged, reciting the prepared lines he had rehearsed. Mr. Gu Yun, is what Zhou Kai stated accurate? Duan Tianyao stepped aside, tilting his head to address Gu Yun, who had been standing behind him. To be candid, I was exiled from Yachts Technology a month ago. Zhou Kai is now the owner of this company. Hence the loan should be his responsibility to repay. As he spoke of his exile, a hint of bitterness crossed Gu Yun's features. Zhou Kai noticed the fire in Gu Yun's eyes, recalling the derisive expressions of his friends when they departed yesterday. He could hardly believe that Gu Yun had the audacity to appear at the gates of Yachts Technology today. This time, he would settle both old and new grievances, showing Gu Yun that he was not to be trifled with. Initially, Zhou Kai had refrained from completing the necessary procedures to change the company as legal representative, a decision that now appeared to be his lifeline. He felt a surge of relief for his earlier judgment. Gu Yun, I truly misjudged you. Zhou Kai took a step back, disbelief etched across his face, his brows knitted tightly. I never imagined you could concoct such a lie to evade repayment. It was you who, in pursuit of pleasure, abandoned all company affairs to me, taking with you most of the liquid assets. To think you would stoop to this level after 3 years of camaraderie is disheartening. Yachts Technology was co-founded by the 3 of us. But if you were to introspect, who truly has contributed the most to this company? Since you are here spouting nonsense, let us seek a rational venue to ascertain the ownership of this company and who is responsible for repaying this debt. Zhou Kai's face was a portrait of grievance. His words choked with emotion. Gu Yun could not help but scoff. How had he not previously perceived Zhou Kai as such a dramatic figure? Had he been unaware of the truth, he too might have fallen prey to Zhou Kai's deception. Duan Tianyao, having ascended to the position of chief of Citibank's Jiangbei branch, had encountered all manners of people and events. Zhou Kai's petty theatrics were merely a bait for attention in his eyes. What status did Gu Yun hold? If this debt were indeed his to settle, would a man of his stature truly be concerned over a mere several hundred thousand? Duan Tianyao exchanged a knowing glance with Gu Yun, both fully aware of the situation, and he was pleased to afford Gu Yun a semblance of favor. The internal affairs of Yachts Technology are of no concern to me. This sum must be repaid to me today. Otherwise, Citibank will classify you as a dishonest client. And with your standing, you will find it impossible to secure loans or receive the benefits entitled to an ordinary citizen in the future. Duan Tianyao wore a smile that was all too formulaic, yet every word he uttered sent shivers down Zhou Kai's spine. This debt rightfully belongs to Gu Yun. Why must I repay it? The moment his interests were at stake, Zhou Kai transformed entirely. It appears, Mr. Zhou Kai, that you have not thoroughly examined this document. Duan Tianyao opened his briefcase, retrieved a document, and handed it to Zhou Kai, continuing, it explicitly states that you are the guarantor, and should Mr. Gu Yun be unable to repay the debt, the obligation falls upon you. Unfortunately, I have just spoken with Mr. Gu Yun, who has informed us of his inability to repay, thus we have had no choice but to approach you. In the interest of fostering a long-term partnership between your esteemed company and Citibank, I hope you can prepare the necessary funds by 4:30 p.m. today. Duan Tianyao's smile was radiant, yet to Zhou Kai, it resembled that of a devil. The brighter his smile, the more dread filled Zhou Kai's heart. Zhou Kai perused the document multiple times, only to be horrified by the veracity of Duan Tianyao's claims. A chill coursed from his feet, igniting his heightened senses. This debt he could never repay. Not only was he presently incapable, even if he were, he would not do so. All the capital Gu Yun had left behind had been squandered by him, and this nearly 800,000 debt could not be settled even by selling himself. If Mr. Zhou Kai does not intend to fulfill the contract, we shall freeze all assets under your name for liquidation to settle the debt. Duan Tianyao's perfectly timed threat became the last straw for Zhou Kai. He felt himself teetering on the brink of madness, engulfed in an endless cycle of regret and self-reproach. Realizing that despite his daily efforts to outsmart others, he had underestimated Gu Yun, Zhou Kai's mind was rendered incapable of further contemplation. He could scarcely fathom how to continue living after losing everything he currently possessed. Moreover, having grown accustomed to a life of luxury, why would he revert to a state of abject poverty? Gu Yun's face bore a mischievous smile. For it is indeed easier to transition from frugality to opulence than from opulence to frugality. Zhou Kai's previous lifestyle was not significantly superior to Gu Yun's. Having grasped everything within his reach, how could he possibly relinquish it? Human nature is notoriously difficult to predict yet remarkably easy to manipulate. To deal with a self-serving individual like Zhou Kai, Gu Yun employed a stark, unadorned strategy, ensnaring his prey step by step into his web. Thus, it is often said that human nature is the most unpredictable yet the most calculable. That won't do, nor will that. Considering our long-standing friendship, I shall offer you another suggestion, Duan Tianyao began, having intercepted Gu Yun's directives. Zhou Kai, akin to a drowning traveler, was desperate to seize the lifeline tossed by Duan Tianyao, oblivious to the underlying harmony between Gu Yun and Duan Tianyao. His sole focus was to navigate this crisis and safeguard all he held dear. Duan, is there any other way? Starting a business as a university student is no simple feat. If you can help me through this turmoil, I shall forever be grateful for your immense kindness. Zhou Kai's eyes sparkled with fervent intensity. Then let us declare bankruptcy, Winter remarked, observing Zhou Kai's dazed expression with disdain. What I propose is for Yaoxin Technology to file for bankruptcy. In that case, you need to repay the debts. Bankruptcy. Zhou Kai could hardly believe Duan Tianyao would suggest such a drastic measure, causing him to hesitate. Everything he possessed stemmed from Yaoxin Technology. Without the company, would he still be Zhou, the esteemed executive? Please contemplate this proposal thoroughly, Duan Tianyao continued, presenting a folder. From my understanding, in the past months, you have acquired a Mercedes-Benz C200 and purchased a single apartment in Jiangbei Jinshu Garden. If these assets were liquidated, do not even suggest selling my house or car. Zhou Kai's tightly wound nerves snapped, and he shouted vehemently. Then let us proceed with bankruptcy. Zhou Kai resolutely made his decision. Indeed, from the inception of Yaoxin Technology to its subsequent growth, Gu Yun had been the one tirelessly managing affairs. Moreover, things that are easily obtained are seldom cherished. Even if bankruptcy were averted, under Zhou Kai's stewardship, Yaoxin Technology would soon find itself on a perilous path. Zhou Kai could fabricate a facade of prosperity to deceive outsiders, yet he could not fool himself. He had depleted all the funds of Yaoxin Technology, to the extent that he might not be able to pay the workers' wages next month, resorting instead to robbing Peter to pay Paul. Why not trade this hollow shell of a company for his house and car in such an advantageous arrangement? If you agree, please sign your name here. Duan Tianyao produced a third document, the final one, the equity transfer agreement. Zhou Kai did not even glance at it. With a swift flourish, he inscribed his name and even pressed his handprint, exclaiming with a sense of relief, "That means I don't have to repay the money, right?" "Of course." Gu Yun replied with a light-hearted tone, detaining Zhou Kai, who was eager to depart. "Now, please return the misappropriated company funds, totaling 1,780,000. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to involve the relevant authorities to investigate this matter. A radiant smile illuminated Gu Yang's face as he leaned close to Zhou Kai's ear, whispering in a voice only they could hear. I did mention before, didn't I? If you tamper with what belongs to me, you shall repay it with both principal and interest. Chapter 26. Identity Reversal. Upon hearing the astonishing news, Zhou Kai was rendered speechless, stammering, 178,000. Why don't you just rob it? Besides, how much is Yaoxing technology really worth? And a substantial portion of that money has already been taken by Long Long. On what grounds does Gu Yun claim it all for himself? Gu Yun sneered. What's the matter? Are you dissatisfied? Every action leaves a trace. Observing Zhou Kai's flustered demeanor brought Gu Yun a sense of exhilaration, especially since the evidence was laid bare for all to see. Did he truly believe Gu Yun was blind? Following Gu Yun's gesture, Zhou Kai's gaze fell upon the new car he had acquired, and regret flooded his heart. He had truly shot himself in the foot with this decision. Speak. Gu Yun raised an eyebrow, impatience lacing his tone. If you wish to settle this matter, let it be through the courts. A fool would resort to the courts, Zhou Kai thought grimly, fully aware of the actions he had taken. With irrefutable evidence at hand, who would believe in his innocence? Compensation, provisions, he murmured, his heart aching as if it were bleeding. How could he have acted so rashly? Flaunting his vehicle before Gu Yun, He Ping, still dazed and unaware of the full situation, could not tolerate Gu Yun's arrogance. He stepped in front of Zhou Kai. Standing tall, even if President Zhou signed some ridiculous agreement, this company is not yours to command. Since we hail from the same village, I advise you, a phoenix that loses its feathers is no better than a chicken. And I would advise you to refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern you. Be cautious, lest you end up losing everything yourself, Gu Yun retorted, dismissing He Ping as nothing more than a clown. Zhou Kai had departed, leaving behind a myriad of complications. Gu Yun watched as Duan Tianya left, then hurried a few steps to press the car door shut before Zhou Kai could escape. He raised an eyebrow. What's this? Planning to flee? You'll need to wait a moment and accompany me to examine the accounts. The smile on Zhou Kai's face turned increasingly bitter. Now in Gu Yun's grasp. Did he possess any authority to protest? Yet panic soon washed over him. He had not anticipated that the seemingly carefree Gu Yun would be so meticulous. He understood that if the accounts were scrutinized, his embezzlement would be exposed. The 178,000 was merely the surface amount. In reality, Gu Yun had borrowed 3 million from Citibank, which he had squandered over the past 3 months. Zhou Kai forced himself to regain his composure. And in a flash of resolve, he concealed his panic and coldly declared, Humph, even if I've filed for bankruptcy, the accounts of Yaoxing Technology are not for an outsider like you to inspect. Outsider? Gu Yun mused, incredulous that in merely 3 months, he, the founder of Yaoxing Technology, had been relegated to such a status. Open your eyes and see clearly. This is a share transfer agreement. Yaoxing Technology now belongs to me. He thrust the document Zhou Kai had just signed into his face. You, Zhou Kai stammered, struggling to form a coherent response. When had Gu Yun established contact with Duan Tianya? Why would the head of Citibank's Jiangbei branch associate with someone as destitute as Gu Yun? The seemingly trivial details that Zhou Kai had previously overlooked began to crystallize, instilling a sense of dread within him, yet simultaneously fortifying his resolve. Gu Yun was a person who could not be allowed to remain. Hey, Shao, quickly organize the financial statements from the past 3 months and bring them out, Gu Yun said with a nonchalant smile, leaning casually against the desk in the finance department. Zhou Kai followed closely behind, his expression darkening as he coldly retorted. I have already stated that you lack the qualifications to review those. Otherwise, I shall summon someone to expel you. This is my company. Am I not entitled to leave? Gu Yun replied with a faint smile. Are you certain? At that moment, a glint of malice flickered in Zhou Kai's eyes as he declared, if that is the case, I shall have to find someone to evict you. Seizing the opportunity before the recent incident at the door spread and while he still enjoyed the residual influence of Yaoxing Technology, Zhou Kai resolved to take decisive action. As soon as he finished speaking, He Ping appeared, leading a dozen security guards, their demeanor menacing. Each guard brandished a solid wooden baton, indicating their familiarity with such confrontations. Aside from He Ping, whom Gu Yun had recruited, the rest were hired by Zhou Kai. Gu Yun had previously encountered trouble with them after a disagreement. But during his absence over the past 3 months, they had evidently grown bolder, perhaps emboldened by their own sense of impunity. It appeared that intervention was inevitable. Gu Yun smiled faintly, snapping his fingers. Observing Gu Yun's demeanor, a cold disdain spread across Zhou Kai's face as he mockingly remarked, "Oh. It seems you wish to engage in a scuffle. In that case, I am eager to see if you can best our company's security personnel." With a wave of his hand, Zhou Kai signaled the guards to advance. As they charged toward Gu Yun, their expressions reeked of contempt. The scene startled the office staff, who hastily vacated their positions in search of safety. Gu Yun casually extended his hand, curling his fingers in a provocative gesture. "Come forth, you worthless fools. Seek your own demise." At Gu Yun's audacity, He Ping bellowed, "Brothers, today we shall teach this drowning rat a lesson and show him that we are not to be trifled with." "Good!" the guards echoed in unison. Harboring resentment for Gu Yun's previous disdainful treatment, they raised their wooden batons, preparing to strike with ferocity. However, as they charged towards Gu Yun, it was as if they had collided with an invisible barrier, rebounding with force. Several guards even fell to the ground. "What just happened?" one of the guards exclaimed in bewilderment. "I have no idea." The faces of the other security guards were equally filled with astonishment. Amidst their surprise, Gu Yun's lips curled into a satisfied smile as he murmured, "The manifestation of true energy. I did not anticipate such an unexpected delight this time." When the guards rushed towards him, Gu Yun had already conjured a barrier of true energy, which repelled them back. "Damn it, stand firm and press on. I refuse to believe this kid possesses any magical abilities." He Ping glared fiercely at Gu Yun, shouting. In response, Gu Yun merely smiled faintly and replied, "I do not wield magic, but I am proficient in martial arts." With that, he dispelled the barrier of true energy and swiftly launched himself forward, delivering two powerful punches that struck the chests of two of the security guards. His fist sent them sprawling several meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. "Damn it!" Seeking death. At that moment, two more guards charged at Gu Yun from behind. Observing this, Gu Yun let out a cold laugh, then abruptly spun around, executing a circular kick that sent both guards flying. Their wooden clubs were flung from their grasp, as several other guards rushed towards him. Gu Yun chose not to evade or retreat. Instead, he enveloped himself in true energy, allowing the clubs to strike him. The sound of sharp impacts echoed through the air. One after another, the guards' clubs shattered into two pieces, while Gu Yun appeared unfazed, his clothing merely torn in a few places. "This lad has mastered the golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt technique." The astonishment in the eyes of the guards was palpable. In the midst of their bewilderment, Gu Yun seized a broken club from one of the guards and, with the splintered end, struck forcefully at the shoulders of two of them. With two resounding cracks, the guards fell to the ground in disarray, blood oozing from their shoulders. Chapter 27. How dare you speak to me in the ensuing moments? Gu Yun unleashed a flurry of kicks, striking the abdomens of the other security personnel, sending them sprawling to the ground, where they groaned in agony. At this point, only He Ping remained standing, his gaze towards Gu Yun now filled with terror. Although He Ping was a formidable figure in the village, possessing skills that surpassed those of ordinary security guards, he knew he could never match Gu Yun's ability to effortlessly incapacitate more than 10 guards. It was clear to him that he was no match for Gu Yun. Yet, at this juncture, he had no alternative. Thus, he shouted defiantly, "Gu Yun, don't he think your martial prowess grants you the right to act with impunity? I am not afraid of you." As he spoke, He Ping charged at Gu Yun, swinging a solid wooden club down towards Gu Yun's head. Gu Yun, perceiving the imminent threat, extended his left hand and grasped the descending club firmly. Swiftly, he positioned the splintered end of his own half-stick against He Ping's throat. Instantly, He Ping's face drained of color. At that moment, Zhou Kai had approached Gu Yun from behind, raising his club high and unleashing his full strength in a downward swing. In this critical instant, Gu Yun slightly pivoted, releasing He Ping like a discarded ragdoll, and countered with a swift strike to Zhou Kai's waist, seizing him by the collar to prevent his collapse. The jagged end of the stick had already pierced Zhou Kai's neck, causing a trickle of blood to flow. Zhou Kai's forehead glistened with cold sweat. He understood that if the stick were to penetrate just a few centimeters deeper, his life would be forfeit. "Gu Yun, let us discuss this rationally," Zhou Kai pleaded, thoroughly intimidated by the life-threatening situation. "I expect to see the money in half an hour." Gu Yun scoffed, responding with a cold retort. Having spoken, he retracted the half-stick and then swung it once more, striking Zhou Kai on the shoulder, propelling him backward. As Zhou Kai hastily regained his footing, he clutched his wounded shoulder and retreated in haste. The other security personnel also rose, wary of lingering any longer, as they feared further retribution. After all, staying could invite more punishment. The onlookers in the office, predominantly elderly patients, were taken aback by this spectacle, having witnessed the notorious security team in action before. They were all too familiar with their ruthless and decisive nature, which had always silenced any dissent. This was the first time they had seen the security team humbled. Once the arrogant security guards had been driven away, Gu Yun brought his wooden stick down forcefully upon the table. No turning back now, he declared. Though they appeared pitiful now, they had been audacious when they expelled him. Gu Yun has always adhered to the principle of trusting those he employs, while remaining wary of potential threats. Consequently, he has decided to address some problematic individuals collectively. A resounding crash echoed through the office, startling everyone present. Among them, Accountant Zhang, who had been intently focused on Zhou Kai's orders, turned pale with fear. Hesitantly, he stammered. Gu Yun, what are you planning to do? If you dare to act, I will call the police. Gu Yun merely smiled, unfazed, and replied, Please, do call the police. Regardless of your actions, I will be contacting them shortly. Witnessing Gu Yun's audacious demeanor, cold sweat trickled down Jane's face. I am curious to see how many years one might serve for cooking the books. Gu Yun's casual remark resonated like thunder in Jane's ears, leaving him dumbstruck. These individuals, typically ruthless and arrogant towards the weak, instantly crumbled upon realizing they faced someone they could not contend with. Zhang Zito felt darkness envelop him and, trembling, proposed, Gu Yun. No, Mr. Gu, rest assured, I won't report anything. Just instruct me, and I will retrieve Joe's financial expenditures for the past 3 months, alright? Just as he thought the matter would soon conclude, Gu Yun had no intention of taking a lenient approach. Shaking his head, Gu Yun coldly stated, I'm afraid I have no time to review those documents right now. What you need to do is call the police immediately. What? Accountant Zhang questioned. Unable to believe his ears. I said to call the police right now, do you understand? Gu Yun's expression turned icy as he reiterated his demand. With that, he forcefully struck the wooden stick against the table once more, causing the finance department employees to shrink back like quails. All right, I will call them at once. Zhang exclaimed, his anxiety mounting at the thought of failing to meet Gu Yun's demands and facing potential retribution. Trembling with fear, he retrieved his phone and dialed the local police department, though he dared not disclose the full extent of the situation. Vaguely informing the officers that there was a disturbance and requesting their swift intervention. After hanging up, Zhang raised his wrinkled face to Gu Yun and said, Mr. Gu, I have reported it. Do you have any further instructions? Gu Yun toyed with the wooden stick in his hand and coldly replied, as I previously requested. Retrieve the financial statements of the finance department for the past 3 months. Remember, I want them unembellished. He lifted his gaze, his expression frosty, and warned Zhang in a threatening tone. Mr. Gu, since Mr. Zhou is no longer present, I lack the authority to fulfill such a request. You are placing me in an impossible position. Zhang stammered, panic evident in his voice. Now he is like Xu Beiji looking in the mirror, caught between Gu Yun and Zhou Kai, unable to determine whether to submit the report or withhold it. That is not a matter I need to consider. Gu Yun remarked with a knowing smile. In any case, if you cannot fulfill my requests, I do not hesitate to make proper use of the stick I possess. As he spoke, Gu Yun slammed the wooden stick onto the table, shattering it into pieces. Witnessing this scene, Accountant Zhang nearly lost control, hurriedly exclaiming, All right. I will retrieve the list for you immediately. His frail frame could hardly withstand Gu Yun's display of force. Thus, he turned to the nearest computer and accessed a financial report from the internal network of Yachts technology. After a few keystrokes, he rotated the screen and said, Mr. Gu, take a look. This is our financial statement at Yachts Technology. Upon hearing this, Gu Yun sneered and replied, Is that so? He then approached Accountant Zhang from behind. You may have forgotten that I single-handedly founded Yachts Technology. At that moment, the computer screen displayed a table containing income and expenditure details. Gu Yun's slender fingers glided over the touchpad, gently moving before pressing the undo button on the table. Subsequently, he beheld another table that Accountant Zhang had just concealed. Witnessing this, Accountant Zhang's aged face turned ashen, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, leaving him utterly despondent. What else do you have to say? Gu Yun fixed his icy gaze on Accountant Zhang. At that moment, Accountant Zhang was rendered speechless. I advise you not to attempt any tricks with me. Gu Yun snorted coldly. By the way, I forgot to mention some news. As Gu Yun gathered his belongings and exited the finance department, Sensing the collective sigh of relief from the others, he maliciously added, from today onwards, I am the sole shareholder of Yaoxing Technology. I look forward to a pleasant collaboration. Gu Yun turned back, a smile glimmering in his eyes. Yet the entire finance department felt a chill run down their spines, as if engulfed in darkness. Chapter 28. The coldness of humanity. Madam, your bank card balance is insufficient. The girl at the cash register beamed at Zonglong as she handed the card to the woman in front of her. Confusion washed over Zonglong as she pulled out her phone to check. Indeed, today was the first. How could this be? I have 300,000 here. Maintaining a facade of composure, Zonglong tucked her hair behind her ear. Please try again. Lin Qing felt exasperated. There was a line of people waiting to check out, yet this woman was holding everything up. Producing 7 or 8 cards, she found none contained funds. Judging by the woman's flamboyant attire, she had assumed her to be of some stature, only to discover she was an impoverished soul. Madam, we have attempted several times. If you do not have the necessary funds, please visit us again. We at Qingda Shopping Plaza always welcome your presence. Lin Qing stated as she moved past Zhang Long to assist the customers behind her. Zhang Long wished to protest, but the others were far less patient than the cashier. Is there no basic decency? How long have we been delayed? If you lack sufficient funds, you should come to Qingda. A middle-aged woman adorned in extravagant jewelry grumbled from behind Zhang Long. Having indulged in a shopping spree for days, Zhang Long had developed a sense of arrogance. She slammed her wallet onto the service counter. Do you know how to speak? Your words are pure filth. I won't stoop to your level today. But I could easily tear your mouth apart. I would like to see you try, the wealthy woman retorted, not one to be easily intimidated. With her hands on her hips, she stood defiantly. Dressed provocatively for early autumn, she clearly did not belong to any respectable profession. Since you're out of money, would you like me to introduce you to a couple of clients? Who are you calling a seller? Zhang Long was acutely aware of the questionable nature of her funds. Igniting her anger, without regard for her dignity, she lunged at the woman. Unfortunately, she was no match for her adversary's strength. As the mall staff intervened, Zhang Long was left disheveled, her hair in disarray, and a mark on her face. You fathead, just wait, I won't let this go, Zhang Long ceded. Believing she had secured a connection with Su Muyan and felt invincible. I'll be waiting for you to come after me, the wealthy woman retorted, clutching her newly purchased handbag as she sauntered away, exuding triumph. Zhang Long initially considered seeking Zhou Kai's assistance to regain her dignity, but the more she walked, the more unsettled she felt. According to their agreement, as long as she could ensure Gu Yun's departure from Yaoxing Technology, Zhou Kai was to transfer her 100,000 each month. Yet, there had been no communication. Could it be that Zhou Kai had no intention of providing her with the funds? Did he not fear her betrayal? Ignorance breeds fearlessness. Once one becomes aware of the lurking terrors, anxiety inevitably begins to seep from the depths of one's heart, entwining it, growing increasingly suffocating. Deliberating further proved unsettling. Some matters were best left unexamined. Zhang Long yearned to sprout extra legs and storm into Yaoxing Technology without hesitation. Zhou Kai, why hasn't the money arrived this month? Do you believe I will expose what you did to Gu Yun? Zhang Long burst into the president's office, slamming her hands on the table and shouting at the man who had his back to her. This isn't just about today. There will be no future funds either. Gu Yun thought to himself that he hadn't sought retribution from Zhang Long yet, and here she was, confronting him. It truly exemplified the saying, heaven's sins may be forgiven, but self-inflicted suffering cannot be borne. Zhang Long had just realized that something felt amiss, yet she was too enraged by Gu Yun's words to consider anything else. What did you say? Zhang Long threw her handbag onto the desk, her voice hoarse from shouting. The moment you plotted against Gu Yun, I should have known you were a treacherous wretch. Don't think that just because you hold the position of president at Yaoxing Technology, I am afraid to confront Gu Yun. If I could bring Gu Yun down, then I could also ensure your utter ruin. Gu Yun watched the sun rise high in the sky, a smile creeping onto his lips. He had thought that the bond between her and Zhou Kai was unbreakable, but it appeared to be rather fragile. Human nature, untested, does not reveal its ugliness. Just as Zhang Long was about to continue, the man across from her suddenly stood up. I had no idea there was such a history between you two, but unfortunately, I am not Zhou Kai. You should not direct those words at me. Zhang Long initially did not grasp the situation, but when she focused her gaze, she found herself frozen in disbelief. Even breathing became a luxury. How can it be you? Zhang Long asked, astonished. Why can it not be me? Gu Yun found the question somewhat amusing. This company was his creation from the outset. It had merely been usurped by Zhou Kai. Now that it had returned to its rightful owner, what was there to be surprised about? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhang Long shook her head, feeling as though this was all an illusion, and loudly demanded, "Where is Zhou Kai? I want him to throw you out." Ha! Gu Yun scoffed coldly. Zhou Kai is in no position to concern himself with your plight. You're talking nonsense. Zhang Lan's mind was in a state of chaos, instinctively refuting what Gu Yun said. Then wait for your boyfriend to return. Gu Yun waved his hand, signaling for Zhang Long to be removed. One cannot afford to show mercy to such individuals, otherwise, they will take advantage of it. Gu Yun rhythmically tapped his fingers on the desk. 3 hours had passed, and he was waiting for Zhou Kai to return all that he had taken from him. Bam! The door was violently pushed open, and Zhou Kai, looking grimy and disheveled, walked in. In that fleeting moment, as their paths crossed, Zhang Long felt as though she had grasped a lifeline, plunging into a state of euphoria as she tightly grasped Zhou Kai's hand. "Kai, you have to help me. This Gu Yun has gone mad and wants to throw me out, claiming you have usurped his position. How dare he?" Zhou Kai's gaze, filled with resentment, was fixed intently on Zhang Lan's face. He had been standing outside for quite some time, to be precise. He and Zhang Long had entered Yaoxing technology one after the other. All his previous grievances paled in comparison to the heart-wrenching betrayal he felt from this woman before him. Although Zhou Kai was aware that Zhang Long was not particularly virtuous, the thought that they had been in a relationship for 3 years and were on the brink of marriage made him, despite his tumultuous feelings, choose to endure for the sake of their past affection. Yet, as he felt the relentless pressure from Gu Yun, he was filled with frustration and anger. He never expected that Zhang Long, who had once suggested this course of action for him, would now create such a ruckus at the company over a mere monthly sum of 100,000 yuan. As Zhou Kai observed the glimmer of hope in Zhang Lan's eyes, a sudden smile spread across his face, and every word he uttered felt like a knife piercing her heart. Gu Yun was indeed correct. Yaoxing technology now belonged to him, while he was burdened with insurmountable debt. In an instant, Zhang Lan's grip loosened, and she staggered backward, ultimately collapsing onto the ground, her head shaking in disbelief. "It can't be. This is impossible. Don't deceive me, Kai. Why would I lie to you about such matters?" Zhou Kai's smile grew increasingly bitter. "It's all gone. Everything is lost. The house, the car, it's all vanished. Zhou Kai, I truly misjudged you. To deny me money, you concoct such a deceitful tale." The more Zhang Long thought about it, the more convinced she became of this notion. With a fierce demeanor, she rose and slapped Zhou Kai across the face. "Let me tell you, from now on, you cannot give me a single penny less." Zhang Long shouted, her fury unabated. If it weren't for Gu Yun being present, she would have struck Zhou Kai again. Zhou Kai sighed deeply, lowering his head as he softly inquired, "Did you ever truly care for me, Zhang Long?" "What?" Zhang Long felt as if Zhou Kai had lost his mind. "Pierre, if it weren't for the money you spent on me, would I have even considered being with you?" Now that the facade had been shattered, Zhang Long showed no concern for the depth of hurt her words might inflict on Zhou Kai. Chapter 29, having nothing self-proclaimed as deeply affectionate, yet in truth, they are the most callous of all. Sweet nothings roll off their tongues with ease. But how many of those words stem from genuine emotion, even they themselves cannot ascertain. As the saying goes, true feelings are revealed in times of hardship, and the human heart is unveiled over time. Zhou Kai felt a pain so profound it rendered him breathless, yet he found himself at a loss for words. After all, the blisters on his feet were born from his own journey. In a state of despair, he tossed a bank card onto the table, declaring, "This is all the money I possess. I cannot muster anything more." Gu Yun, unhurried and composed, inserted the card into the reader. Upon seeing the displayed amount of 5 million, he was taken aback, for this exceeded his expectations. He had initially thought that Zhou Kai could barely manage to withdraw 3 million. It seemed that human potential truly knows no bounds. Zhang Long, with a limited intellect, was at a loss but instinctively gravitated towards Gu Yun. Her alluring, tear-filled eyes conveyed a semblance of tragic beauty. "Gu Yun, you must believe me. Everything I did was coerced by that scoundrel Zhou Kai. If not for my affection for you, how could I utter such heartless words? Seeking personal advantage is human nature." Yet Gu Yun underestimated the depths of Zhang Lan's audacity. He could never forget her earlier dismissive attitude, her scornful demeanor, her condescending tone filled with derision. "What success could a fool like you possibly achieve? Continuing with you, merely to assist in repaying your usurious debts. You have a delusional sense of grandeur. Allow me to clarify, from the very beginning, I never held any affection for you. If it weren't for your wealth, a pauper like you would hardly be worthy of anyone's affection. Bah! Oh, so this is how it is. Gu Yuan feigned delight, even bending down to assist Zhang Long. She wept pitifully, yet within her heart bloomed joy. She had suspected that Gu Yun, that Navi boy, still harbored feelings for her. Zhang Lan's original plan was simple. Whether it be Zhou Kai or any of the employees, as long as they could provide her with a life of luxury, she would not care whom she had to submit to. Indeed, all those actions were forced upon me. I genuinely feared for your safety. You must trust my words. As she spoke, Long Long moved to embrace Gu Yun. He pushed her away, and the look of concern on his face vanished, replaced by sheer revulsion. I recall you did not say that just moments ago. Wasn't it Zhou Kai who owed you 100,000? Zhang Lan's gaze flickered, biting her lip. But she quickly regained her composure, donning a facade of innocence. Gu Yun, you know my family is not affluent, yet I still wish to assist you. I had intended to reveal this to you later. I feigned submission to Zhou Kai, and I have been saving the money he gives me each month. Once I accumulate 1 million, I will help you repay the usurious loans. Although this may seem a mere drop in the ocean, it is the only way I can think of to assist you. Zhang Lan's expression was resolute, exuding an air of pitiful vulnerability. If Gu Yun were not aware of her true nature, he might have been easily deceived. To his astonishment, it turned out that he had long been mistaken about her. Gu Yun, ever the consummate performer, seamlessly shifted his tone just as Long Long let out a sigh of relief. That is truly splendid. To reclaim Yaoxing technology, I find myself deeply in debt. Zhang Long, I knew you were my true love. You would never abandon me. Ha ha, of course. Zhang Lan's smile appeared forced, and she wished to slap herself for her own impulsiveness. How much do you have? If I do not repay the usurers today, they will break my arms. Gu Yun feigned urgency, moving towards her handbag. Alarmed, Zhang Long quickly clutched her bag to her chest and shouted hoarsely, "Stay away from me. Get lost. Hurry up and leave." She had thought she was turning her fortunes around, only to discover she remained impoverished. Zhang Long retreated to the door, her face twisted in disdain. I always said, a destitute person like you will never rise again, yet you dare to set your sights on me. You should take a good look in the mirror and reflect on your own worth. Today has been truly unfortunate. Everything has gone awry. With that, she strode away in her 10-centimeter heels, not sparing a single glance for Zhou Kai. The vast office was left with only Gu Yun and Zhou Kai. Suddenly, Zhou Kai erupted into laughter, tears streaming down his cheeks, before stumbling out. At that moment, Gu Yun felt no joy as he had anticipated. Instead, a sense of melancholy enveloped him, realizing he had fallen to a position from which he could recover, while Zhou Kai might not be so fortunate. Transitioning from frugality to extravagance is effortless, but the reverse is a formidable challenge. It is often said that men fear choosing the wrong profession, while women dread marrying the wrong man, yet, in truth, both blind men and women suffer the consequences of their choices. As the sun dipped low in the west, Gu Yun finally lifted his gaze from the computer screen, having spent the afternoon poring over documents. His neck felt stiff, but he had gleaned a piece of not entirely grim news. Yaoxing technology could still be salvaged. However, the immediate priority was to attend to his own well-being. Fully engrossed in devising strategies to resurrect Yaoxing technology, he was suddenly jolted by the sound of an approaching vehicle. Looking up, he beheld a silver Mercedes careening toward him from the entrance of a bar across the street. The car swerved erratically, nearly colliding with pedestrians and other vehicles, inciting a chorus of shouts. Yet, the Mercedes showed no signs of slowing. Instead, it accelerated, recklessly barreling down the road. How can such a reckless driver be allowed on the road? Gu Yun thought, instinctively wanting to step aside. However, before he could move, the Mercedes surged at him like a frenzied beast. Was it Zhou Kai or Zhang Long? A fleeting thought crossed Gu Yun's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Although both were greedy, they lacked the audacity to take a life. He instinctively sidestepped the vehicle. In that instant, his gaze fell upon a young woman standing frozen in fear, clutching a 5- or 6-year-old girl. The surrounding crowd gasped in alarm, each person filled with a sense of urgency. Little girl, quickly get out of the way. The car is coming, hurry. But the two individuals appeared paralyzed by fear, unable to move. As tragedy loomed, Gu Yun swiftly slid in front of the young girl, his expression grave. Drawing a deep breath, He gazed at the metallic beast charging toward him, and with a powerful shout, he thrust his palms forward. The bystanders were left in a state of shock. Young man, are you out of your mind? What does he intend to do? Stop the car with his hands. This is disastrous. Can this fool even dodge it? 3 lives at stake. Then, with a deafening crash, Gu Yang's palms collided with the front of the silver Mercedes, miraculously halting the speeding vehicle. Silence enveloped the crowd, who stood agape, their faces etched with disbelief as they watched Gu Yun. He raised his hands and, with a serious demeanor, approached the side of the car. Behind him, the astonished onlookers noticed deep imprints left on the hood. How could you drive like that? Do you have any regard for human life? Gu Yun exclaimed angrily, ready to drag the driver out for a reprimand. However, upon opening the door, he was taken aback to find a woman in her late 20s at the wheel mill. Someone he had met only once before. Unlike her previously modest attire, today she donned a form-fitting black leather outfit that accentuated her alluring figure. What was even more challenging for Gu Yun to bear was her captivating demeanor. Her enchanting eyes sparkled like autumn waters, exuding a springtime allure, while her petite, crimson lips emitted enticing gasps. Gu Yun found himself utterly bewildered by the situation. Just then, a commotion erupted behind him. Qi Miao's face reflected urgency as her delicate brows furrowed, and she managed to utter a few desperate words. Please, take me away quickly, I beg you.